After back-to-back weekends in Wales, the 2023 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships swaps the rolling hills of Snowdonia for the flat-out blasts of the fabled Shenington circuit near Banbury in Oxfordshire for Event 5 of this thrilling season. Shenington's classic combination of long straights, tight hairpins and airfield surroundings present a completely different challenge to the drivers than that they faced last time out, with race management and slipstreaming the main keys to success. Each of the 7 classes are competing in their third round of the season. For the Waterswift, X30 and TKM drivers, this is round 3 of 5. But for KZ2, Shenington is their penultimate race of the year, so a good result for them is even more critical. Last time out at Glenagorse, Mason Brooks scored the win in Waterswift Restricted, and he closed the gap to championship leader Austin Gibson in the treacherous conditions. In the unrestricted Waterswift class, it was Archie Lovett's turn to shine, but a smart drive from Jesse Phillips means he maintains the points lead, while in Junior X30, a second consecutive final win for Macaulay Bishop keeps him well ahead of the chasing pack. Reigning senior X30 champion Gus Lawrence was in a league of his own in Wales, and he has a comfortable lead over his rivals. Likewise, in Junior TKM, a second straight victory for Johan Calichurn sees him carry a 20-point advantage into the midpoint of the season. The situation is much closer in TKM Extreme. Although reigning champion Chris Whitten chose the right tyres and took the checkered flag at Glenagorse, he is only 5th in points, behind round 1 winner Charlie King, with plenty of other contenders still in the hunt. And finally, after one of the most dramatic finals in years, the top 9 drivers in KZ2 enter Shenington separated by just 30 points. Ryan Green's emotional maiden victory gives him an outside shot at the title, but Kim Bolton winner Ella Stevens is still the driver everyone else is chasing, although her advantage at the top is a very narrow one. As we have seen throughout the 2023 season so far, everything can still change in a blink of an eye. So be sure to catch all the action on Motorsport UK TV, provided by Alpha Live.
Well, if that doesn't get you excited for today's action, I'm not sure what will. Welcome and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Shenington. It's event number 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. My name is John Ratcliffe, and of course, alongside me in the commentary booth, it's Mr. Henry Burdett.
Thank you, John. Great to have you back on board. I got to say, your 2023 debut at Glenagorse was the racing was absolutely spectacular. So you might be the championship's lucky charm. Sorry, Anthony. No, but we've got a fantastic day of racing lined up. This is one of the UK's classic circuits. It is 1,012 metres, 1,018 metres for the direct drive karts. The gearbox cars, the KZ2s, they do a slightly longer circuit. They've got a longer run down Stratford Straight into Stratford Hairpin and then back up Runway Straight. But again, a classic circuit. What a difference a day makes in terms of the weather.
Yes, it was rather wet yesterday, wasn't it?
Rather.
For some heats and some qualifying sessions. Now today, it's been nice and dry this morning, but we have had reports as we got the show started that it might have started spitting.
Light bit of precipitation is in the air, as you can see by the blanket of grey clouds
Yes.
over us. That rain isn't far away, although it should stay mostly dry for most of the day. Should
Definitely going to
being
commentate
the
his curse
operative word. Now, we have got a packed day of racing. 7 classes. We have got 7 finals, 7 pre-finals. We've got the second heat races for Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. We've got the Junior X30 repechage in front of us. That's the first race of the day. But first of all, can I say a big hello to everybody watching, both on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Motorsport UK YouTube channel. Hello to Thomas. Can't wait to get back to the UK and get a feel for the competition over there. Well, Thomas, I can tell you that the competition is fierce. 38 entries in Junior X30. We have got 16 in KZ2, 17 in TKM Extreme, 13 in Junior TKM, 18 in Waterswift Restricted, 25 in Waterswift Unrestricted, and 18 in Senior X30. Now, one of the new things that the British Championship have brought in this year, it's not a championship. It's not a championship as such, but the teams and the chassis have their own set of standings this year. So, in addition to the drivers, we also have team standings and chassis standings. The top two, or the best two results for each team and each chassis in each event goes towards there. So you can get a maximum of 130.65 points for a race win. This is the start, John, of a very, very hectic summer schedule for a lot of the drivers in the British Championship. From here, a lot of the drivers will go to the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans next week. Then, for Alpha Live viewers and Motorsport UK viewers, the next big event that we've got for you is British Kart Masters Grand Prix. The British Kart Grand Prix at PF International, first weekend in August. And then there's a weekend off. And then the Motorsport UK British Championship off to Scotland, Bonnie, Scotland, for back-to-back weekends. You're going to be joining us once again up there. Anthony Jordan, meanwhile, for the mums in the paddock who are weeping at the lack of Anthony Jordan on the commentary. Anthony is on TCR touring car duty up in Scotland. And he's up in Scotland. He will be back, and of course, TCI UK, another championship brought to you by Alpha Live. So we got good luck to Taylor Orridge from Leanne Stokes, and Dan Ashton saying, "Let's go racing."
He can probably hear you right now.
He can probably hear us in there, yeah. So Dan Ashton is out on the circuit. Let's look at this camera.
I think I can see him down there.
Can you see his red trainers?
Number 3.
At post 3, so the very left-hand side of your screen, you can see is dry. The first of those races is going to be the Junior X30 repechage. Emma L, good luck to all of Saltire Motorsport. Wow, there's a name that I haven't heard for a while. Duncan White and the guys from Scotland at Saltire Motorsport. Hope you got the right event, Emma. There's plenty of Scottish drivers here. What is the repechage, I hear you ask?
Yes, indeed. Well, of course, in the Junior X30, we have such a huge number of drivers that it means that we have to split up the heats. They had 3 heats rather than 2, didn't they?
Every driver competes in 2 heats.
Yes, of course, but there are
3
because there are so many drivers. So to fit them all into the heats, they then have that 3. And then not everyone will qualify for the warming of the tyres. There we go. The driver rejoining the queue once again. And as I said earlier about James, a good time to do it, as you can just rejoin that chain. And I think soon we are going to get the racing underway here at Shenington then. And they do start this first race of the day, the repechage. Once again, top 6 you're looking for here to get through into the pre-final. A bit of a wide moment there for the 27. Just got knocked out wide there. And that's Ollie Rands dropping a couple of positions.
Out on to the Stratford Straight for the first time. Sideways into braking, 3 wide back. Oh dear, and that is a huge mistake. That is the number 27 of Ollie Rands, who got it all crossed up under braking. And that it was the MDL Motorsport kart of James Shotton, who's just lost a chain
in the
guard, and there's somebody else buried in the tyres. Now, you said, John, that there was a couple of spins on the rolling lap, maybe overexertion of the tyres. Possibly, is it an overexertion? Is it slightly damp on track? So, the survivors come around at the end of lap number 1. It's Joseph Smith, Tristan Powell, Kenzo Craigie, and Mayan Patel, the top 4, with George Quartermain in 5th, Ty Magia down to 6th position. 7th is James Shotton. It's the Chinese driver. It's Zhao Chen Ji, who is in the tyres at the Bruno chicane.
Never nice to see someone out of the race. I'm very glad to see that driver didn't roll the karts down at the first hairpin. It looks like we got a yellow flag through Sector 1 at least, if not a full course yellow. No, it just seems to be Sector 1, as of course they clear up that kart that's in the tyre wall down at the Bruno chicane.
Mechanical failure,
yes,
James Shotton.
That doesn't surprise me with the things that were falling off of his kart.
I mean, he was so fortunate to...
Really fortunate.
I mean, Ollie Rans dived to the inside. The track is still greasy. Completely then missed his braking point and literally, sort of cannoned into the side of James Shotton. And he was lucky not to flip, but I think the part of the kart did make contact with James's crash helmet.
It did, yeah.
We talk about these crash helmets. They cost a lot of money. The paint schemes cost a lot of money, but the actual helmet, that was lucky. Now, we've got 8 drivers left in the race. James Shotton, a mechanical failure, so he will be brought into the pits, and he will be. So we're down to 7. Elias Vignola on the number 29 Fullerton kart, one of our 2 Mexican drivers. James Shotton is still out there in 7th position. Elias Vignola has had a spin on the opening lap. Here he comes around. You just see him off camera there. We're following Kenzo Craigie, who's out onto Hanger Straight.
Lap.
Yes,
he has, hasn't he? So he's chasing down the leader, Joseph Smith. That gap now only a second between your 2 leaders. But of course, I think possibly we would have expected Kenzo Craigie to be the fastest in this repechage, because as you say, qualified 6 in qualifying yesterday, but then had those issues in the heats.
Well, for example, Joseph Smith 30th in the championship coming into this weekend. Kenzo Craigie in the number 44 kart 7th in the championship.
Yes.
Which tells a story of Joseph Smith about where black flag, James Shotton. So he'd received the mechanical flag. He's lost his chain guard. He saw him signalling there. Why have I got the black flag? He doesn't realise his chain guard came off. But it's Smith, Craigie, Powell, Patel, Quartermain, and Magia, the top 6 at the moment. Elias Vignola is he's 3 seconds a lap slow, but this is Elias's first taste of British racing. There is the number 88 kart of Tristan Powell on our screen. So George Quartermain, currently running in 5th position, 29th in the championship. There goes our leader through the screen, the Mick Barrett Racing kart of Joseph Smith, OTK chassis, Aventus built engine. Of course, they're not tuners, they're engine builders. So we've got lots of different engine builders at the paddock. Of course, all have to come through IAME. This is an IAME TKM event. And there is Elias Vignola. So, so this is a baptism of fire for Elias. There he goes. He's on that Fullerton kart, and he gets himself going again. This is just a case. He's going to go a lap down before this race is over. He's had 2 spins, but you come to the UK to test yourself against the very best, John. And he is being tested.
Yeah, they certainly are the very best. And joining a championship like Junior X30, you've got quite a bit of competition. So definitely a baptism of fire for the driver there, Elias, having that little spin. But as you say, it takes time to get up to speed, get that confidence of chucking the kart around, because the drivers in all of the classes today, all across British Kart Championships, have so much experience. They can drive, they know the kart like the back of their hand, they can drive it with their eyes closed.
Yeah, you're looking there at Kenzo Craigie.
Exactly.
Part of the Mercedes Formula One junior driver program.
Yes.
And he's in the repechage.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he's not in the repechage because he's obviously very, very fast. Just bad luck yesterday. He's just set a new fastest lap of the race.
I think he has on every lap since the race started, I think.
But this is now Kenzo's got to be careful. It's like he's thinking, okay, for some of these drivers, the likes of Ryan Patel, George Quartermain, Ty Magia, getting into the finals their goal.
Exactly.
At this point in their career and their development, they think to themselves, okay, look, getting to the final is my goal. As lead change, first of the day, Kenzo Craigie up into top spot. Kenzo is obviously thinking, right, he's looking for a top 10 finish in the final, but he is using more of his tyre here. Now, tyre wear is important, but it is not as critical here as it was at Glenagorse. Now, Kenzo Craigie and Joseph Smith are going to be coming up upon Elias Vignola, and this will be interesting. Elias will have to sort of seed and get out of the way. He's coming through the Bruno chicane now. Into the Bruno chicane go the 2 leaders. So onto Hanger Straight. See Kenzo and Joseph Smith. Smith just slipstreaming with Craigie into the final corner, into Wilkins, named after the late, great Tony Wilkins, who was such a pivotal figure at Shenington Car Club and the British historic kart scene. That man could tell a story. They passed Elias Vignola, so that's good. There's Vignola, the third car on your screen now, and they go through Pitts Bend, down Stratford Straight. This is into Stratford Hairpin.
Exactly, yeah. It's good to see as well. This is actually probably going to be really useful, I think, for Joseph Smith to be able to follow someone like Kenzo Craigie in a repechage like this and just get that time to sit behind him and learn what Kenzo's doing and, yeah, get that time to get that experience. And I'm pretty impressed, actually, that Kenzo certainly isn't dropping Joseph at all. Joseph is sitting behind and learning a lot.
Actually, the blue flag's waving. Elias Vignola is lapped now by Tristan Powell for the MDL Motorsport team and Mayan Patel on the Jade racing car. Again, I saw Mark Allen this morning, the owner of the Jade team, and he was saying, just quite curiosity, how many go through for the repechage? And I was like, 6. He was like, oh, good. So we didn't want to tell our boy just to sit there in 5th and mind his business if only the top 4 went through. But no. Maya Patel, the driver in question, is safely in 4th place. George Quartermain, you can see on the Croc Promotions kart, number 96, is a little bit further behind this camera shot as we go through Hanger Corner, and apparently there's a bar that has appeared, some sort of tavern and wing stop place. You can go buy hot wings and beer at the end of the day, just over the other side of the bank at Hanger Corner.
Is that where we're going straight after the stream then?
Well, we're going at lunchtime if we can get away with it. No, afterwards. Battle for the lead. Well, is it a battle for the lead, John? I'm not sure it is. No, Joseph Smith just needs to sit and just learn and follow. If an opportunity presents itself, he might make a move. But at this point, with 90 seconds to go in the repechage, I'd be sitting there in second position, because at the end of the day, if you finish second in this race, you're going to start 30th in the pre-final. If you win this race, you're going to start 29th.
Exactly,
It doesn't make much of a difference.
Doesn't change it massively. Of course, it's nice to have one extra position on the start, but you can easily lose 5 or 6 positions or gain 5 or 6 positions on the start, so depending on how it goes. So it really doesn't matter too much. It's just about keeping in that top 6 and getting through to the pre-final. You don't want to go for some silly move and knock yourself and the other competitor out of that top 6, and then you don't even make it through to the following races later on today. So, yeah, I think, showing their skill and also their...
yes, a little bit of racecraft,
exactly.
A little bit of strong mentality. Of course, we're saying
driving.
There's 7 drivers in this race. Now, nose cone penalty is 5 seconds. Obviously, Elias Vignola in kart number 29, he's going to go a lap down to the 5th place driver, the 6th place driver, Ty Magia, very shortly. However, fans of Elias Vignola, and we've got lots and lots of viewers in Mexico, I have to say, if any of the top 6 are excluded, then Elias Vignola is in the pre-final and the main final itself.
Exactly. So even
never give up.
Never give up. Even if you go a lap down, keep powering round, get that time in the kart, and then continue to improve your pace. But also, you could get lucky. Someone could have an issue with the kart, get excluded from the race, and then suddenly you find yourself through. So as you say, never give up in motorsport.
So here we go. The clock has struck 0. The last lap board has gone out. Kenzo Craigie comes into Park Bend. Now we're around Cafe Corner, underneath the commentary position. This is the 2-storey brown building there. Ooh, that's an arty shot of the carts going through Pitts Bend, down Stratford Straight, into Stratford Corner.
We did have a change for 3rd place on that last lap. Mayan Patel got through on Tristan Powell.
Oh, John, you're far too polite. If I'm babbling on about something else, you just butt in. Answer you to it. So you've got to learn.
Okay.
You've got to learn. Don't wait for Henry to stop talking, because he generally doesn't. Here we go. Here's the battle for 3rd place that you so correctly pointed out. Mayan Patel on the Jade Racing Team, the Birrell, but the checkered flag is out. Kenzo Craigie takes the win from Joseph Smith. Mayan Patel, Tristan Powell, wait for George Quartermain to come home in 5th position. There's George on the Croc Promotions kart. And Ty Magia, there goes Ty. So all the way from Bahrain into the from Bahrain to Banbury.
What a change.
The weather is absolutely identical,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
Of course.
Now, right, there we go. So that was the repechage for Junior X30. We do... Oh, I've broken something, John.
Oh, no.
I've broken the
what have we
live
done?
chat. Broken the live chat. Can't reach this page. Oh dear. No, it's right. So here we go then. Morning, Henry and John, says Joshua Owing. Morning, Joshua. Michael Burke. Evening, Henry and John. 7:15. Just home from the Dubbo Kart Club. Well, Michael, our friend from Bathurst. I'll speak about Australia thing. I was with Daryl Smith, the Rotax test driver, who's raced in the Bathurst 12 hours for the Hyundai team, and. Who else is saying hello? Owen Roberts, when Senior X30? Later. It's later on. We've got two... it's a good question. So, hang on. So, that was race number 14. Stand by, Owen Roberts, I should tell you. Junior TKM is race 15. TKM Extreme, race 16. Race 17. So, Owen, just sit yourself down. We'll go through two really exciting TKM heat races. Then we're into the Senior X30 pre-final.
Yes.
Ben Edwards... okay, so Ben Edwards is answering my question for me. Didn't see that. Hiya, lads, says Zella Plays. Hiya. Good morning, Henry and Anthony. Oh, Anthony's in Scotland, Ben. I mean, John, correcting himself.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Appreciate that.
He's watching too many paddock shows, yes. Gillian Bennett, good luck to Aaron Richardson, love all the family. And Joel Hull saying, oh my God, Isaac Phelps. Yes, Joel. Yes, he's on the spanners in the paddock. Right, so there we go. So we're keeping everyone up to date with all the live chat. And there's a look at the paddock. Oh, there's in the Tony Kart race suit. That was Yao and Shi. On the Motorsport UK live chat. Becca Lloyd saying good luck to Fast Freddie Lloyd. Maisie Creed Racing saying good luck to everybody. Gotta say, John, we're right. Anthony doesn't give me both chats on the thing. Just saying.
Hey, I told you, Lucky Charm.
Lucky Charm, like Frosty's Lucky Charms. Magically delicious. Oh, Kellogg's Lucky Charms. Right, there we go. There is Xiao Chen G pushing his cart away. Sadly, we will not see our Chinese driver for the rest of the day. But one race down, you can see the top of our screens there. It's going to be a very exciting Junior TKM race. Yesterday, Aidan Mitchell was the heat winner. Yihan Kalachan, the championship leader, is second. A quick check at the championship points standings in Junior TKM. At the end of 2 out of 5 rounds, Yihan Kalachan leads. Willoughby Steele is second in the point standings. Willoughby, the O-plate winner. Yihan, who won the Shenington Super Prix here a week ago, which is the E-plate event. Now, the rest of the British Championship season after this, you can see we go to Lark Hall August the 20th and August the 27th, so back-to-back weekends in Lark Hall. Then the TKMs are at Wilton Mill, first weekend of September. Then we've got a break. Then it is Rowra. And then it's Warden Law.
Yes.
And then PFI.
Yes.
In that order.
You smashed it.
Anybody think I got my own calendar written down somewhere? No, I don't know where I'm going to be most days, but I don't know where I am now, actually.
You're in Shenington, mate.
Oh, right, okay.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Everything's okay. It's going to be all right.
So Aidan Mitchell won yesterday from Yihan Kalachan, Willoughby Steele third, Leo Robinson fourth, Patrick Leaf, Harry Blaw, the top 6. Though Harry Blaw got a penalty, he would have finished fourth. Otherwise, Jake Humphrey, Monty Brathwaite. We had a thing, was it Braithwaite or Brathwaite?
I always go with Braithwaite.
Well, it's spelt Brathwaite. Now,
it is
Monty's mum collared me because I think Anthony's saying Braithwaite and I'm saying Brathwaite. It's Brathwaite.
Okay, cool. We'll go with Brathwaite.
Monty's mum, if you're in the paddock, come to the scrutineering area and tell Henry it's Brathwaite, not Braithwaite. It's spelt Brathwaite. I'm going with Brathwaite. Daniel Samir was 9th, then Jack Stewart, William Bryant. Sadly, the Total Trouble Racing Klassen Motorsports kart of Harrison Morrow had another engine go. That was a seizure. And Daniela Sutton also didn't finish. There's a good look. So, man on the ground, camera on the ground. So that's the number 14 kart of Aidan Mitchell. Aidan's dad, you can see him there in the grey t-shirt, from Belleville, Ontario. That's in Canada, that is.
Wow.
Canada, yes. Canada. Oh, Canada.
So you don't know where we are right now, but you know where that is.
Oh, I know. So he said, I'm from a little town called Belleville. I was like, I know Belleville. So I've been to Toronto many times, and then driven down to Detroit, which you have to come down through Ontario. You pass. There's a service station, and old school karting fans will love this. On the highway down from Toronto in Canada to the US border in Ontario, you go through Tilbury. The Tilbury kart circuit, which was a kart circuit down, in England, long since built over. Terry Fullett used to say Tilbury was a place of legends. But yes, there's a service station called Tilbury in Canada, just by Belleville, where Aidan Mitchell's dad's from. That's how I know. All comes back to karting.
Exciting information here on the for event number 5.
That's what you pay.
I liked it, mate. I liked it.
It's what you pays your money for.
I'd not heard of Tilbury, and I'm a karting commentator. So
to be fair, Tilbury was long since flats.
When are we talking?
We're talking Tilbury 70s and 80s.
Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty fair.
Into the early 90s.
I don't know of that one.
Into the 90s. Okay, so there's it's good to see the precision racing mechanic just giving Aidan Mitchell a bit of a fist bump there. So here we go then. It's race number 15. It is Junior TKM. The starting grid is as follows.
Yes, indeed, our first of 2 heats for the morning. Before we get into the pre-finals, let's have a look at the grid then. Aidan Mitchell is on pole position. Alongside him is Harry Blore. Then behind them, Jehan Kalachurn and Willoughby Steele and Leo Robinson and Daniela Sutton.
Good qualifying from Sutton. 7th is Patrick Lee, followed by William Bryant, Monty Brathwaite and Jake Humphrey round out the top 10. Then it's Harrison Morrow and Jack Stewart on row number 6 with Daniel Samir on the 7th row. Now, I'm going to be really Anaraki here, and I wonder, is that a different font? A slightly different font they're using?
I think it was.
It looks like a different font, but there we go. Maybe it's my old eyes to see me. It's blinking good, no matter what it is. Right.
I also hate to call someone out again, but I did see Daniel Samir have a little cheeky spin up.
A cheeky spin, like a cheeky Nando's.
Oh, don't get me hungry already, mate. We've got a long time until lunch.
Right. There's Daniel Samir, cheekily making his way to the back of the grid. Junior TKM driver number 73, Lewis Painton, is working in the tyre park Ferme today. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's a false start, which was for a start. So it's a precision racing front row here. All precision racing row 1. In fact, 3 precision racing karts in the top 4, with the sole class and motorsport kart of Jehan Kalachurn 3rd. Then a pair of Tim Wilson motorsport karts on row number 3, Robinson and Sutton. Patrick Leap is the leading privateer in 7th, followed by the Rob Saw Racing number 97 of William Bryant. Then 2 more Tim Wilson motorsport karts with Humphrey and Brathwaite, and then Harrison Morrow. This Harrison Morrow. He's like a mashup, like a musical sort of mixtape. A musical mixtape. He is running out of the class and motorsport awning, but his normal team is Total Trouble Racing. Total Trouble Racing.
Interesting.
Yes. R.I.P. Murdoch, by the way. And then privateer Jack Stewart and Daniel Samir for Tim Wilson Motorsport round out the grid. Now, second time of asking. Let's see if we can go racing.
The biggest talking point of yesterday, I think, in this category was that Jehan didn't win the race.
Aye.
So let's see whether he can do it from 3rd place. Then we do get it underway. No, we don't. We're going round again.
Okay. What? Now, yesterday, John, you did a fantastic job. There was lots of feature interviews that you filmed. Basically, the TKM, the Junior TKM, what they're doing now is this is a massive diss to you. Because the more rolling laps you take, the shorter amount of time you have between races, the less time you have to play some of your amazing features. They're laughing at you, John.
No one wants to see my
Oh dear, now what's the problem here? Number 75, Harrison Morrow.
That doesn't sound good.
He's got to get that car back up to speed.
He has.
Yes, he has.
Looks like he's got that back up to speed all right. I'm not sure if he had a spin or something. We didn't quite see that.
Harrison's mum does the mechanicking.
Wow.
Harrison's dad, Rich, he does the team management.
Nice.
And when Kart breaks down, Kart, he goes to fetch said Kart. And he's media manager as well for Harrison and the Total Trouble Racing team. And I did see a picture, so I'd never met Harrison's mum before, but I know she's an absolute legend because in the one photograph I've seen, she's drinking a can of Iron Brew.
What a legend. Really bad start. I think that was from the second row, the number 11 there. Yeah, Harry
dear.
Blore from second place. Bogs down. Are we going round again?
Yes, we're going round
again.
Right, this is we're now in danger of having the drivers having a stern talking to from our race directors. We've got Ken Potter, we've got Nigel Edwards, we've got Dan Ashton out on circuit. Now, there's Harrison Morrow. Harrison Morrow
has made it.
Because Harrison had problems getting going in one of the heat races at Glenagorse, but then to catch up, cut the track. And that's a no-no.
Yeah, that's
so he's remembered.
Yes.
Said if Kart bogs down on rolling lap and I have to boot it to catch the rest of the field, do not cut a corner.
Yes. That's a good rule to follow there. We'll hope as well that Harry Blore from second place doesn't bog this time. I think he was probably quite happy that they went round again on that time.
Yes, so here we go. For the fourth time? Fourth time of asking, ladies and gentlemen. Right, John, you've had 3 goes of starting this race. Let's see if I'll work for it. It does. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Yehan Kalachin, who gets past Harry Blore and is already challenging number 14, Aidan Mitchell, for the lead as they come around Cafe Corner. All 13 karts still nicely, closely bunched together. Now the run down to Stratford Corner. Mitchell defending. Here comes Kalachin trying to go high, wide, and Hansen. Does he make it? Not this time.
Big move to the outside there, wasn't it? Tries it round the outside late on the brakes, but not able to make it stick. Now, of course, here down through the Bruno chicane, you would assume that they're going to go single file, but I mean, even in the warm-ups we saw earlier, I saw some very cheeky moves down the inside, so yeah, never say never, but they all keep it facing in the right direction, heading down to the final sector of the circuit. Now, of course, the best line is to go to the outside and cut back, but it leaves you open to a move, and you see there, 3 overtakes there on the number 11 of Harry Blore. He drops down to 6th place, and there might be the move for the lead, and there is the move for the lead.
Yep, Kalachin makes his way past Mitchell going into Park Bend. Good move there. Harry Blore has not had a great start in the number 11. He has such a good result at Glenagorse, finished 2nd at Glenagorse. He's actually, he's 5th in the championship, but he's finished top 5 in both finals. And that is one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport karts.
I think was that Daniela Sutton.
Getting all over the curb there. And there is the Rob Saw Racing kart defending. And is that Blore?
Yeah, Blore goes wide.
Always, yes. And if all else fails, punch the steering wheel.
Yes, indeed. No, it was. He went to the outside there, just a little bit late on the brakes, had that little bit of knock on the front left, and just sent him wide.
Yes, and now we're out onto the start-finish straight to complete lap number 3. 8.5 minutes to go. Kathy Watson saying to Henry, please say hello to John and Shay. Love Kathy Watson. Okay, well, John and Shay Watson, consider yourself helloed by me on behalf of Kathy. There we go.
I'm going to take that as a hello to me as well. Hello.
She meant to say to Henry and John. But it's okay. How glad Kathy's doing okay. Hope you're okay back in Guernsey, a Channel Island. One of the islands in the Channel. Back to the racing. Kalachin and Mitchell. Here's the battle over 3rd position. The number 22, Patrick Leaf, trying to get past Willoughby Steele.
But Willoughby Steele then went down the inside to Leo Robinson.
Yeah, now Willoughby Steele's dad is walking on the paddock with his finger in a bandage. And I said, what's wrong with yourself? He goes, car door.
Ouch.
Ouch. Yes.
Ouch.
And funny enough, Willoughby Steele was closing the door there on Patrick Leaf in the same fashion. So there we go. Battle for 3rd into... battle... Oh, it's a bit further down the order, actually.
That was Brathwaite.
Bryant,
Sorry, we'll get it right.
That's... Brathwaite, the 97 of Bryant, and the 43 of Daniela Sutton. So this is 6th, 7th, and 8th. Just behind them is Jake Humphrey, Jack Stewart, Daniel Samir, Harrison Morrow, and Harry Blore after that spin is right down there. There's a move from Sutton, and she doesn't quite get it done.
Not quite, yeah, on that one. You can dive to the inside there, but you've really got to make sure you get alongside so you can sort of bully your way through and force them to the exit curb and force them to then go in behind you. But yeah, Daniela not quite getting the overcut there, but good attempt at the move, and I'm sure it'll be on for this lap once again.
And just out of camera shot there, but in just below the commentary box, Harry Blore has brought the number 11 Precision Racing kart into pit lane. Oh, and there's a slowing Tim Wilson Motorsport kart going out of Stratford Corner. Now we're into the Bruno chicane, not named after Frank Bruno.
Bruno Senna?
Bruno Ferrari,
who
won 3 British titles here. I think it was here in 1967. It was here or Rissington in 1967. 3 British championships in a single day. Only driver in history to ever do that. And And that's the Bruno chicane. Patrick Leaf, fastest lap of the race in kart number 22. He's in 4th place, closing in on 3rd place, Leo Robinson, with Aidan Mitchell and Jan Kalachern still leading the way. We're focusing on this very, very good battle. Now we're focusing on the battle for 3rd. There's the number 6 of Robinson, the 22 of Leaf, the O plate of Willoughby Steele on his own in 5th position. But through the Bruno chicane, and they're not too far behind the 2 leaders either, John.
No, they're not far off them at all, and if the 2 leaders start battling at all, they'll be right there and in with a chance of the fight as well. The 14, though, of Aidan Mitchell, staying behind for now. You can see there, the door was very much open for him to dive down the inside there and decides against it. Still got over 5 minutes left on the clock. There's no need to start battling like that because he's checking over his shoulder. He can see how close Leo Robinson and Patrick Leaf are. And also, of course, it counts for conditions and everything like that, but fastest lap there from Leo Robinson, a 46.01. The lap record for junior TKM here, 43.78. So there's still a bit of time, well, quite a bit of time to get before they get onto that lap record pace.
I was going to say, Anthony Jordan needs to take note. John Ratcliffe is immaculately prepared. I was just going to say, looking at his notes there, the lap record, Jake Campbell-Mills. Oh, there's a name that takes you back a little while ago. Of course, I think maybe different tyres, obviously much different track conditions. It was raining yesterday. There's not much rubber laid down here. But yeah, 43.78 junior TKM lap record.
It's pretty speedy. Yeah,
Jake Campbell-Mills, that would have been about 2014, 2015, I would imagine that lap record goes back to. And it's not as though you don't race TKMs here. There's TKMs here all the time at Shenington. I think probably next to Kim Bolton, this is a spiritual home of TKM racing. Now here's a good battle. It's briefly on our screen. Here's an even better one for the race lead, John.
Indeed, yeah. Thought about it once again, but I do think the 2 behind are still closing in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we saw just off camera, I think it was Daniela Sutton went for a cheeky move into Cafe Corner on William Bryant, but we continue to watch this battle at the front. Of course, we said earlier that a big surprise of yesterday was that Jehan Kalachern didn't win the race. Well, he's now in the perfect place to do so in this one. There's still a lot of time left, so we'll wait to see if he can do it. They are 1,000 million billion% closing in on these leading 2. Leo Robinson and Patrick Leaf trading fastest laps, pushing each other towards Jehan Kalachern and Aidan Mitchell.
Yes, they are. Could we have a 4-way dance?
Oh, I hope so.
For the race. Oh, and now there was someone coming up, Willoughby Steele, just kicking up a little bit of smoke there coming out of behind them, very briefly. But into Stratford Corner, we've got 3.5 minutes of this heat race to go. Kalachern, the number 4 kart for Class of Motorsport. The 14 Precision Racing kart of Aidan Mitchell. Then we have the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 6 of Leo Robinson, and leading privateer number 22, Patrick Leaf. That's a microcosm of the TKM racing. We got 3 of the biggest professional teams.
Change the lead.
Change the lead, yes.
Indeed, good move there from Aidan Mitchell. However, you see already how much time that's lost them to the 2 behind. The 2 behind not quite fighting, but they were thinking about it, and we do now have a 4-way battle for the lead here.
Excellent. With 3 minutes.
All right, Mr. Burns.
Yeah, excellent. Right, and side by side coming up beneath our commentary box window, Daniela Sutton making a move on William Bryant for 6th position. So these 4 all together into the Bruno chicane for the 10th time. Mitchell, Kalachern, Robinson and Leaf. Out onto Hangar Straight. Slipstreaming, so important here at Shenington through Hangar Corner now. You can see, it's strange. There's Kalachern at the inside.
He's going to be followed through.
And he's, Robinson goes through. Now, you look on our camera, the track is straight. Between Hangar Corner and Wilkins, the track is straight. However, if you've driven this circuit, the track, you don't actually stop ever turning.
No.
It's not as though you turn, straight turn. Oh, here we go. It's all kicking off at the front.
Nearly 3 wide there around the left-hander, nearly getting squeezed onto the gravel on the outside. I think they relatively stay as they are, and they do. So Leo Robinson has taken the lead of this one, but Jehan Kalachern still in 2nd place. Aidan Mitchell now behind, and Patrick Leaf still there in 4th place.
Robinson 2nd and 3rd in the final so far this year, so he's been very, very consistent.
He's not got a good exit as Leo Robinson. He knows it. Checks over his shoulder here as you come down the flat right-hander. As you say, you never really stop turning here, and he covers over the inside there to stop Jehan from going for that move, and they all stay as they were.
Out of Wilkins. Onto Park Straight, which is, again,
not really a straight.
It's a straight, but you're often just continuously turning in a very wide arc. Coming out of the final corner, going into turn number 1. 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. And Kalachern swings out wide. Now Robinson defends. Watch the run that Patrick Leaf gets. Leaf's going to get a really good run up the straight now, but he's not got track position. Here comes Karting on Robinson. This is gonna hinder Robinson. Karting's gonna get a good run down the Hanger Straight. Mitchell and Leaf also get a good run.
Immediately moves to the inside, doesn't he, Leo Robinson? He knows to cover this off. Jehan's thinking about the dive down the inside, but so is the driver behind. To the outside goes the 22 of Patrick Leaf, trying to find a way round, but Leo Robinson doing everything he can out front to stop the charge of Jehan Kalic. I mean, all three of the other drivers behind snapping at his heels, trying to get through. They're all moving across the circuit, trying to place their kart in the right position to make sure no one's able to get through on them. But what a good exit there from Jehan. Thought he could get to the outside, but he just can't.
And this is just a heat race, remember, ladies and gentlemen. Robinson defends. Now, can Kalichin get the undercut? Yes, he can. Kalichin's got the inside line, but Robinson's going to have the inside line for the middle portion of the Bruno S here, but Kalichin's already made the move, and Mitchell goes around the outside to take second position. Robinson goes from first to third, and Patrick Leaf trying to demote him to fourth now. The clock strikes 0 next time by John. It's going to be the last lap.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, as you say, this is only a heat race, ladies and gentlemen, and it's already all kicking off. A four-way battle to kick off the racing for today after the repechage. This is fantastic, but now Jehan Kalic finds himself back in the lead. He hasn't actually been in the lead for too much of this race, but you want to be in the lead on the last lap. That's where you can actually take the win of the race. However, Aidan Mitchell behind is really trying to stop him.
Yeah, indeed, and Mitchell's going to get a good run up runway straight now, but Mitchell has to stall out. He doesn't get the move done going into the Bruno chicane.
Good exit, though.
Yeah, he's got a really good exit. Here we go, side by side. 2 corners to go, John. You can still name any one of 4 can win the race.
Patrick Lee's trying it there, but isn't going to get a good exit, is he? So it is going to be the number 4 of Jehan Kalic, who is going to take the win here in heat number 2. Aidan Mitchell in second, Leo Robinson in third, and Patrick Leaf in fourth. What a race.
And this group going across the line. Now, that was the battle for sixth position. Oh, right. And even the battle for 11th between Daniel Samir and Harrison Morrow was a good one. So, Sutton wins the battle for 6th. Samir wins the battle. I think now that is... I'm not quite sure, is that a happy mum or an unhappy mum going back? There's certainly a lot to talk about after that one, as the drivers head back into Parc Fermé.
It was a bit of a shame there was actually so much good batting throughout the pack because we couldn't focus on all of it. It was so brilliant.
You needed split screen.
Yeah, we did.
So look, on the live chat, Lucas asking how come the TKMs have metal rear bumper, most of the others have plastic. That's just British regulations against European regulations. Ben Edwards saying great defending Leo Robinson. I agree. And yes, also saying good move from Leo Robinson. Let's have a look. Charlie Ellis Motorsport's been on. Morning, Henry and John, is what you meant to say. Could you possibly mention that Gridman Sam is marshalling at Donington Park in September for the TCR UK Touring Car Meet? And Charlie's also racing on the support bill. So there we go. So, Gridman Sam.
I love Gridman Sam.
Gridman Sam, an inspiration.
A legend.
A legend and an inspiration, and a very hard-working, qualified member of the British marshalling and circuit staff community. And I got to say, that's a big thank you to the BRSCC, to Stuart Lines, and the TCR UK Championship, that Sam will be able to marshal for car racing meet as well as car racing. There's Willoughby Steele, foreground there. I mean, so a lonely run to 5th position there.
It was a lonely race for him, wasn't it?
For Willoughby, yeah. Sort of not quite with them, but Jehan Kalic, there's the results on the left-hand side of your screen. There's Dave Klassen and former TKM driver Joe Fowler, now working for Team Hard in the British Touring Car Championship. So, the results. Jehan Kalic by 0.19 of a second, with 1900ths for you and me, over Aidan Mitchell. Leo Robinson, Patrick Leaf, Willoughby Steele, the top 5. Daniela Sutton, William Bryant, Jake Humphrey, Monty Brathwaite, Jack Stewart, Daniel Samir, Harrison Morrow, and Harry Bloor failing to finish. Now, the young lady in the blonde hair there, that's Charlie King's sister. Yes. She is in charge of keeping Charlie King's go-kart clean. And his now you will, if those of you who haven't seen the paddock show that was recorded last night, that's on YouTube now, you'll see it during the lunch break. We can have that debate of whether Charlie King's new graphics kit. You can see Charlie King, it's the green number 6 kart there. So the other class of motorsport karts are sort of black, silver and purple. His is green. Charlie likes it. Not sure about his dad.
His dad wasn't so happy.
Undecided. This is the TKM Extreme grid. 17 of them in total. Championship positions coming into this weekend, very, very tight indeed. I think there's probably 5 drivers within 20 or so points of championship leader Charlie King, who's in kart number 6. Second in the championship is Lee Whittingham. Alfie Garford is third. Fourth in the standings is Kian Bennett, with last year's champion Chris Whitten 5th.
Indeed. It's a very, very close championship in the TKM Extreme, and I'm sure this is going to be a good race. Now, of course, we had those little reports of spots of rain earlier. I think that has subsided for now, but as we saw on the graphics opening of the stream, possibly just before the lunch break, the last couple of pre-finals, maybe we'll see some rain. So make sure you stay tuned. You don't want to miss any of the action out here on circuit today at Shenington. I mean, we've seen 2 races so far, 2 fantastic races, and particularly that junior TKM race. What a fantastic battle throughout the field. Sadly, we're only able to focus on the top 4, but what a race it was. And we're very much looking forward now for TKM Extreme to go out on circuit as well. So I do believe we've got the grids for this one, so let's have a look at the grid then for TKM Extreme heat number 2. A lot of drivers on the grid for this one then, 17 in total I do believe, and it's Chris Whitten who lines up on pole position, last year's champion, and Lee Whittingham alongside him on second position. Then it's Alfie Garford and Michael Cornell, then Aaron Lask and Charlie King.
On row number 4, it's Harvey Roth and Spencer Lane. Row 5 is Kai Springfield and Ashton Cox. Row 6, Liv Jenkins and Kian Bennett.
Then row number 7 is Luke Jarman and Oliver Bowen, and Andrew Platt and Jessica Fitch Hall behind them. And rounding out the 17 kart grid for this one, it's Joe Cheek from Klassen Motorsport.
Well, let's see if the extreme drivers can get their race going at the first time of asking, unlike their junior counterparts.
I don't think their race can be any more extreme than the juniors one was, to be honest.
That was very good. Now, all-white kart, number 85, Michael Cornell. Missed the last round at Glencourse. Michael's got 1 podium in the British Championship. It was the very first round of the British Championship back in March 2019. Hasn't been back on the podium yet. He's got a long way to go. This is only Heat 2. They've still got their pre-final and final to go. But we come out of the last corner into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing for the first time in TKM Extreme, and it's Chris Whitten who goes through turn number 1. Give it Alfie Garford on the outside of row number 1. Great move from the Wera Tools sponsored driver to take the lead.
What a fantastic move. Again, trying it around the outside there, down at the first hairpin. It's never an easy one, especially with that raised curb on the outside. If you try it around the outside and the driver decides, I'm going to force you out wide here, suddenly you're in for quite the bumpy ride.
Dear.
That was a big send down the inside there. Have they all made it out?
Sharp intake of breath. Yes, they have. They have. That was a Klassen Motorsport kart. I'm trying to see who that was. I'm not sure. Would it be Charlie King? It looked like Klassen Motorsport car. Let's have a check. But it was Charlie King very, very, very late on the brakes.
We had a change to second place down at Wilkins as well. Harvey Roth down the inside of Chris Whitten demotes him to third place. And now Harvey Roth looking forward to Alfie Garford is already starting to build a little bit of a gap, but probably been helped by that move from Harvey. So maybe that will close up once again. Bit of a wide moment there. Going to lose a few positions as Lee Whittingham.
Yep, Lee Whittingham, who won yesterday's heat race in the wet. And the number 10 kart now drops to, I would say, about 8th or 9th place.
Indeed, not ideal. When they're so close together on circuit, you make one little mistake like that and suddenly you've lost a few positions. But as you say, winner yesterday, we know how fast he is, so we'll keep an eye out on him through the rest of this heat.
Yes, indeed. Now, out to complete lap number 2, or lap number 3, rather. Go on to lap number 3. It is Garford, Roth, Whitten, King, Springfield. Then Whittingham in 6th, last Cornell. Oh, those clouds. There's a little bit of sunshine, but
ominous.
So yes, that there looks very ominous indeed. However, we're in a sort of little pocket here, because directly over the circuit there is a very small blue patch of sky. It's literally directly over us, and that's it.
Yeah, everywhere else is very ominous black clouds, isn't it? So we'll see whether that rain comes.
Now here
as
comes
there might be
Whittingham.
the move. Yes. Back down the inside, a little bit slidey there on that last bit of braking, allows for the 70 to sneak through as well. So Joe Cheek, he's come from the back of the grid and he's already up in 7th place. What a start.
Yes, Cheek, it was Cheek who was making the lunge going into, I think now he had problems yesterday. Clutch drum fell off.
Ah, yes, I remember we spoke to him on the paddock show, didn't
yes,
we?
There were other dramas, but if you want, we're not going to, no other spoilers. You have to watch the paddock show during the lunch break
no
to find out. Spoiler alert.
The paddock show cinematic universe. No spoilers.
Now, in to Hanger Corner we go. Garford, the Wera Tools sponsored privateer engine. That looked like Roth was making a move.
He's going to go for it.
That looked like Roth, the O plate. And there comes Joe Cheek, absolutely
Cheeky.
storming at the order. And of course, the one thing is he's got less tyre wear.
Yes, of course.
He's done fewer laps than everybody else, so he's already up from 17th to 6th.
Going side by side for the lead there through the flat-out left-hander, and Harvey takes it back. Didn't get a great exit off of Cafe. Now going to lose 2nd place as well, it seems. Alfie Garford overtaken by Chris Whitten, checks over his shoulder. He's got a little bit of space back to Charlie King, but not much at all. So as I say, yeah, Harvey Roth, not a great exit off of Cafe, but that secondary bit of power, got the good exit and was able to chop off Alfie Garford, who then drops down into 3rd. But we saw a 4-way battle for the lead in the previous race, looking like it could be a 5-way battle in this one. As back down the inside goes Alfie Garford.
Great stuff. So we have got Tim Wilson Motorsport leading 2 privateers, leading Klassen Motorsport, leading the number 97 privateer driver Kai Springfield. Good to see Kai running well. He finished 4th last time out at Glenagors, 8th at PFI. And the driver who was 10th, he was 10th in last year's championship. No, sorry, he was 9th in last year's championship, I believe. Adam Sparrow is not racing the number 19 this weekend. He is racing up at Knock Hill as one of the Mazda, the support package for the TCR UK Championship, and he's doing very well in that championship, I have to say. Now, you can see
going for it again.
Roth, just adjusting of the air floats, putting his hand over the intake there, just to sort of like cut the air off and give himself a little bit more power. Or is he trying to cool the engine? Not quite sure what he's doing there.
Not 100% sure. There's a move. That was a late one down the inside for 3rd place. Great little move. Is that Kai Springfield getting through? I thought it was a double number. No, it was the number 6 of Charlie King.
Oh, sorry.
Getting through on Chris Whitten it was. As here might be Kai Springfield. There he goes down the inside. So Chris Whitten demoted down to 5th place now.
We were a corner early when
we were.
Kai's move.
He's going again. Down the inside up to 3rd place goes Kai Springfield. Brilliant move.
Now Charlie King. So this is Charlie King's leading the championship, and it does affect your mindset. Any driver, even if we're at the halfway point of the season, 4.5 minutes ago, just over the halfway point of this race. But King is now leading the championship, and whether he likes to admit it or not, it does affect him your mentality slightly.
Definitely.
When you're chasing a championship leader, you're all gung ho because every position counts. You've got to close that gap. You've got to maximise your point score. Now, as a championship leader, you've got to minimise your issues. And sometimes, the first time it happens to you, that can cause you just to change your style ever so slightly, be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more circumspect. The problem is, in this kind of racing, at some point in every race, you have got to roll your sleeves up and be ultra aggressive. Caution can make it work for you most of the time, but not all the time.
I was hoping we might change to this. Yeah, Joe Cheek's leading the most ridiculous battle from 6th position. Everyone else, as you say, is behind him.
6th to 16th.
So I was hoping we would look back to this one, and that's what we're doing now. Look at this train of karts going across the start-finish line to start a new lap. As I say, Joe Cheek, he's had a great run from the back of the grid after those issues yesterday, now leading this gaggle, but it's been very difficult to break the toe here. A very, very fast circuit where you're going down to diving braking zones like this, and you can get overtaken as Joe Cheek does. Luke Jarman down the inside and looking like the 10 behind of Lee Whittingham, trying to follow through as well.
Yeah, so Whittingham has had an up and down race. So there's number 44, that's Cian Bennett, and there is Whittingham now back in front of the number 18 of Luke Jarman. So Whittingham's made that move again. And this is, Cheek, Jarman, Whittingham, Cornell. Oh dear, there's the number 11 of Spencer Lane out of the race. The Rob Saw Racing driver, 7th in the championship the last 2 years. Spencer Lane, only 18th at the moment, and that is not going to help him. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers in the battle just behind. So we've got a 5-car battle for the race lead, and then a 9-driver battle for sixth position, and then Jessica Fitch Hall is just a couple of seconds off the tail end of that.
Indeed, yeah. I think Oliver Bowen just got Cian Bennett for 12th place there in this ridiculous gaggle of karts behind. And it looks like after making that overtake, Luke Jarman, he's starting to break that toe. And look at this, it might be another move down the inside, and Joe Cheek's going to lose another couple of positions.
Looks like a rolling lap.
It is, yeah, literally it is. Almost like they're warming up their tyres. They're darting across the circuit so quickly. But this is a fantastic little battle. But yeah, Joe Cheek now down into 8th place. He made that initial fantastic run through the field. As you say, slightly better tyres from not having to use them in heat number 1 due to that issue before. I think he even got out of the dummy grid area, so definitely no use on those tyres. And look at this!
Michael Cornell under pressure, and he loses a place there to Liv Jenkins. Liv Jenkins there in the sort of the black and yellow white cart, number 48. There is the number 58 of Ashton Cox. Cian Bennett has dropped the back of this group, but and finally sort of Luke Jarman. Here comes Lee Whittingham. Whittingham the inside of Cheek, and Lee Whittingham moves into 7th position. 90 seconds to go. Kai Springfield sets a fastest lap, but drops a place. How does that work?
Honestly, I don't know how anything is working in this race, to be honest. It's all kicking off. Yeah, Kai's been super fast throughout the race. I think he's the one who's had the fastest lap, I'm pretty sure, throughout the whole heat here. Yeah. But yeah, just hasn't... He moved up into 3rd, didn't he, at one point, now has slipped back down into 5th. But what was a 5-kart battle for the lead, as we've looked away to that other ridiculously large 9-kart battle, this has sort of split off, hasn't it? We've got a leading 2 now of Alfie Garford and Harvey Roth. Then behind them, Charlie King leading this battle between himself, Chris Whitten, and Kai Springfield. Chris Whitten looking very cheeky down into that final corner. Thought he might think of the move to the inside, but waits once again. As you say, only now 45 seconds on the clock. Not too much longer to get it done, but once again, you want to make sure you just get a bank a good result. Then we go into the pre-finals and into the finals later on today.
Now, out of Cafe Corner, through Pitts Bend, Garford and Roth have sort of got a tiny little breakaway. That one, and Harvey Roth still saying to Alfie Garford, saying, go, 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 I'm not going to attack you. And so Garford shouldn't be defending. So we'll watch Garford, that Wera Tools sponsored 88 kart, of course. Don't forget Alfie Garford, the 2021 Junior TKM British Champion. And his dad, Simon, was also Junior TKM British Champion back in 1997. Father and son.
Yeah, it runs in the family then.
Speed runs in the family.
Ooh, the timer just ticked to 0 there. I'm not sure if they're going to hit the final lap, though.
No, I'm not sure if we've got the last lap board out.
No. So 2 more.
2 more. So it'll be the penultimate lap. Down towards Stratford Corner. Now, will you see Roth give Garford to Garford? Garford looks over his shoulder, and Harvey Roth was not giving him the push. That tells Alfie Garford that he's going to have to defend the next lap and a half. Will he move to the inside? Yeah, Harvey Roth has stopped signalling. Alfie knows he hasn't got a friend behind him anymore.
You've not got a friend in me, says Harvey Roth, as they now head onto the final lap then. Very, very quick circuit. He's going to get the overtake done already into the left-hander. No way. They're going to go side by side round the first corner into Cafe. Can he hold the inside? No. What a move from Harvey Roth. Definitely doesn't have a friend in him.
No, not yeah. The Toy Story references are fantastic. I love it, John. Love it. Right. Don't call me a sad, strange little man. Here we go, side by side, out of Stratford Corner. Garford has to tuck back in. King still runs in 3rd from Whitten and Springfield. But now Roth is going to have to defend, because he's not going to get a good run. He is defending, hugs the inside line, down Hanger Straight. Will Garford do the switch over and dive up the inside? Watch, he's going to try and go around the outside, but Roth hangs on. Great, great performance. Out of the final corner, Harvey Roth, great battle there. Takes the win from Alfie Garford, Charlie King, Chris Whitten and Kai Springfield. There is Luke Jarman and Joe Cheek, and Lee Whittingham leads everyone else home. Well, we'll get a full result. Another great race. Just having a quick look at the live chat. Now, in In racing, we have, in karting specifically, you have race with respect. I think that should also be the case for on the live chat. So only respectful comments, please, in the live chat, the folks in the racing. And if you haven't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And just switch the laptop off because those keyboards are getting absolutely hammered by the various warriors out there. So we'll keep the comments nice and respectful on the racing, both on the Alpha Live and the Motorsport UK.
Just before you run through the results
Yes.
here, less than 9/10 of a second split Joe Cheek in 7th, and it was Ashton Cox in 12th. So
Superb.
5 drivers split by 9/10 across the line there. That's
Excellent.
ridiculous.
And that's not qualifying, that is a 15-lap race.
Yeah.
Everybody. So the O-Plate, the British Open champion Harvey Roth takes the win. Garford, King, Witten, Springfield, Jarman, Cheek, Whittingham, Cornell, Bowen, Jakins, Cox, Bennett and Aaron Lask in 14th place. 10 seconds cover the top 14 with Andrew Platt, Jessica Fitchhall, the last 2 finishers, and Spencer Lane rounding out the thing. Let's have a look. On the, Ben Edwards saying, odd seeing the junior TKM and TKM Extremes electric starts. But yesterday, before we go to the next race, so that's the last heat race. Before the pre-finals, it's a short break. But don't go away. Yesterday, John, you did some fantastic features.
Thank you.
The senior X30 is at the pre-final, but one of the X30 drivers did speak to with the juniors was Fred Green. So, John, this is John meets Fred Green.
Okay, let's go for take 1.
Hopefully there's only one take. We'll see. Right, of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Now, you join me here with a very interesting face. It's Mr. Fred Green from our Junior X30 Championship. Now, Fred, firstly, how you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I appreciate being asked how I am. Now, of course, chatting to you on the Friday. How's the Friday going so far?
Yeah, it's been a decent day. Got, like, good pace, really, but not really throwing everything at it so far, so see how we are in the races.
I think that's the best way. Try not to throw it all away in practice. Get through for the Sunday anyway. Yeah. Now, coming into the weekend, you're 2nd place in the standings, of course, only just behind Macaulay Bishop. I assume the goal for this weekend is to close that points gap to Macaulay?
Yeah, for sure. He's got quite a big lead on us at the moment, so it'd be nice to close that a bit. Last weekend we showed some good pace around here at the Super Pre, so hopefully we can close the gap.
Okay, so you've got some pretty recent experience here at Shenington then?
Yeah, I managed to win it, so that was a bonus, but yeah, see how we get on.
Nice. Okay, well, you're looking good coming into the weekend then. Well, you've been super consistent throughout the year. Worst result was a P7. I know you told me before the interview that P7 was also from a penalty as well. Yeah. What do you put this consistency down to?
Well, I think the team go to a lot of tracks testing beforehand, which obviously helps out where we don't really have a weak track. And I just say the team does a really good job of setting the kart up and stuff, so it's always good enough for me to win. So it's down to me at the end of the day. Exactly.
It's all on your head when it gets down to the racing out there. Now, of course, with your age and experience level, you've got lots of opportunities, loads of different championships that you could go into. Why have you chosen to race in Junior X30?
Well, I think the X30 engine is the most reliable, and in my opinion, which is a bit debatable, I think the X30 grid is probably the strongest grid as well in the junior class. Yeah, very good drivers and experienced drivers, so yeah, I think it's good.
Now, are you saying it's the strongest because you're up in P2 in the championship and you want to say that you're like the best driver ever?
Well, yeah, obviously that's going to be a bit of an element, but I think Macaulay's doing really well in the road tax as well, so it's good like reference to compare the skill level really, so yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now, of course, we're here at Shenington. Is this one of your preferred tracks, or do you not like this one so much?
To be honest, it's not a very good track. Like, there's only like 4 corners, and with my size, it's not really a great track for me because there's plenty of straights, but been all right so far, so it's not too bad.
I mean, you said you won the Super Pre last weekend, so you must be all right around it, even if you don't enjoy it maybe so much. Now, you race with, of course, Jamie Green Racing. Jamie Green being your uncle. Now, how is it having the team manager as a member of your family as well? That must be a little bit odd.
It's quite good because obviously Jamie's been a professional driver, so I always know that what he's saying is the right thing. And it's good, like, yeah, just having the family base kind of thing. Yeah, it's good.
So do you think, with the fact that he is a professional racing driver, has a lot of experience under his belt, do you think that's why both yourself and the team as a whole are just going from strength to strength?
Yeah, obviously we're quite a new team, so we're not going to get much worse. Only like 2 years running properly now. Yeah, we're growing as a team, and I think Jamie does a really good job, so hopefully we can get even bigger.
Awesome. No, I'd certainly hope so. Now, you said earlier, very strong grid in Junior X30.
Yeah.
Who do you reckon are your closest challengers for this weekend?
Obviously, Macaulay's going to be good, being the championship leader, and I'd say Kieran Garrity, Orridge, and then Zach as well, my teammate, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for chatting with me, mate. I very much appreciate it. Yeah. Seems like we've got a lot of challenges in Junior X30. You're not going to want to miss any of it. Make sure you tune in on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel and the Alpha Live YouTube channel all weekend. Cheers.
Bye.
Just got the cheeky little barsh in there at the end. Which you always like to hear from a lot of the drivers. And we are back in the commentary box. Hello, Henry.
Hello. Right, again, no, it's going to be green flag shortly.
Yes.
It's the start of the pre-finals.
So the Senior X30, they're going to start us off.
Yeah, 18
what a way
drivers,
to kick us off.
18 drivers. Now, again, the Senior X30 grid isn't as big as in years past. However, when you look at who is in it, you have got 3 former or reigning British champions in various classes. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the drivers on this grid have won a race in various classes in the British Championship. You've got, Gus Lawrence, who has been the reigning champion. He starts 4th on the 3rd of the grid, rather. Kalai Atkins. There is Kalai, number 7, the Croc Promotions driver. Just getting thumbs up from Niels, his mechanic. On the outside of row number 1, Marcus Littlewood. Marcus Littlewood has just been named the Motorsport UK Academy Young Driver of the Year for the Jade Racing team, 10th in there. Marcus Littlewood, now you won't remember this, John, but back when he was a junior, he would come to Kart Masters in Spirit of Senna graphics kit.
Wow.
But here we go. Starting lineup. Senior X30 Repechage is up next. Let's rattle through this one. Pole position for Crop Promotions, Kai Atkins. Then it is the Jade Racing team's Marcus Littlewood. Gus Lawrence, the PF International Karting team, and Caden McQueen for Crop Promotion on row number 2. Sam Shaw for Premium Karting and Harry Burgoyne Jr. for Mick Barrett Racing on row 3.
Row 4 sees Josh Agambar and Louis Johnston-Cool. Then row 5, Jack Nettleship and Luke Taylor rounds out the top 10. Then it's Alex Duncan and Ewan Thomas behind them.
Row number 7, double TKM Extreme British champion James Pashley and Michael Rapsey from the BMR Restart team. Leon Frost making his seasonal debut, the reigning junior TKM British champion Harry Ewell, Alistair Cresswell and William Smith rounding out the field. Here we go.
Yes, indeed. Leading us to the lights. Sam, we're going round again.
Okay.
Why is it always me? It's always me. I'm the unlucky charm for today,
You're the unlucky charm for starts, but once they get racing, eventually, then you are there. So a big welcome back to Leon Frost, Frosty, in kart number 59 for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. Last year's junior TKM British champion. Had to take, the first 7 months of something called school and exams.
What are those?
Yeah.
We're too old now.
Yeah, right. Yes, so he's back in the kart. I'd say he's looking to try to get work. Some very exciting potential work experience and apprenticeships for Leon Frost. Off track, don't spoil anything. There's Dan Ashton. There's the shoes. Look at the shoes.
There's the shoes.
Callum Tanner. Race predictions. It's excitement.
Yeah, we can't.
It's going to be exciting.
Can't do those.
It's going to be exciting. Yes, no, we can't make predictions.
We'll definitely commentators curse them and then they'll hate us.
Yes. So here we go. 18 drivers. They come to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Done it again. Into turn number 1. It's Kalai Atkins who has the lead. Marcus Littlewood side by side with Gus Lawrence. Lawrence is going to get screened wide. They're 3 wide coming out of Cafe Corner. And now we begin the run down towards Stratford. Atkins in the number 7 car has to defend, if you remember. Oh, and a spin at the back of the field there. There's 3 karts involved. And James Pashley grinding to a halt in the number 52. Couldn't quite see who that was. It was Harry Ewell, possibly.
I think it might have been Ewan Thomas,
Oh,
maybe.
no, James Pashley's out of the race. And I think he was just sort of like, he wasn't even involved in it. He was sort of caught up in it. But the top 3 are trying to break away. It's Atkins, Littlewood, and McQueen.
Indeed, and look at this, already looking for the move to the lead there. Down the inside goes Marcus Littlewood and takes it already. Demotes Carl Atkins to second place, and Caden McQueen right there in behind them, as you say. But they're looking to try and break away here. Making overtakes like that isn't going to help too much. And again, defending. Nope, goes down the inside, retakes the lead. Through goes Caden McQueen to second. He's going to try for the lead as well.
McQueen and his teammate Atkins side by side. The 1-4-2. Caden McQueen into the race lead.
Look at that. Here's Gus Lawrence. Here's Sam Shaw, all joining the party.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Gus Lawrence, Mr. Consistency, undefeated so far in the British Championship in terms of finals in 2023. He's won the last 3 finals, dating back to the last round of last year. But we have got a freight train at the front. 2, 4, 5. Here comes Sam Shaw. Oh, there's James Pashley sort of explaining to the observer. That was Alan Bryant I saw there. Who dug him up? No, I mean, sorry. Great to see Alan back in the championship. Great to see Alan.
Well, you've got violation on violation today.
No, I go back. Alan and I go back a long way, and it's great to see Alan back in the championship as one of the observers and part of the race directing team here at Shenington this weekend. But the field come out of the Bruno chicane, out onto Hanger Straight, through Hanger Corner. Again, you've got the green grassy bank, and then overhead the grey ominous cloud. But look at that in the background, there are blue skies. Do you know, it's brightening up a little bit. I don't want to whisper it, John. We might get away with it today. We might get away with it. Into Cafe Corner. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers battle for the race lead.
Literally, as we said earlier, if they start battling as they did, it was all going to close up, and it has done just that. There down the inside goes Gus Lawrence and Harry Burgoyne Jr. trying to follow through as well. A bit of contact, almost in the wall for Sam Shaw. He definitely made contact with it, but I think his Kart's okay. Yeah,
I think he's okay, but he wasn't. He was none too happy. Harry Burgoyne Jr. I could see the driver that was going in on Sam Shaw and running him wide at the exit there. Good work for the marshalling team here at Shenington. The tyres are back in place.
It was Burgoyne Jr.
Ah, yes. Well, you know, Harry Burgoyne, you know, Harry's from a family of short oval stock car racers. They build them up. They build them tough up near Cowdenbeath Racewall, I tell you that. Now, it is McQueen, Littlewood. The Jade Racing team, the Allen family, they know this circuit at Shenington like the back of their hands. It is no surprise that they have got that Burrow ART chassis hooked up, and Littlewood is driving it exceptionally well. Looking at his career, Marcus Littlewood has had 1 podium. I think it was here a year ago. The first round of 2022, he was on the podium. That's his sole British Championship podium to date. Race control warning, Michael Rapsey, number 50 for the BMR restart team. But now that they've calmed down a little bit, look at that. The pace of the top 4 is greater. So the top 4 work together, they're clear. The top 4 battle, we've got a 10-car battle for the race lead.
Yeah, indeed, and Gus Lawrence getting that fastest lap on the last lap, 42.14 for him. He's trying to close up on this top 3 once again. We did see out of the Bruno chicane. Wasn't a great exit for Marcus Littlewood. I thought he could open him up for a move from Kalai Atkins, but clearly Kalai having that heads-up racing, just thinking further on in the race. If I go for a move here, could open the gap and allow for Caden McQueen to break that toe, get away, and then there's no chance of catching them. Still 8 minutes left to go in this one. Still lots of time for it all to play out. And as you say, the top 4 looking to work together and push forward.
A trio of premium karting machines. Agambar in kart number 18 running in 6th. Luke Taylor in kart number 74 and 7th. And Sam Shaw in kart number 6 and 8, yes?
We've missed the move for second place. Kalai Atkins went down the inside of Marcus Littlewood there, I believe, into the final corner there at Wilkins. So he's taken second place away. Hasn't broken the toe for Caden McQueen, though. Still a little bit of a gap between them, but not much at all. Checks over the shoulder does Caden McQueen as they head down into the Bruno chicane once again, but he's managing the race very nicely at the moment.
I have to say, Kalai Atkins getting a lot of support on the Alpha Live online chat. OA, and OH Management. OA, that's I think that's might be Kalai's dad or uncle or something like that. And OH Management saying, come on, Kalai. Still don't know who OH Management is.
As Kalai Atkins gets the fastest lap.
He heard us. He's listening. Keep your comments coming in. Timo Jungling, who won the last junior Rotax round of the British Championship, is online saying, come on to Dan Holland Racing. We'll see Dan Holland Racing in the Junior X30 repechage. McCauley Bishop doing very well once again. Now, into the Bruno chicane. I got to say, I like the look of Marcus Littlewood here. He's sort of biding his time. We've seen aggressive moves from McQueen and from Atkins. We haven't seen Littlewood, apart from that one move going into turn number 1. You couldn't really call that an aggressive move. That was just, the door's open, we're going to move to the inside, pass. So we don't know what Littlewood has got in his locker. There's the Mick Barrett Racing machine of Harry Burgoyne Jr. Don't forget Harry Burgoyne Jr., number 68. No driver has got more British Championship podiums than Burgoyne Jr., I believe. I think let's have a little look. He's got, he is ahead of Kai Hunter. Burgoyne Jr., he's got 5 wins, 8 second places, 4 third places. That is 17 podiums. The modern era of the British Championship, that is a record.
Pretty impressive. But
well, just 2 places off another one.
Just outside of it, isn't he, in this one? But anything can change. As we said in your lovely little intro video this morning, it can all change in the blink of an eye, particularly here at Shenington. So we'll see whether he can jump on the podium once again. But we look back, I believe, to the battle that he is involved with. Indeed, Burgoyne Jr. leading these 3 as they're in that little gaggle behind. And we've got some spectators watching on as well.
Keen viewers here at the circuit. I mean, if you are in the Oxfordshire area, it is free to come in.
Yeah, come and say hi.
Watch, come and say hello. Somebody has pitted, so that I believe is Leon Frost has brought the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 59 kart in. So he's making his senior X30 debut. If you're in the Banbury area, then, come along. We've got a whole afternoon of racing to go.
Lots of pre-finals, lots of finals. Certainly not going to want to miss any of the action. It's been fantastic so far. A couple of races we've seen, and this one is turning into a corker as well, as Gus Lawrence has now overtaken Marcus Littlewood for 3rd place and takes the fastest lap once again. He is looking very fast, but we continue to watch it. Harry Burgoyne Jr. in 5th position, now leading Josh Agambar and Luke Taylor. This trio battling over 5th position. And just behind them, Sam Shaw had that little bit of contact earlier. Now just trying to fight back, and he's right in there behind him. Impressed
by Luke Taylor, only 22nd in the championship. Hasn't got a top 10 finish yet this year. Okay, it's only a pre-final, but he's running 7th, and he's pushing his teammate Josh Agambar, and he's also pulling it away from his far more experienced teammate Sam Shaw.
Indeed. No, it's been a really good race between them so far. I'm not sure if Sam did maybe get a little bit of damage from that contact with the wall. It's just not quite been there after that, has he?
You could be absolutely spot on there, John. Just a little bit, unsettle the kart, maybe just knock something slightly out of alignment, and therefore lucky not to get, taken out of the race completely. But so
he was very lucky. When you get on that exit curb on the outside it really just shuts you out wide.
It's like a sausage curve.
It is. It's almost like it's got a magnetic field, that tyre wall on the outside. It just it drags you in. And suddenly you're in the barrier.
Yes.
So luckily, it was really lucky to actually just continue on with the race then there. But yeah, still running well in 8th place, but maybe not quite what he would have hoped from this pre-final. Once again, as you say, still got a final coming up later on where he can get it all back once again. But here are your leaders. Caden McQueen still leading this one. No, I tell a lie. Number 7 of Carla Atkins is in the lead, and there is a move from Gus Lawrence up into P2.
Well, yeah, oh my word. Side by side, but Caden's not going to stand for that. Here comes Marcus with 3 wide into the final corner. Littlewood, wow. Gus Lawrence, Caden McQueen, they've snookered themselves there, has to be said. Lawrence and McQueen, neither one wanted to sort of like pare it down to the aggression stakes.
No, exactly. They all wanted out aggression each other, and that's been perfect for Carla Atkins.
Yeah, exactly. He's got through. I mean, Marcus Littlewood sort of took advantage. I think Marcus Littlewood was thinking there's going to be a crash in front of me, there's going to be a crash. They're going to crash. They haven't crashed, but I'm going to get out of their way. And it has slowed them down.
Yeah, as soon as he saw them dive to the apex, he knew that they would wash out wide, and he could dive there and get them under braking, and he did just that. Really, really nice move. Now finds himself in 2nd place, but they've got it all to do to chase down Carla Atkins. 1 second now the gap, and almost breaking the toe, I think, there. And you've got to watch him behind, of course. Harry Burgoyne Jr. still leading that battle in behind.
Yep.
They're closing in. Less than a second now between Burgoyne Jr. and Gus Lawrence.
Yes, and Callum Tanner on the race chat probably quite rightly saying maybe have knocked the rear axle ever so slightly. These
Exactly.
are very delicate pieces of equipment, these go-karts, and the 2 premium kartings. The second of these premium karting entries, the number 74, Luke Taylor. Just again, a really, really strong, mature drive so far. Now, behind Sam Shaw, Jack Nettleship runs 9th. Ewan Thomas is 10th. Scotland's Alex Duncan is 11th. Alistair Cresswell, who came back to TKM Extreme for 1 week only, last weekend at the Super Prix and won the E-Plate. Then it is Louis Johnson Cool in 13th, Michael Rapsey 14th, Harry Ewell is 15th, William Smith is the last kart running in 16th position. But there is Atkins, followed by Littlewood, McQueen and Lawrence. But now that McQueen and Lawrence have settled down, they're starting to draw away again from Harry Burgoyne Jr.
No, they definitely are. They've got that bit of pace, haven't they? Of course, a little bit of battling helps them initially close in, but I definitely think the top 4 just have that little smidge of extra pace.
Right, Lawrence was looking aggressive. Now, does Lawrence look to the inside?
They've been aggressive already in this race, haven't they?
Caden is... So Gus Lawrence should now know. Caden is not going to be overtaken without a fight. We're into the final 45 seconds. But why is Caden McQueen battling so hard for 3rd position? Well, because it is for 3rd position. That means that if Caden finishes where he is, he starts on the inside row of the grid for the final, which means he has got a much better run into turn number 1, and he is less likely to get squeezed wide. So he really wants that 3rd position.
Indeed, yeah. And now with less than 30 seconds left to go on the clock.
Look at Harry Burgoyne. Here we go.
Exactly. You can leave Carl Atkins and Marcus Littlewood now. They have gone. It's all focusing behind for Caden McQueen. And as you say, Burgoyne Jr. now nearly closing in enough to be involved in this battle. He's going to get a good exit there off the Bruno chicane. He's going to be involved in this battle very shortly. What's going to happen between McQueen and Lawrence, though, as Lawrence tries to dive down the outside, and there goes Burgoyne Jr. to the outside.
Nick Barrett Racing's number 68, Harry Burgoyne Jr., now has got Gus Lawrence. So Gus Lawrence is in a really awkward situation. If he moves offline, Burgoyne will get him. So Lawrence has to attack and defend. And here come the premium karting duo of Agambar and Taylor.
Burgoyne Jr.'s got him already.
Yes.
Burgoyne Jr.'s got him already on the exit there. Just went wide at Cafe and got a really good exit and got him before they even got to the flat-out left-hand. A really nice move from Burgoyne Jr. And now look at this. Gus Lawrence was attacking for 3rd place only a moment ago. Now having to defend backwards from Josh Agambar in 6th.
And I think that Gus Lawrence obviously doesn't want to lose a position, but he's thinking to himself, okay, 5th. That might be actually better than 4th on the grid for the final. Harry Burgoyne's thinking, right, well, I want to take 3rd. Here we go then. Kalai Atkins takes the win. Marcus Littlewood in 2nd. Caden McQueen is 3rd. Burgoyne Jr. is 4th. Lawrence 5th. Then it's Agambar, Taylor, Shaw, Nettleship, Thomas, Duncan, Johnson Cool, Cresswell, Rapsey. There goes William Smith across the line. Smith rounds out the field for the MDL Motorsport team in 16th position. Now, I'm just going to... We've got a camera. Let's have a look. So, Caden McQueen has gone into scrutiny area. There's Gus Lawrence. The body language of Gus Lawrence will probably give you an insight into how pleased otherwise he is with Caden McQueen. But it was just hard racing.
Yeah.
And there was a reason. McQueen was thinking, well, if it was a heat, I may not have defended 3rd position as aggressively. However, look, there's a glider. Now, John, I don't know about you. Every time I get into a plane, the one thing, or something, anything that flies, the one thing that keeps me nice is the fact it has an engine in it to keep me up in the air. There is your winner. There's Clay Atkins, the victorious fist bumps from the Anglo-Jamaican driver. It's great to see a lot of these drivers, with, like, say, Aidan Mitchell. He's got the Canadian flag on his kart. His dad's Canadian, so he's, it's their heritage. And obviously, Clyde's family from Jamaica originally, and again, keeping that flag flying, proud to represent both the UK and Jamaica. That's really good to see. Well done, Clyde, says Charlotte Gilbert. Hold your line, my son, says OA. I mean, that better be Clyde's dad.
Must be.
It must be. It must be. You're allowed to put down your first name, sir, so we can say hi to you. But there we go.
There we go. OA, his mummy.
Oh, his mummy.
There you go.
Right. Sorry. Oh, well, sorry, Mum. Your boy done good. There we go. Now, it's time for the next race, race number 18. This will be Water Swift Restricted. Okay, this is where the live chat will go crazy. So, this is Mexico's Mateo Garcia. He starts 11th on the grid. And, I have to say a big bon dia to everybody in Mexico this morning. The viewing figures went absolutely crazy at Granagos when Mateo was on his final. This is the pre-final. 18 drivers. The driver on the foreground of your camera at the moment, he won that's Austin Gibson. He won the heats yesterday. He won the first heat yesterday. He won both heats yesterday. I think he may have won both heats yesterday. He's the championship leader. He won the opening round at PF International. He was second. Ronnie Carter for Fusion Motorsport. That's right. So Mason Brooks in kart number 84. Mason won the most recent round in the wet at Granagos. I'm looking to see where Mason is starting. Right. Mason Brooks is down in 13th position, so issues for Mason Brooks. The top two in the championship. Austin Gibson starts from pole position. Mason Brooks down in 13th place. You can see Austin Newstead in the number 74 car. Austin, the 2021 British Bambino champion. So we've got Austin Gibson, Austin Newstead, Mason Brooks. They've all won races in the British Championship, not necessarily in this class, but in the championship. And of course, Austin Newstead is a former champion in the class. We've got Henry Clark, 8th in the 2020 Bambino Championship. Colby Patterson, runner-up to Austin Newstead in the 2021 Bambino Championship. Daniel Ferguson was 9th in last year's Bambino Championship. This is going to be, what's the difference between a Water Swift restricted and unrestricted? Nope, one's got a restrictor and one hasn't. How's that? That's as much as I know, Ben. Ben Edwards on the live chat. One of them has got a slightly bigger a slightly more restricted engine. So the speeds are slightly lower. So this is for the less experienced drivers. Of course, the Water Swift restricted. You can drive it to your 12, possibly 13 years old, something like that. 12. These are drivers that are 8, 9, 10. The younger and lighter drivers.
I think that's the best name for the chat as well.
Ronnie's mum.
Perfect.
Ronnie's mum.
Thanks,
there
Ronnie's
we go.
mum.
Yeah, Ronnie's mum. Hello, call the young man home. Mr. Brooks. Let's have a little look. Call the young man home. Herman Brooks. Call the young man home. No, we'll call, yes, I think I'm with you. Ronnie's mum. Come on, Ronnie Ray Carter. Super proud of you. Well, yes, as well you might. He took a heat win yesterday. His first. Now the mechanics clear the grid. Here we go. So this is race 18. It's the Water Swift Restricted pre-final coming up next.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Let's have a look at the grid for this next pre-final in the Water Swift restricted category. It's Austin Gibson who lines up on pole position, and it's a double Austin front row. Then Austin Newstead is alongside. Then it's George House and Ronnie Carter on row 2. Behind them, Colby Patterson and Oliver Warner.
Row number 4, Harry Williams and Christian Colby, Joshua Cook and Alfie Davidson on row number 5, Mateo Garcia and Freddie Wood on row 6.
Row 7, Mason Brooks and Henry Clark. Then it's Daniel Ferguson and Jacob Nairn there in 15th and 16th. Then Charlie Clough and John T. Restrick in behind to finalise the 18 kart grid for this one.
So we've got drivers representing BMR Restart, Oliver Roller Motorsport, Argenti Motorsport, Fusion Motorsport, Evolve Motorsport, Toby George Motorsport, Crop Promotion, and a good smattering of privateers.
A great little smattering indeed. Now, I just wanted to mention, just before it starts, of course, had a great interview with Mateo Garcia yesterday as well. If you head over to the MS UK YouTube channel, you'll be able to watch that at your own leisure. But it looks like, hopefully, we're going to get the pre-final underway. First time of asking, and I've got it!
The jinx has been lifted!
Yes! Here we go then into Cafe Curve. The 52 still leading us through that one. Of course, Austin Gibson, your pole sitter, is having a great race already. The 36 nearly on the grass there. On the exit, that was Mateo Garcia, just finding a little bit of the grass on the exit, but keeps it on the black stuff on exit, and then finds his way through once more. They're all facing in the right direction, and that's good to see. A couple of drivers getting forced out onto that exit curb, as we saw in previous races. That doesn't usually end well, but luckily these karts are actually a lot smaller, so it means that driver doesn't find the barrier on the outside.
Yes, but I mean, compared to the curve is a lot bigger compared to the size of the car.
True. But
yes, they go a little bit slower, so they don't. So it's an Oliver Rowland Motorsport 1, 2, 3 here in the early running. Gibson, House, and Patterson, the top 3, as they complete lap number 1. with the BMR restart kart of Austin Newstead fourth. Then it's Warner, Kobe, Carter, Williams, Davison, Cook, Brooks, Garcia, Restrick, Wood, Clark, Clough, Nairn and Ferguson.
Yeah, it's already kicking off in this one, isn't it? Mason Brooks hasn't quite moved forward as maybe he would have hoped at the start of this one. Still there in 11th place, and of course, you're one of your championship challengers there, not having an ideal day. It's a bit of damage control in this one, it seems. But indeed, the three Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts leading the field away, already starting to break that toe to Austin Newstead back in 4th position. And he leads Oliver Warner, Christian Kobe, and almost the rest of the field there as they come round that flat-out right-hander down into Wilkins. Couple of moves there in the mid-pack, though, just behind in that second little group. I think Ronnie Carter might have been who was making the moves there as they come across the line. Austin Newstead has dropped a good 4 or 5 positions then. He's down into 8th place after that lap.
Yeah, and of course, this is a track where slipstreaming is critical. Probably the second only to PF International.
Yes,
in
definitely.
terms of how important drafting and slipstreaming is. And Newstead, who's now trying to just, the number 99 kart, Christian Kobe, the Irishman, for ORM, gets squeezed wide. Then he's just back to, I would say, about 7th or 8th place, just in front of the number 75 Evolve Motorsport kart of Joshua Cook. But of course, you know, there's only one BMR restart car in this race. So Newstead has to make friends very, very quickly indeed.
Yes, indeed. There's the 51 trying for the move down the inside. That's Charlie Clough. But a little bit of a wide moment behind from Mateo Garcia. Sees him get overtaken. Round the outside goes the 25 of Jacob Nairn. Is he going to get him? They're still going to be side by side heading into turn 1. No. Mateo has to give up the place.
Yeah, and that will put Mateo back into 18th position. So he's had a bit of a rough start, but still battling away. There's the Argenti Motorsport kart briefly on our screens. And
the sun has definitely come out now. I'm roasting.
I was going to say, yeah, yesterday it was the most cold, wet and miserable day. And here we are today, bathed in sunshine. Pretty summertime, everybody. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Now, into Hanger Bend. This is where you can see there's there's a train of 4 Fusion karts. And, one of them runs a little bit wide and loses quite a few positions. That was the number 44 kart of Harry Williams, dropping back lost about 4 or 5 places. So Newstead has now got himself latched on the rear bumper of one of the Fusion karts, the number 45 of Alfie Davidson.
Yeah, they were almost 3 wide on the exit of Wilkins, which is a little bit scary because Wilkins itself is extremely wide, but then when you come off it onto that little left-hander, it gets really tight. But there was a bit of contact between 2 drivers.
I think that was just Newstead almost sort of getting a little bit onto the rear bumper of Alfie Davidson to try and push him a little bit too early before Davidson's kart was completely straight. I think Newstead tried to help and ended up hindering, but not by much, and no positions lost. Here comes Christian Kobe back to the inside of the number 99 kart. Harry Williams trying to pick up a place again, and he does so, coming out of Wilkins onto lap number 6 now.
Warning flag for Alfie Davidson, though. Not sure what that's over for the number 46. Of course, he's very much involved in this big gaggle of karts. So just got to watch out, watch himself, watch his back for the rest of this 7.5 minute pre-final left to go. Bit of contact mid-corner, makes the corner though. Makes the position.
Yeah, makes the position. So that was the number 44 of Harry Williams, sort of opening the door, and then just Kobe trying to come back across and Williams standing his ground. Good
move there from Mason Brooks down the inside of Austin Newstead, I believe it was. Yep, down into the Bruno chicane.
And that's Brooks up to 9th now.
So it's been a bit of a slow burner for Mason Brooks. He's making up a few positions now as we head into sort of the second half of this pre-final. But it's certainly not extending massively, is it? It's not like in other finals where we've seen huge gaps between, the heats that we've already seen. It's not like we've seen huge gaps forming between the packs. They're all staying relatively close, relatively similar on pace, and producing some good battles for now. But it is your leader, Austin Gibson, who still has the fastest lap of the race. But there's a move down the inside then into the hairpin, the 99, sneaking through. That's Christian Kobe back up to 6th place after, of course, we saw on that same corner, he got shuffled down a few positions earlier on.
Yep, so we got a 1-2, Gibson and House. Looking at the number 77, 4th at PFI for George House, 9th at Glenagorse, 4th in the championship. Good, solid, consistent season so far for George House. As he checks over his shoulder. The 24 kart of Colby Patterson is all on his own in third position as we go on to lap number 8. So a 1.7 second gap back to Colby Patterson in third position. And then the battle for fourth, Ronnie Carter, who just got past the Argenti Motorsport kart of Oliver Warner. Oliver Warner, who has the, it's not the skiing glasses, it's the triathlon sunglasses.
Ah, yes.
If you remember back to our Glanagorse.
Oh, yes, of course, I do remember the paddock show.
Right into the Bruno chicane. There's number 99 of Christian Kobe. He's got Davidson in the 46, the 84 of Brooks, the 74 of Newstead, the 44 of Williams, the 82, then a gap back to the 82 of Henry Clark. Joshua Cook is 12th, Freddie Wood 13th, John T. Restrick 14th, Charlie Clough 15th, Mateo Garcia, he's gained a couple of places in the 16th position. Then it's Daniel Ferguson and Jacob Nairn rounding out the running order.
Indeed, yeah, battles galore throughout the field then. Still the two at the front working together nicely, but Colby Patterson now in a bit of no man's land, isn't he, in third place? He's got a decent couple of seconds forward to George House and Austin Gibson, and a decent couple of seconds back to Ronnie Carter and the rest of that pack in behind them. So just trying to manage his pace for the rest of this one, I think, is Colby, and hold on to that third position. Just getting that more experience, lapping by yourself, almost like a practice session. A little bit more pressure than practice session, but yeah, lapping and getting faster is Colby. But he just couldn't quite hold the same pace of Austin Gibson and George House at the front, possibly due to the fact that they sort of can work together and push each other around the lap as well.
Yeah, indeed. And coming into Wilkins, we go Warner trying to work on the number 33 kart of Ronnie Carter. It's a 1-2-3 for Oliver Roller Motorsport at the moment, and they're a long way in front. They're 5 seconds in front of the third place battle. There are the two leaders, followed by Patterson in third. Here's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, with 13th, 14th and 15th. As you can see, that's Clough, Restrick and Wood. And next having an own the private battle, and then it's Garcia and Ferguson locked in combat. Oh, Daniel Ferguson has just run wide in front of our commentary position. Oh, this is a great view. Just to see the height of the curves compared to the cars.
Yeah.
You know, those curves, they're right at bottom level and above, because these drivers are sitting at literally 6 inches off the ground.
Exactly, yeah, you don't want to be smacking into one of those. You might become a glider.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes.
Although these have an engine.
Yeah, these have an engine. But,
not sure they're going to do much for takeoff, no.
they were still head earthbound very quickly indeed. Gibson, 0.08 of a second in front of House, and has just set the new fastest lap of the race. That was, it was a 49.91. Oh, and there's a move going into Stratford Corner. That was Mason Brooks, and Austin Newstead going in. So Brooks is making solid, if unspectacular, progress. He's up to 7th. And of course, it is difficult in this kind of racing when the field does get spread out. Now we see George House beginning to move around behind Gibson. They've got a 2.7 second lead over Patterson in third. And here's the battle for fourth. That was Oliver. Was that Mason Brooks moving up? No, was that?
I think Mason Brooks and Austin Newstead trying to get through on Christian Kobe,
Yeah.
I think it was. Yep, there you go. As updated on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, that has changed. So
Yeah.
Christian Kobe shuffled back, then fought back through, then now has been shuffled back a little bit once again.
And the big loser there was Oliver Warner. Oliver Warner dropping to 7th place. As you can see, he's the 4th kart in line. There is, you know what, that's a classic Shenington photo. Karts, the banks and gliders in the background. Those photographs have been taken since 1960. The only thing that's changed really are the go-karts. Everything else has stayed very much similar here in this corner of Banbury.
Mason Brooks now up into 4th place. So he's really benefited from all of that
I
battling.
said solid but unspectacular.
Yeah, now it's
and then he makes up 3 places in the space of 1 lap.
What's the opposite of a commentator's curse?
Yeah,
Commentator's blessing?
Yes.
Well, a little commentator's blessing there on Mason Brooks. Up 9 positions.
Wordsmith's blessing. How's that? And although
The Bidet blessing.
now he's got to stay there. That's the problem. Newstead is again. Austin Newstead, he's had practice following a number of drivers this race. He lost ground at the start, so he did lose. He went down to about 8th or 9th, and now he's sort of slowly working his way back up, working with other drivers from a variety of different teams. That's really helpful. That is, for Austin Newstead, because he's the only BMR restart driver. Every other driver from every other team has got to trust him. You know, they've got to
Indeed.
be prepared to work with him in any given situation. We've got just over a minute to go.
Yeah, it's nice when you've got loads of teammates around you. There's a move, possibly overzealous there from the 99. Tried it down the inside initially to Christian Kobe and Austin Newsted. He got that done, but nearly outbroke himself and went into the side of Mason Brooks. Mason just turned out of the corner on the exit there, didn't he? Suddenly saw a kart diving down his inside, managed to turn out of it, and they all continue on in this race. That was a bit of a sketchy one as we move into the last minute of the race. But as you were saying, yeah, when you're the only person on your team out there on circuit, you've not got any particularly close friends out there, so you've really got to fight for it yourself. But the 99, Christian Kobe, shuffled back to third in this little queue now, as back through goes Austin Newsted.
Indeed we do. So, but here's the front runners. No move so far from George House. But Gibson is defending a little bit more. They're still increasing their advantage over Colby Patterson, however.
Indeed, yeah, they work together so nicely this one, haven't they? What a good exit from there. Wow. Christian Kobe just dives it onto the inside on the exit. Nearly chops across there and makes contact. It's the 74 behind is trying to keep on the inside as Austin Newsted, but he wasn't able to do it. Has to sit back in sixth. Once again, this is a great little battle.
It is indeed. So there we go. There they go, across our camera. Brooks, Kobe, Newsted, Warner. The clock strikes 0. Next time around, it will be the last lap.
Bit of front to rear contact
that
there.
was Kobe. Kobe has been last of the late breakers. He was last of the late breakers going into Stratford Corner. The problem was that Mason Brooks was in front of him.
Indeed, yeah, pushes him out wide. They both lose a position or two. I think they're managing to fight back through there. So I think was it Oliver Warner there who was getting involved. Got shuffled back once again. Oh no, it was Mason Brooks, it seems. He's now down into sixth place.
Yes, and it was because he was the driver that sort of Christian Kobe had to use a bit
yes,
as
indeed.
a bit of a buffer before, or Kobe would have. Well, Kobe would still be going
Yes.
down at the Stratford Corner.
He's doing the KZ2
now,
track.
Last lap board has gone out. Will we see George House attack Austin Gibson?
Seems unlikely in
I
the pre-final,
think you're
I would
right,
think.
John.
However,
Well,
wait, hold on
House
a
is
second,
taking
he's
the
gone
lead.
through.
Hang on a second. Where did that happen?
when did that happen? We missed that.
But George House then runs a little bit wide. He over-defended coming into Stratford Corner. So George House, we both managed to miss that one. Great work, great work.
And it must have been into
two
cafe.
Commentators, both of us missed the move for the race lead. Fantastic. But George House now has it. Oh, is he going to run himself wide? He's putting himself under pressure for the second time this lap. Gibson's going to get a run to the line, but George House just holds on. Fantastic last lap there for George House, even though he made the move and then sort of outbraked himself into Stratford, outbraked himself going into Wilkins, still comes away with a race victory. Well done, George House. He will provisionally start the final from pole position. Colby Patterson in third, Christian Kobe fourth, followed by Newsted, Brooks, Warner. Ronnie Carter comes home in eighth, Alfie Davidson and Harry Williams round out the top 10. Joshua Cook, Henry Clark, Charlie Clough, Freddie Wood, Jonty Restrick, Matteo Garcia, Daniel Ferguson and Jacob Nairn. Now, Motorsport UK live chat is that one. Let's have a little look. Bit quiet on there. Once again, can I remind everybody on the Alpha live chat, and we really do appreciate all the positive comments and the questions coming in from around the world, on every different classes. We always say, please tell us where you're watching from and who you're cheering for, and we will give them a shout out. Please keep it respectful, and yes, don't say anything other than the racing. There's no need for it. There's just no need for it, or else we'll simply block you. How's that? How's that? So please, again, there's the list of results. Thank you to everyone in Mexico for watching for Matteo Garcia. He'll be back in his final. Now, I spoke to Matteo's dad earlier on, and he said the problem we have is that Matteo's final starts the same time as the Formula One. And no spoilers for any other type of racing. No spoilers. But he said, so that could kill the viewing figures from Mexico. I said, I don't think so. I think that Matteo. Well, put it this way: Matteo's not crashing as much as Checo Perez. I have to say. So with this, for Mexican fans, watch Matteo Garcia. Might get a better result than Checo Perez. There's Chris Walker, our official photographer from kartpics.net, and again, a big thank you. What's this question? Have we stopped streaming the Wilton Mill Kart Club? Well, I mean, we're not streaming it now because we're here at Shenington. So there we go. There we are. That was. I think that Milton Hill might. Who knows? Do you know what? Karting's a strange thing. All I know, ladies and gentlemen, is that Alpha Live still bring you the most groundbreaking, innovative karting and car racing coverage anywhere in the world. And here is a great, innovative look at the back end of some mechanics on the grid. Oh dear, that was Mr. Kenny's Grow's dad. Having a smile, Kenny's Row. Good luck to Aaron Richardson. Love all the family, says Gillian Bennett. Well, Aaron Richardson will be starting this race from 9th position. And there's Jesse Phillips, the reigning British Cadet IAME champion.
Another person who I had a good chat with.
Yes.
An interview with Jesse. Had a great little chat with him in the Fusion truck.
Yes,
which was great. So you'll see that out on the MS UK YouTube channel soon as well.
God, I should stop turning up on Saturdays altogether. Only joking, only joking. Doing a great job, John.
We missed you.
Right. Jesse Phillips starting from pole position for Fusion Motorsport. Max Endicott. Let's talk about that Max Endicott. He's got the GGM, the George Gibbons Motorsports graphics kit, but he's running as a privateer in this class now, and he's doing a fantastic job. I've seen his dad. I haven't seen Mum this weekend, but I've seen Dad. Dad is looking calm, quite happy. You know, and
Good.
chilled. And
Good.
I think they're doing a fantastic job. I'm trying to think where Max's results yesterday. He won. I think he won a race yet. I think he was a first and a second, or a first and a third yesterday. John Ratcliffe he was 4th in the opener, which won by Archie Lovett, and he won the second race. So congratulations, Max Endicott. Max in kart number 80. He's got 2 second-place finishes in his career. He was 4th in last year's Honda Cadet Championship, 5th at PFI, 5th at Glenagorse. There's Jamie Flynn looking at the live stream, obviously. Toby George on the left there. Now, last time we saw Toby George, he was jumping him down because his team had just swept the podium. That was in Micromax. Let's pick at some of the other mechanics there. That's Max's dad. Max Engel's dad, just on the right there with the glasses, looking calm, cool, collected. Still not collected. As calm as it's possible to be. Here's Air Force One for working for Ollie Rowland Motorsport now. That's Harry Platten. Hopefully, we're going to see Harry back in a kart for Kart Masters this year. That's coming up in 2 weeks' time. 308 entries we got so far. Nearly every grid is full. We've got 1 grid for water surface. We've got 2 full grids for things like junior road tax, senior road tax. It's absolutely mental. There's Jake Dalton. Kart Mechanic Bingo, everybody. Perfect opportunity. We have got sunglasses, fancy haircut, radio tucked in around the back, expensive trainers, shorts with the logo on, tucked in behind the knee. Excellent. Only thing missing was a team apron, but all kart mechanics out there, you need to look like that. If you're going to charge the big bucks and you're going to do the Euro mechanics, you've got to look like that. Here we go. It's race number 19, Watersif pre-final, coming up next. Five drivers, led by Jesse Phillips and Max Endicott on row number 1, Kanish Grau and Archie Lovett on row 2, Jarlath Sayer and Finley Lines on row 3.
Then it's Jensen Ackerman and Will Green there on row number 4. They're followed by Aaron Richardson and Sukhmani Kira rounds out the top 10. Then it's Teddy J. Porter and George Edgar there in 12th.
Max Ewell and Harley Musk are on row 7, followed by Jacob Bashler and Ethan Woodward, Nat Johnson and George Clark on row number 9.
And it's Aryan Naya and Luca Narroway behind them. Night Measures, the coolest name on
Absolutely
the grid on row 11.
Needs champion just for his name.
Then it's Harrison Rogers, then Noah Curtis and Archie Owen.
Archie Owen is a Welsh.
And then it's just Rashid Hilal rounding out our 25 kart grid.
Rashid Hilal, one of our 2. I was going to say, number 19. Right. That's not... Night Measures.
No! Just
Night.
as we were saying.
Night. Come on, get it going. Yes, that BMR restart cart. He's got the measure of the bank already.
That was my joke. I was about to
sorry,
say that.
John. Sorry.
You beat me to it.
But they're going to get it. Is he going to get back? No, he's going to miss the start.
No. Going round again.
Going round again. That'll help get this. So, I was going to say, Rashid Hilal making his debut from Bahrain. There he is in kart number 48. He is running to privateer, although he's got Rashid Al-Mamari mechanicking for him. Rashid is Rashad Al-Mamari. He's done Saudi World Series finals. He's done Rotax Grand Finals. He's worked out at the Bahrain International Speedway. Can't wait to get back out there in December for the Rotax Grand Finals. I know this is an IAME round, but Rashid Al-Mamari, great driver. Works for Bill Art Middle East as well, so hopefully he knows his way around. He knows his way around a wagon. Wagon. Knows his way around. Oh, I haven't been drinking, honest. What I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, he's a good mechanic. That's all I need to know.
Well, yeah, his driver might be ragging the wagon, so we'll wait and see.
Yes, good. I like that, yes.
Thank you. Tried to save you there, mate.
I know, yes. If you notice, they're very familiar.
There's the bingo sheet.
Dan Hazelwood's got to stop telling his mechanics to stand together because it just opens him up to so much abuse from the commentary team. Here we go then, into the tram line. Lights are out. We're off and racing, and it's a good start from the inside row there. That's where the Fusion drivers, Jensen Ackerman, trying to make his way up there. Running very wide is the number 15. Car of Nat Johnson for Argenti Motorsport, but we're safely through turns 1, 2 and 3. Now, look at that, everyone defending into Stratford Corner.
Just a full line of karts holding the inside line then. A couple of drivers just deciding, all right, I'll go to the outside then, and making a couple of positions, and they all fan out as we head down into the Bruno chicane. I said earlier, going too wide here is interesting, probably the best word to use, but they've all managed to make it through nonetheless. So great racing on this opening lap, but it is still Jesse Phillips who's leading the way. Already the top 5 starting to break away, possibly a top 6 as they're all battling in behind. Look at that, they're nearly 4 wide on the exit. How have they not made contact with each other yet? Brilliant racing here in this fantastic class in the Water Swifts, of course. We had the Water Swift restricted out earlier on. Now these unrestricted engines showing their power and producing some brilliant racing.
And there is the, the Fusion mechanics. Teeth, tans and sunglasses. That's the Fusion order, but one of their drivers leading the way at the moment, Jesse Phillips. In the championship, Phillips still leads the championship, but not by a lot from his teammate George Edgar. George Edgar has already climbed up 5 places to 7th. Finley Lines has dropped back, so Finley Lines now running for Fusion Motorsport. There's a move, and that is Max Endicott.
Great.
So, privateer Max Endicott takes the race lead.
Indeed, yeah, there's sort of 2 moves you can do into Wilkins. You can sort of try an initial dive to the apex and block on the exit, or wait for them to cut back and get that dive down on the right on the exit of the corner and block them on the exit. He did the second of the 2, did Max. Got the move done really nicely. Already defending here as Jesse Phillips tries to fight back, but actually opens himself up to a move from Archie Lovett, who does have the fastest lap of the race.
And the top 5 are breaking through with Kanish Rao in the number 22, Oliver Ola Motorsport car. Oh, and that's number 77 going for a spin.
Luke Narrowway, that is.
Yeah, Luke Narrowway for the Crop Promotions team. 19th in the championship is Luca. That's not going to help him any more. But there's a big gaggle of karts running in 6th position on back. Will Green, George Edgar, Finley Lines, Jensen Ackerman, Sukmani Kira, Harley Musk, Ethan Woodward, and Teddy J. Porter, rather, in 13th. Then it was Nat Johnson, Richardson, Ewell, Nayar, Clark, Hilal, and Measures, your top 20. Kanish Grau, 48.50.
So fastest lap for Kanish, and he's already made the move on Yala Saya. There's a move as well, down at the first hairpin, the 88, sneaking through.
Archie Lovett back into the race lead. Was it Archie Lovett, you said, who started last in one of his heats and gained 24 positions to win the race?
I'm pretty sure it was, yes.
Yes, yeah.
I'll double check that for you, but I'm 99% sure you're correct on that one.
So, you know, he knows how to overtake. Now, can he defend? Well, and behind them, there's 4th and 5th, getting very, very close. Jala Sayer. So Jala Sayer's got Mr. Excitement, Reggie Dewey mechanicking for him, and that was a move straight out of the Dewey handbook. Hang it in there, tough on the inside, brake as late as possible, up onto 2 wheels if need be, but just don't wipe the other kid out.
Yes, I remember from watching previously before I commentated, I remember some moves from Reggie Dewey, and yeah, he was always one to lick the stamp and send it.
That's what they call him, Mr. Excitement.
Ooh, a bit of a clip of the curb on the outside there for the 88 of Archie Lovett. Hasn't affected his exit though, still holds the lead of the race, but this group of 3 Are they beginning to build a bit of a gap over Kanish Grau and Jarle Seyer? Of course, Kanish, fastest lap of the race, but doesn't really have Jarle behind him to push him forward to the top three.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need that rear gunner. You need somebody just sort of like resting their nose cone on your rear bumper just to push, sort of ease you forward a little bit. And obviously break the air toe, break the airflow, give you a toe. So there is the number 26. So that is Phillips now back to third. So it's Lovett, Endicott, and Phillips, Rao, Seyer, Edgar, Green, Lines, Musk, Kira. So Marnie Kira.
Oh, three wide.
Oh my word!
Goodness.
It's only 7 minutes into this race.
This is ridiculous.
Game
and now
on.
We've got a 5-way battle for the lead already. This is fantastic racing. I think that was a dive down the inside that then forced another driver wide. The other driver got involved, and when we cut to it, they were 3 wide in the middle of the corner.
But this is the great thing. When you have one team just dominating up the front, the race has become a bit processional because it's very, very tactical. Now you've got 2 teams and the privateer in the top 5, but none of the teammates are together. They've got Kart splitting them, so they almost have to battle and fight. But Archie Lovett is now kissing goodbye to that, and still side by side for third place. Who was that? That was Seyer going in on Rao.
Indeed, we're just keeping an eye on Jesse Phillips there. He had a really poor exit out of the final corner. I wasn't sure if he had a problem, but he sped back up certainly, so maybe not a problem. Maybe just a slight mistake. There was a mistake from Kanish Grau, a little bit too late on the brakes, tried to get it stopped, a little bit of contact, but nothing major, carries on.
Yes, and it's brought the number 17 of George Edgar, and it's brought the number 54 Kart of Will Green, the Jamie Green Racing entry. You know, the IAME Gazelle engine served this category and cadet racing in the UK superbly well. However, the introduction of the Water Swift, where, you know, the restricted, the unrestricted, we now have a number of different teams and privateers running up at the front. That can only be a good thing. It's not a good thing necessarily for Dan Hazelwood's stress levels, but for competition purposes, it is a very good thing indeed.
And for us as well, and for the viewers at home.
Yes, it's a good thing all round. Now, let's have a little look back now. There's the Jamie Green livery Kart. There's still an awful lot, the Fusion Army. How many, that is Finley Lines in 7th. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fusion Kart. I'm there talking about that's good. And then there's 6 drivers in the same team. There they are. Perfect team formation. And they're just in front of the Argenti Motorsport number 15 of Nat Johnson. Then the Toby George Motorsport Kart of Teddy J. Porter. So we've got, you look, anything happens, you know, you come in. But I'm going to Oliver Ola Motorsport, Fusion Motorsport, Jamie Green Racing, Argenti Motorsport, Toby George Motorsport, Optima Performance, Oracle Motorsport, MDL Motorsport, BMR Restart, Crop Promotions, and Privateers. 10 teams plus privateers on a 25 kart grid. Brilliant stuff. Fantastic. Really good stuff, you know. And as the season goes on, as these teams get more used to the engine and its various idiosyncrasies and characteristics, then the teams that are currently down towards the back, those drivers will be improving and they'll be moving towards the front, I am sure. Endicott runs wide at Wilkins there, losing ground. Phillips and Seyer right behind him. They need to start, 4.5 minutes to go. Phillips and Seyer need to make a decision. Am I going to work with Endicott or get him out of the way?
Phillips has already made the decision. He was pointing forward down the back straight, saying, let's
work
together.
He's going to work with
this
him.
Gap to Archie Lovett. I think Jarle behind saw, but hey, who's listening? Jesse Phillips goes down the inside at the right-hander there, takes second place. I think that's knocked Endicott down to 4th. Yes, it has. So the 49 of Jarle Seyer follows through as well. So even if they do communicate and say, let's work together, sometimes they're lying. Sometimes they're telling little porky.
Well, but also, you know, Phillips has got to have faith in himself and his teammates above all others.
Yeah, for sure.
And say, okay, I'm cooking, and let's have a look. And do you know what? They're closing in already.
It might have been because of that wide moment down at Wilkins, because he told them to work together, then he made that mistake ahead, so maybe just thought, well, if you're going to make mistakes like that, I'm going to.
Yeah, if you're going to make mistakes, we're never going to catch him, so I shall lead, you shalt follow.
Exactly. I shall part the seas and you follow in behind, and that's what he's doing at the moment. Is Jesse Phillips? Of course, we know he's super quick in these Water Swift karts, leading the championship coming into the weekend. Now trying to chase down Archie Lovett. Archie Lovett's had a great race, now managing that gap really nicely. But of course, as you said earlier, he's the one pushing their way through the air now, and it should mean that Jesse Phillips won't take too long for him to close down that gap. But we look back again to another battle, another one that's absolutely fantastic. This is 5th place place down, isn't it? Kanish Rao downwards, and oh no, who's that out of the race?
That's Night Measures.
Oh, not Night Measures.
Oh, out of the race. The first retirement, the BMR restart carts. Knight lives to fight another day.
He was having a good fight as well. He fought back to 20th.
Yep.
Obviously, he didn't get onto the back of the pack, I don't think, by the restart. So
No,
good battle through nonetheless.
Yes, and now Jesse Phillips has caught Archie Lovett in the space of 2 laps. So
Fastest lap.
Phillips was right to sort of pass it. Here we go. Great move there from Jesse Phillips. He had the speed and he didn't lose momentum. He didn't sort of like catch Archie Lovett and then not make the move and then sort of have to stuck at the same pace.
And of course, as well, teammate Jarle Seyer followed through as well. So now still has that rear gunner, which Jesse Phillips is going to be very happy about. And so Archie Lovett in behind, still pressuring pretty heavily there. If the door's open, he might go for it. But no, sits behind once more. So I think Jesse Phillips is going to be pretty happy with that decision he made to overtake Max Endicott a couple of laps ago. Yeah, on to the start-finish straight. Phillips gives Jarle Seyer the signal saying, OK, come on, push, work with me. To be fair to Jarle Seyer, Jarle's been very, very quick this year, but is still only in his 2nd season of the British Championship. Only 1 podium finish. That was a 2nd place last time out at Glanagorse. So, he's following the more experienced man, and it's a pre-final, so Jarle say, OK, I'm going to, work with you and, see what happens in the final. Endicott beginning to fall back a little bit, and this is a great example now of Endicott is in danger of losing the slipstream. He's about 5-6 kart lengths down the hanger straight. You can see him just ducking down, and he's going to lose the toe, and watch just how quickly Endicott will fall away once he loses that toe. The 3 karts in front running nose to tail in the slipstream. They're pulling away from Endicott. Endicott's kart isn't slowing down because the kart is going slower. He doesn't have the slipstream, and therefore he cannot physically go any quicker on his own. And you've got Rao in 5th, then Edgar in 6th, Will Green 7th, Kira is 8th. Here's a change lead. This will help Max Endicott. This will help him as Archie Lovett goes back up on on Jarle Seyer to take P2. Indeed, so now Jesse Phillips losing that rear gunner, checked over his shoulder on the exit of the corner, saw that the overtake had been made by Archie Lovett up into P2, and now Jesse just looking forward even, thinking, OK, got to push forward now. I don't have that rear gunner to protect me from the moves. I've got to try and start pushing forward on my own. But, as soon as the 88 of Archie Lovett is within striking distance, maybe Jesse's going to start thinking about defending. I mean, we've only got 30 seconds left on the clock, so I think you can definitely say he's going to start defending.
Yep, because he's not going to lose just 1 position. He'll lose 2nd place as well to Jarle Seyer. So he has to keep that door well and firmly shut. Out onto Stratford Straight we go. Phillips checks over his shoulder. And you're right, John, he is defending. Watch Seyer try and cut underneath Lovett going up runway straight. Hasn't quite got it. Lovett jinks to the inside and again. But he was hoping to fool Jesse Phillips there into sort of overdriving it into the first half of the Bruno chicane, which would means he gets a bad exit out of the chicane onto Hanger Straight. Phillips was wise.
Now 5 karts.
Yeah, Endicott back into the frame, as is Rao.
Fantastic, as we now, timer ticks to 0. We're heading on to the final lap here. Jesse Phillips has a little bit of defending to do, doesn't he? Archie Lovett's all over the back of his guy, trying the up and under, but he's going to be on the outside here for the right under, but he's got it done. What a move from Archie Lovett. Takes the lead of the race.
He sort of eased Phillips wide. He sort of like makes so that Phillips couldn't. He just eased him wide. Phillips had to back out of it to avoid running too wide, going through Cafe Corner and losing more positions, but he's losing more positions into Stratford as Jarle Seyer goes into P2, Phillips down to 3rd, then it's Rao 4th and Endicott 5th, but by mistake, Lovett runs wide going into the chicane.
Bit of contact there on the exit, wasn't it? They're going 3 wide now, squeezing onto the gravel on the outside there. Who is it that takes the lead? It's Jarle Seyer now in the lead. The 88 of Archie Lovett's going to try the up and under here. Can he get a good enough exit? It's decent, but I don't think it's quite good enough. Is it going to be Jarle Seyer who takes the win in the pre-final? Yes, it is. What a race. Archie Lovett in 2nd, Kanish Rao taking 3rd place, Max Endicott in 4th, and Jesse Phillips started that last lap in the lead, and he ends up in 5th place.
Brilliant stuff, and there's a kart coming across the line there with the NASA panel flattened down on it, so couldn't quite see the number on that kart. I think it was the number 66 of Teddy J. Porter. There's obviously been an incident further back, but he crossed the line. Here comes Harrison Rogers across the line, and Harrison finishes 22nd. So the battle of a 22nd, 23rd and 24th between Harrison Rogers, Luca Naraway and Rashid Hilal was just as good as the battle for the lead. Yes, John?
I will say, had a bit of a kerfuffle coming into the pits there. Drivers getting stuck on the pit entry. A couple of drivers coming around the corner quite fast and then bumping the back of other drivers.
That'll be
giving themselves a nose cone penalty as they come into the pits after the race has already finished.
Yep, and again, that would be even if it's after the race. But there we go. There's Jarlath Sayer, numero uno. I think that might be Jarlath's first pre-final win in the British Championship.
It certainly is first this year.
Yes, then it would be his first.
Yep, well, there you go then.
Lovett second, then Rao Endicott, Phillips, Edgar. The top two of the championship, only fifth and sixth there. Will Green next, Ed Finley Lines, followed by Sukmani Kira, Nat Johnson, Harley Musk, Max Ewell, Ethan Woodward, and Aaron Richardson. And that's your top 14. George Clark, Ian Nair, Jensen Ackerman, Teddy J. Porter, Archie Owen, Jacob Bashler, Noah Curtis, Harrison Rogers, Luca Narroway, Bahrain's Rashid Hilal, and finally, sadly, Night Measures having to retire. Oh, well, there's a great... Do you know what? Demon Tweaks have been this championship's on board with this championship since Motorsport UK took over the running of it in 2019. They're one of a number of very, very important sponsors. Let's hear from a few more of them. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the next race. It is KZ2 pre-final time, John.
Yeah, we were saying how large the curbs looked compared to the karts in the previous race. Now they're going to look very small compared to these KZ2s.
But of course, the KZ2s hit them going at a much faster rate than not.
Just slightly.
Now, I have to say, we'll get distracted. There is, I've got to say, whoever is in the paddock, there is a Group B Renault 5 Turbo replica that has just parked up in the field, and I've gone all week at the knees at the sight of a Group B rally car.
Do you want me to cover the KZ2s, man? You can go off and have a look.
Have a moment. Yeah, I mean, Group B rallying, for those of a certain age, that's when men were men, and they were all scared of Michel Mouton,
yes,
who was the Group B rally car. Anyway, enough of this. Here is race number 20. It's KZ2 pre-final time coming up next.
Here we go then. Of course, the only karts using the extended circuit today at Shenington. Let's have a look at your grid. Morgan Porter and Miles Murphy are on the front row. They were your two heat winners from yesterday. Then it's Tom Adams and James Gunnister alongside each other. Then Charlie Turner and Ella Stevens.
It's a 3x2 grid.
My apologies.
So it'll be Derek Morgan, Nat Thomas and Ella Stevens on row number 3. Row 4 is Charlie Cole and Dan McEwen. Then it becomes Josh Price, Ashley Lewis and Sam Ward. Hannah Lang, Lee Ward are on row 6, and Ryan Green, winner last time out, failed to finish one of the races yesterday, 2 rolling laps. So a 3x2 start, rallycross style, back in the day. So yes, it's even more intense.
It should be very
it's the old school way of starting KZ2 races, 3x2.
Sweet, that sounds good to me. Let's see.
They used to start Formula 1 races like that.
Oh, really?
They did indeed.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
in the 1960s, up until the end of the 1960s, they started Formula 1 racing. Some circuits 3x2.
Very interesting. Well, of course, lots of KZ2 drivers, lots of ones to watch on the KZ2 grid. Of course, Ryan Green starting from the back. And again, another great little interview with him. That was back on Friday. We had a great interview. Again, we'll be up on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel shortly for you to watch. And he had the best sparkly blue Oakleys I've ever seen.
Ooh,
they
well,
were incredible.
Well, he's a race winner now. He's a race winner, therefore, new Oakleys. If you're not a race winner, you buy Croakleys. It's true. Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely true thing. You know, you've got to have Ray-Bans if you're a mechanic, but only a winning mechanic.
Okay, yeah.
And if you're not a winning mechanic, but you want to look like when you have Dave bands. You can buy them in any market around the country for $5.99. Here we go. It is Porter, Murphy and Adams, row number 1. Then Glenister and Turner, 1-2 in last year's championship on row 2. Championship leader, number 28, Ella Stevens. On the inside of row number 3, Dalboy Morgan, Nat Thomas, McEwen, Cole, Price, Lewis, Ward, Lang, Lee Ward and Ryan Green. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Things are about to be switched up a gear, or 6.
Yeah, literally switched up a gear. These karts are just mega. I love watching the KZ2 races. When I went to Kim Bolton for the first time ever and watched these guys go, I was amazed by the speed that they were flying past me. Let's see if the race can be as good as I remember. And they do get underway. What a fantastic start from our front two. Is that Miles Murphy going to try it around the outside?
Oh, he almost got it. Almost got it.
In behind.
Poor start from Tom Adams on the outside of row number 1. The number 3 plate kart going backwards has been swamped. It's down to about 7th or 8th. Now look at the long run down towards Stratford Corner. Hard on the anchors into the first real hairpin. I think that was Sam Ward running very, very wide for the Rush Performance team. Now, up the long runway straight into the Bruno chicane. And it's still Morgan Porter, who led most of the weekend until he ran out of tyres at Glenagorse. Shenington, not as abrasive on the tyres. I know there's been a couple of adjustments to the regulations, as well. There's Ryan Green now trying to make his way up the order, but it's the number 7 kart of Miles Murphy running in 2nd. Then it's Glenister in 3rd, Turner 4th. Dan McEwen is up to 5th, Morgan 6th, Adams down to 7th, Ella Stevens, championship leader, only 8th. Then it's Cole, Ward, Price, Thomas, Lewis, and look at this. This is Ella Stevens. Is that Ella Stevens making a move there, or was that her being passed? No, that was just in front of Ella Stevens. That, I think, was that was Derek Morgan.
Oh, there's a move.
Oh,
Late
my
move.
word.
Oh, my goodness. How's he got that stop? James Glenister takes 2nd place, pretty much perpendicular to the corner.
Change of overalls to the Rush Performance tent after this one, and Miles Murphy did very, very well because Glenister was sideways, bouncing through the air and trying to slow down at a rate of knots. So Murphy getting out of the way. Miles Murphy, the Demon Tweak sponsored more racing kart, but it is Porter, Glenister, Murphy, Turner, Morgan, McEwen, Adams and Stevens, your top 8 as they head down towards Stratford Corner.
Late dive there for number 10. He's going to lose a position because of it. So Derek Morgan tries it down the inside of Charlie Turner, ends up losing out of 5th place to Dan McEwen. But he's going to try and fight back. They might make a bit of contact down into Bruno chicane. They just about get it stopped. That was incredibly close between those two. There's some brilliant racing out on track already in the KZ2s. Charlie Cole, down in 8th place, has the fastest lap of the race. He's in this big gaggle, I do believe. It's Josh Price who's at the back of it. Ella Stevens just ahead, and indeed in the middle of them all is Charlie Cole. Trying to think about a move down into Cafe. They all stay as they were, but it's James Glenister who now takes the fastest lap of the race. 45.22 for James Glenister. So clearly he thinks, I'm glad I made that move on Miles Murphy, and he can now push ahead towards the leader. It's all still kicking off down in this mid-pack, though. They stay as they were. There were a couple of changes, I think, as they got to the apex. But no contact this time around. Oh, my goodness. Thinking about it there was Josh Price on Ella Stevens. Backs out of it. I think that was the best thing to do for both of them there. Yeah,
there is the number 80 kart of privateer driver Lee Ward, holding up the 14th position in front of Hannah Lang. And there is Charlie Cole. Yesterday, Charlie Cole was involved in a huge accident at the start of heat number 2. Obviously, the kart is repaired, but Charlie, trying to make his way back up the order. Charlie Turner making a new fastest lap, So here we go down the long Stratford straight towards Brian's. So this is Brian's Bend. They don't call it Stratford Corner, they call it Brian's Bend, right at the bottom end of the circuit. And there's a move from Josh Price passing Ella Stevens for 8th position. So, championship leader Ella Stevens, advantage shrunk after Glenagorse, and it's looking as though he could have a new championship leader at the end of this weekend. Once again, the wondrous Ian Rogers and David Jones at motorsport-timing.co.uk will be able to provide us on the live timing and scoring, and that will enable us to bring you, the viewers, the live championship positions during the finals later on. This, of course, is the penultimate round for KZ2. Only one round to go for KZ2 after this.
If my notes are correct, Miles Murphy's just broken the lap record there.
I am not going to doubt your notes.
44.99. He's just on a 44.93, I think it was.
Well,
so I do believe Miles Murphy's now taken the lap record here in the KZ2s at the extended circuit at Shenington.
Well, congratulations. Now all Miles has got to do is close up on James Glenister and Morgan Porter and win this motor race.
Indeed, yeah. Of course, fastest lap, unlike in Formula 1, doesn't give you any extra points. So that's all just for bragging rights.
The glory,
exactly,
the glory.
Exactly, the glory of being the fastest out there on circuit. But equally, you want to be in P1 as well. He goes even faster, 44.76 for Miles Murphy. He is chasing down Porter and Glenister at the front of the pack. As, of course, Glenister made that send earlier on to take second place. Then was seemingly lapping faster than Miles. So Miles has come into his own as we tick down to 7 minutes left to go in this one. Clearly focusing forward, and all he's looking at is those two drivers ahead. But watch out for Charlie Turner as well. He's closing in too in 4th place.
Yeah, more racing, run 1 and 3. Rush Performance, run 2 and 4. Rush Performance in 5th with Tom Adams. Then it's the Jade Racing Team 6th and leading privateer Derek Morgan in 7th. Josh Price for More Racing is 8th. Then Ella Stevens 9th for Jade Racing. Charlie Cole 10th for the Jade Racing Team. And Matt Thompson 11th for the Jade Racing Team. Ashley Lewis and Sam Ward 12th and 13th for Rush Performance. Hannah Lang 14th. For all this, Glenister, oh my word, well at least he kept all 4 wheels on the ground for that move into Brian's Bend.
I mean, if you go for a move in KZ2s, you've got to go for a move, haven't you?
Yes, you cannot half commit
No.
at doing 85 miles an hour.
Not at all, when you're about 3 centimetres off of the ground and 3 centimetres from the cart that's next to you. So yeah, good move though. Takes the lead of the race. Does James Glenister. He's looked very quick in this one, and it's of course allowed for Miles Murphy to close in now. We do have a 3-way battle for the lead, and if that battling continues, we could see Charlie Turner closing in as well and making it a 4-way battle for the lead. But we've still got a lot of time to go in this one.
Now 9 drivers came into this weekend, separated by just 30 points in the championship. Tom Adams. Oh, here comes Murphy on Porter. Morgan Porter said, well, do you know what? I won absolutely everything up until the final at Glenagorse, and I came away off the podium. So I think this is my tactics now. Finishing third, I'm still on the front row of the grid. Yeah, let's maybe do the opposite and just ease it. Don't overwork the tyres. Turner in 4th place is closing in. Now, of course, of all the drivers, I mean, of the 16 drivers in this race, 2 for 6 of them are race winners in the British Championship. Turner, Glenister, Adams, Porter, Green and Stevens. Morgan Porter. Hard to believe that Morgan Porter has only won one event in the British Championship modern era, and that was Lid Senior Rotax 2020. And now Porter losing 3rd place. Maybe there might be a problem developing. We've got 5 minutes to go, and Morgan Porter is just easing back. Oh, Hannah Lang has stopped. Hannah Lang, the MK Racing. Oh, Mark Brookman's not really happy with that, and she has retired in the number 91 car. I noticed that Derek Morgan has got a bit of damage on the front end of his car
as well. I saw. So possibly those two something to do with each other.
But now, Miles Murphy, in the last 3 years, Miles Murphy has finished 6th, 7th and 7th in the British Championship standings. He only has 1 podium so far. He's got 1 solitary 3rd place. Now, his mechanic is Sam Moore, as Sam Ward brings the number 63 kart in.
He's fighting back.
Porter! Wheel to wheel contact between Porter and Turner. Full chat down runway straight. You can see the smoke coming off the tyres. They somehow saved it. But as you will see in the paddock show, well, I advise you to watch the paddock show. At the end of the paddock show, Miles Murphy, on one hand, he really wants to win a race in the British Championship, but he does have to, there is a sacrifice he has to make. If he does win a race in the British Championship, then you'll see what I mean, how he'll be a little bit lighter in the wallet department, will Miles Murphy be, should he win around the British Championship, because well, I won't say any more. Watch the paddock show during the lunch break to find out. Shenington website says the KZ2 record is a 43.72 set by Charlie Cole on the 21st of May. Thank you, Ben Edwards.
Interesting.
Okay. So we didn't see what the lap. Now, of course, one set of tyres per round. What were the lap times yesterday? We shall look at that later on. But anyway, Miles Murphy, we thought he might have set the lap record, 44.51 now for Tom Adams. And we now look to see. So Charlie Turner is fourth. Adams, after that poor start, is made his way back to fifth. At a gap back to Price in sixth, McHugh in seventh, Cole eighth. Ninth is Morgan. Ella Stevens has faded to 10th. And I'm not quite sure, there's something amiss with that car. She's not quite been on the money in this particular race. Nat Thomas, Ashley Lewis, Lee Ward, Ryan Green, the only other drivers still running. Like I said, 9 drivers came into this weekend separated by 30 points. And the controversial moment, ladies and gentlemen. The Shenington website says that KZ UK is 44.99. That's KZ UK. What's KZ2? Charlie Cole. You see there's an extra page, John.
Yeah, I missed the extra page. Yeah, okay. You win. You win.
Ben Edwards
you
won.
win.
John Ratcliffe nil.
Yeah.
Back to the racing. 90 seconds to go. Miles Murphy. The demon tweaks. The demon tweaks entry. Has to pull off a demon move if he is going to win this one. Up the inside now, he's going wide. He's going to try and cut underneath James Lannister coming out of Brian's, but he can't do it. Will he dive inside? Not quite close enough. 1 minute to go. Miles Murphy's season started very badly. He's 7th in the championship coming into this weekend. He's got to get off the number 7s.
Yeah.
You know, he's
got the curse of the 7, it seems.
Yes.
It's been a great race.
Miles Murphy raced in junior TKM 4-stroke back in the day, I believe, alongside the likes of Sean Babington, who went on to become a Rotax World Final winner, and now coaches out in the UAE. He came back to the UK. I saw Sean not so long ago. Here we go.
There's a move.
And this is great. Morgan Porter, it looked as though he sort of he had a couple of laps off, let his tyres cool, and now is closing back in. We've got 0.8 of a second between the top 3, with the 2 teammates, the number 1 of Turner and the number 3 of Adams, running in 4th and 5th. Oh, this is going to be so close for the race win. The clock strikes 0, John, and that means the last lap board goes out. And it's the moment. The order is Glenister, Murphy and Porter. Who is going to take the win? Final run down towards Brian's Bend. A nose cone is being picked up off the circuit. I can't quite see who that belongs to. Possibly Derek Morgan, because his nose was loose. But so Glenister survives the run to Brian's Bend. Murphy is running out of opportunities now.
He's got a good enough gap, I think. Can he get a good exit off of the Bruno chicane? He does. But of course, that slipstream effect comes in massively. A big slide round that flat out right hand, but he's not going to be close enough to go for a move, is Miles Murphy. It looks like it's going to stay as it is. Morgan Porter not quite able to get involved with the battle, and it is going to be James Glenister then who sees the checkered flag first and takes the win in the KZ2 pre-final. Miles Murphy and Morgan Porter rounding out that podium. It was a good fight back from Morgan Porter, not quite getting involved in the battle at the end there though.
Well, an excellent KZ2 pre. Well, that sort of wets the old whistle, doesn't it? Ready for the main event. And it was Derek Morgan who had lost nose cone. And so there's Mark Brookman trudging to get Hannah Lang's kart. And here are the drivers coming in now. Let's have a little check. We can see Adams just at this left-hand side of your screen. He's sort of like bemoaning his poor start because he came back and was one of the fastest in that race. Charlie Turner just sort of... There's the number 27 of Josh Price. It's really good to see Josh Price finally going well. He was always being quick, the ex-British touring car driver, dogged by bad luck normally and reliability issues, but has managed to sort of keep things together. This weekend, he's having a very good weekend indeed. Ella Stevens, championship leader. I'm not quite sure if she's still the championship leader. Tom Adams, Derek Morgan was third in the championship, so he is not going to be outscoring Ella there. Tom Adams was, possibly Tom Adams is now unofficially taking the championship lead, but again, it's so close. Race winner, James Glenister, only 15th in the championship, but on drop scores, I think he would be a bit higher up there, so don't count Glenister out yet. There is the full rundown of results. We look ahead to race number 21. The next race will be the Junior X30 pre-final.
I do believe you were right about it being Derek Morgan's front wing that he lost, or front nose cone, I should say, as he got a technical flag on that final lap. So I think you're right in that assumption from that bit of contact. I think, again, right in the assumption that it was a bit of contact with Hannah Lang that then sent her out of the race, sadly.
And I'm looking at the full Junior X30 starting lineup. The top six that finished on the road in the repechage all got through post-race scrutineering cleanly, and therefore will all make this race. So sadly for Elias Vignola from Mexico, he will not make the start there. Now, who is that standing? That's Lewis Islin standing in the Birrell Art race suit. Lewis will start from the inside of the 9th row of the grid for the Jade Racing team. Now, Junior X30 absolutely awash with talent, of course, from Corley Bishop, a 9-time race winner and former cadet IAME British champion. Lewis Islin, heat winner, a final winner in Honda Cadet. Down the order, we've got Ewan Charman, 2 wins in his career in Honda Cadet. Kenzo Craigie, only the 1 win at Clay Pigeon in Honda Cadet last year. Harry Bartle, he won at Wilton Mill in Minimax last year. He's got a win under his belt. So again, several winners and lots more. There's Glenn Pashley, foreground. That's James Pashley's granddad. And he is a proud member of the Kart Club committee here at Shenington. And there's a look at the park for me again, you know, so quite sort of subdued calm at the end of that one. Understated. So it's race number 21, Junior X30 pre-final. The mechanics are leaving. It's up next. John Ratcliffe, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Now, familiar face taking pole position in this one, of course, is Macaulay Bishop for Dan Holland Racing. Alongside him on the front row is going to be Zach Green of Jamie Green Racing. Then it's Hayden Noah Mamassi and Harry Bartle there on row number 2. Then Lewis Bird and Harrison Mackey there on 5th and 6th.
Fred Green and Mondi Junior Canini go from row number 4. Then it's Jensen Graham and Taylor Orridge rounding out the top 10. Isaac Phelps and Freddie Lloyd.
Behind them, Ewan Charman, the Charmander there on 13th. And it's Kian Geraghty, Aston Sharp, Alexander Savinkov, Lewis Islin and David McIntyre.
Rounding out the top 20, we have Thomas Min Spearing and then Riley Cranham with Cathal Clark and Henry Carter on row 11, Morgan Moore and Sam Branston on row 12.
Behind them, Laith Khan and Joey Brown on row 13. Then it's Flynn McDermott and Samuel Woolley on row 14. Then Kenzo Craigie and Joseph Smith from that repechage there behind them.
Maya Patel, Tristan Powell, Ty Magia and George Quartermain round out the 34 kart starting grid.
Look at that, the gaggle of karts heading down towards the final corner. You almost can't see any circuit. There are so many karts covering it and already beginning to battle. And now the battle really gets underway as we get the pre-final underway here for Junior X30. It is going to be Macaulay Bishop who holds onto it through Gaffey. They're all getting a bit sideways. Bit of contact, and there's a crash in the background. Who's round there? That's the 63 for sure who was round in the background. That is Henry Carter. A couple more drivers involved in it as well, and it's all kicking off down at the hairpin as well. All facing in the right direction out of that one, though. A bit of jumping over the curb in the background. So it's already kicked off here on the opening lap in the Junior X30 final. But were we expecting anything different? Henry, as they're all going off down at the Bruno chicane. Couple of drivers cutting the circuit, but all rejoining.
I was going to say, there was one car getting airborne going into the cafe corner. Still cars clattering over the curbs.
My goodness.
4 wide. I'd say, I've got to say, welcome back to the live chat. Nanny June cheering on her grandson, Harrison Mackie. We'll find out where Harrison is at the end of lap 1. The answer is he is up into 5th position, I believe.
Indeed, we saw Harry Bartle dive down the inside going into Cafe Curve a moment ago. It was a great little move, and they're still side by side on next to there. Look at that little bit of contact. We saw a bit of wheel rubbing in the KZ2s, didn't we? They're doing it again in the Junior X30s, and this is serious elbows out racing from the Junior X30 grid. Absolutely no holds bars, and they are flying in this one. Still over 10 minutes left to go in this.
It's Bishop, Green, Mamasi, Bird, Mackie, Canini, Green, Fred Green then in 7th, followed by Bartle, Orridge, Graham, Geraghty, Fast, Freddie Lloyd, Lewis Islin, the Charmander, Ewan Charman, Savinkov, Branston, Spearing, Aston Sharp, Kenzo Craig, he's already up to 19th, followed by Morgan Moore, rounding out the top 20, but Bishop is under pressure from the Jamie Green Racing, number 10 kart of Zach Green. 10th in last year's championship. Zach Green has not had a great start to the season, but now he's coming back on song. He's only 20th in the championship, is Zach Green, but that's going to improve as the day goes on. And a quick look down at the remaining runners. At the Cathal Clark has, oh no, he's not retired, his transponder's got an issue, but Riley Cranham, Henry Carter, Laith Khan, all involved in opening lap skirmishes. Also David McIntyre losing a lot of ground as well. Isaac Phelps dropping from 11th to 20th. So there's some of the drivers that have been caught up in incidents at the start, but we do have all 34 karts still running, with Tristan Powell right at the back of the running order.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, counting them through. Definitely, yeah, Cathal Clark. There you go, back up into 19th, so definitely still running.
Yeah, transponder is on, but not going over, not sort of picking up over the splits, timing splits.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen a couple of warnings come through already. I mean, probably not surprising from how that race kicked off, but it was fantastic bit of racing between all of them, and already the front two now starting to build a bit of a gap. Macaulay Bishop and Zach Green working together nicely. About 0.6 of a second they've got between themselves and Lewis Bird in 3rd, but it's Taylor Orridge who now takes the fastest lap of the race there in 6th position. He's involved in a following gaggle, I think this one, that we're now currently watching.
Max Cuthbert on the live chat saying, come on, good luck to Lewis Islin. Joshua Graham racing, currently racing in this category, in this championship. Good luck to Team Argenti. Greg Roberts racing. I know, Greg, tell him to slow down. Going that fast is dangerous. Greg, you've got a legend car as your avatar. Now that tells me that you like going fast. Nice. Well, new lead changes. Zach Green likes going very, very, very fast. He's taking the race lead. Indeed,
down at the final corner, he gets Macaulay Bishop, gets him down the inside, and of course Macaulay leading the championship. He's taken the pre-final and the final win at both of the previous rounds. Of course, he's going to be looking to do that again today, but Zach Green currently stopping him at a big, wide moment. Checks over the shoulder. Luckily, not a big enough hit for himself anyway to allow for Macaulay Bishop to dive down the inside, but definitely lost them both time, that one.
Harrison Mackie running in 3rd place. His brother, Lewis Mackie, mechanicking. Nanny June watching. It's been great. I hope the Nanny June is well. She was fantastic back in 2020 and 2021 when Lewis was racing. She was always cheering on her grandson. She was she was the Uncle Tyrone of 2021 on the live chat. And hope that you're well, June. And she's still cheering on her younger of the 2 grandsons, Lewis Mackie on the spanners, Harrison Mackie behind the wheel. Harrison Mackie closing in as new race leader Macaulay Bishop. So it's Dan Holland Racing, Jamie Green Racing, Fusion Motorsport, Crop Promotion and Evolve Motorsport, top 5. Brilliant stuff 5 different teams in the top 5 positions in the Junior X30 pre-final. Superb.
Indeed, lovely bit of racing, trying it down the inside there, nearly getting on the grass was Zach Green, got it all sideways as he made contact with the rear of Macaulay Bishop's car, but just about holds on to it.
Now, only driver I have seen make a move and make it move work. Oh, there's Harrison Mackie at the inside of Zach Green into Wilkins. The only driver that I have seen sort of like straighten off the corner and turn it into a 90-degree corner, get up the inside and make it work is Gabriel Stilp, who is the champion last year.
Yes.
He's here in the paddock now, ready for high-tech in the British Formula 4 Championship, Formula 3, Formula 4, I don't know.
Formula 4.
It's a single-seater, and it's doing very well, but it's good to see that Gabriel back here, and I think Zach Green was trying to take a leaf out of the Gabriel Still book of overtaking into this corner here, but no, he couldn't quite get the move done. It does mean that we've now got 2, 4, 6 drivers with Taylor Orridge at the back of this group, and a new race leader, Harrison Mackie.
Takes it away from Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop thought he'd stolen it back. Now he'd shuffle Zach Green back, but a new challenger in Harrison Mackie takes the lead of this race. He's now the one pushing the way through the air, but for how much longer? Already back down the inside goes Macaulay Bishop there. Ignore your timing tower on the left. That is definitely not correct. Macaulay Bishop retaking the lead there side by side, going down into the Bruno chicane. Zach Green retakes second place, and we now have a 6-kart battle for the lead. Where did that happen?
The Junior X30 final from Shenington in 2022 was one of the races of the year. Last year's overall race of the year was the Junior X30 final at Rissington. This is only the pre-final, but if this is sort of the hors d'oeuvres, then I cannot wait to see what the main course is going to look like.
Yeah, this is just the starters, isn't it, really? As we head down into the hairpin once again, there's a late move down the inside, takes away second place once again, does Harrison Mackie. Zach Green had only just overtaken him to retake second place, but immediately he steals it back. Mamessi in the background has moved up a place or 2 as well. He moves into 4th place now, and this is all starting to kick off. A little bit of a gap between the top 3 and the following 3 at the moment. It's Lewis Bird who's just hanging on at the back of this little pack, but still just less than 5 minutes to go. We're nowhere near the end of this pre-final.
Yeah. Biggest mover in the race so far, Argenti Motorsports number 44, Kenzo Craigie, up 13 places from 29th to 16th. There's the top 6, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th coming through. As down towards Stratford Corner we go, and it's stupid. Now Macaulay Bishop, that was a strange line. He he took the racing line, then moved across a little bit earlier than he could have done, and almost got a little bit defensive when he didn't need to, and that does make him susceptible to a move going down one of the longer straights.
Indeed it does. Yeah, they're all following single file, and once again, even in these Junior X30s, the slipstream matters hugely once you get down to this final corner at Wilkins, and you have to close them off. We had a couple of drivers getting penalties, actually the number 33 and the number 34. Samuel Woolley has just got a 5-second penalty there, and of course the driver whose transponder wasn't working earlier on, Cathal Clark, now also has a 5-second penalty as well.
Yep, there you go. So the top 6. In 7th and 8th position, you've got Harry Bartle and Fred Green battling over 7th position. Harry Bartle, of course, this year's Team UK representative in the CIK FIA, or the CIK Academy.
Awesome.
Then it's Mondi Junior Canini in 9th, Farsh Ferry Lloyd in 10th, followed by Cian Geraghty in 11th, Lewis Islin 12th, Jensen Graham 13th. Then it's Aston Sharp 14th, Kenzo Craigie now up to 15th, with the Charmander, Ewan Charman 16th, Cathal Clarkman 17th, and Isaac Phelps in 18th. Angus Fender working wonders with Isaac Phelps still, and he's up into the top 20. Morgan Moore from Ireland is 19th. Then Joey Brown rounding up the top 20. Joseph Smith from the repechage up into 21st, and Sam Woolley, Thomas Min Spearing, then Henry Carter, Riley Cranham, Frying Finn McDermott, Alexander Savinkov from Ukraine, David McIntyre, George Quartermain, Bahrain's Ty Majia, followed by Laith Khan, Tristan Powell and Mayan Patel. Sadly, Sam Branston has had to retire.
Cheeky move at Bruno chicane. Zach Green had pointed forward only a few moments ago to Taylor Orridge to say, hey, let's work together. Close in on these two. Taylor Orridge goes, no thanks, mate. I'm going to overtake you. Takes away 3rd position, and he's now pressing on forward towards Bishop and Mackie, who are leading the race. Mackie's managed to squeeze through on Bishop around that second half of the lap as well. So it's all kicked off at the front. We saw them fanning out as they went down into the first little hairpin. Through Cafe they go then. And now Harrison Mackie in the lead of the race. Still over 2 minutes left to go, though.
Oh, yes. A long, long way to go. 2 minutes. Yeah, it's a long time in karting.
In karting, yeah.
10 seconds is a long time in karting. But The lead sextet, that's 6 of them. Quintet is 5. Sextet is 6. So they've got about 3 or 4 kart lengths between each of them. So with 2 minutes to go, this is the calm before the final storm, I am sure.
Oh, yes.
Bishop just staying in the slipstream, everyone casually. They all look very relaxed now. No one's hunched down behind the NASA panel. They're all just very, very relaxed. Alexander Savinkov getting a 5-second penalty. So that will push the Ukrainian driver. He's 27th at the moment. And that will push him further down the order. Now, Bishop. Again, I'm not convinced by that line by Macaulay Bishop into that corner. It seems to cost him on the run up the runway straight. And Taylor Orridge almost had a little nibble at Bishop's rear bumper going in there. Have to say, so far, I'm going to touch wood, the racing between all 6 of these front runners, superb so far.
Yeah, it's been super respectful.
Squeaky clean, just what you want to see it. Very, very good indeed from Mackie, Bishop, Orridge, Green, Bird and Mimasi.
It's been really good, really, really great to watch. And as you say, all seemingly very relaxed at the moment, but I'm sure it could all kick off in a moment's notice. Orridge just got through on Macaulay Bishop. I see out the window. There you see Bishop now in 3rd place. I know a bit of pressure from Zach Green behind now as well.
Yep.
These 3 start to battle a little bit. It's going to be the best. I mean, Harrison Mackey's going to check over his shoulder and be very happy. Harry Bartle gets a 5-second penalty. He's in 7th place, so that's going to affect him massively, especially with how close everyone is at the front of the order.
Yeah, that will drop him down to about 14th or 15th position. Kenzo Craigie still gained more place than anybody else in this race. He is up into 15th position.
Yeah, he's not done a bad job, has he?
Nope.
I mean, not taking anything away from him, but we would expect that from Kenzo, starting so far back, moving through the field. But he's doing a great job of it. And yeah, as we said, to make those moves stick at this circuit without any contact is impressive in and of itself. So to move through, get no penalties and take that many positions, big shout out to Kenzo Craigie.
Isaac Phelps gets a warning. Isaac is currently 19th. But so the clock has struck 0, John. Next time around, it'll be the last lap board. Let's check the order at the front now. Mackie leads Orridge by 0.2 of a second, by no tenths of a second. It's close up already. With Bishop and Zach Green 3rd and 4th. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Lewis Bird and Hardy Norman.
He's gone for it. He's gone for it for the lead. I swear he's gone for it for the lead.
So look, let's have a look.
66 in the lead, yeah. Orridge has taken it.
Let's have a look. We wait for it.
Here they
are. Spotted.
So yeah,
spotted.
got him into the first corner, into the left-hander before they even got to Cafe. With Flynn McDermott getting a 5-second penalty as well. They're handing them out like there's no tomorrow in this one.
Well,
but now,
that's good.
New race leader on the final lap. Taylor Orridge takes it. Ignore Lath Khan jumping to the top there. That is not correct. Taylor Orridge hasn't been in the lead of the race his whole race, but he now takes it on the final lap. That's where it really matters. He's going to have to cover over the inside, though. Thinks about the inside. Bit of contact between the 2 of them. I'm not sure what the stewards are going to think of that. But out of the corner, he's going to slip to 3rd, and it is going to be the 21 of Harrison Mackie who takes the win on the road. Macaulay Bishop 2nd, Taylor Orridge 3rd, and Zach Green in 4th in that scuffle, but not sure what they're going to think about that one.
What was very, very telling about that, no celebration from Harrison Mackie as he crossed the line. But provisionally, Harrison Mackie for Fusion Motorsport takes the Junior X30 pre-final victory. Macaulay Bishop 2nd. Taylor Orridge 3rd. Zach Green 4th. Lewis Bird is 5th. Followed by Hardy Noah Mimasi in 6th. Harry Bartle is 7th. Then Fred Green in 8th. Freddie Lloyd rounds out the top 9 with Mondi Jr. Canini in 10th. And then the rest of the running order: Jensen Graham, Kian Garrity, Aston Sharp, Lewis Islin and Kenzo Craigie. Now there are several position penalties to be applied.
Yes, quite a number.
The order that you're seeing now on your screen is the order before penalties, I believe. Yes, because Harry Bartle got a 5-second penalty in that one. There is Cathal Clark in 16th, followed by Morgan Moore, Ewan Charman, Joseph Smith, Isaac Phelps, Riley Cranham, Joey Brown, Sam Woolley, Henry Carter, Thomas Min Spearing, Alexander Savinkov, and Flynn McDermott, with David McIntyre, George Quatermain, Bahrain's Ty Magia, Lath Khan, Tristan Powell, and Mayan Patel, who I didn't see retire, but who did retire.
Yeah. Indeed, did earlier on. I was going to mention, because of course as we went on to that last lap, I'm pretty sure Macaulay Bishop was in 4th behind Zach Green. I was going to mention the fact of, well, this is going to be the first pre-final of the year that Macaulay Bishop hasn't won. But after that, into the last bit of the race, he's now been gifted 2nd place, and he might then been gifted 1st.
You never know, never know. Well, 2 pre-finals to go.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the TKM pre-finals, Junior TKM up next, and I think Nanny June is celebrating at the moment. Well, hold the celebrations, don't pop the cork just yet. We've still got the final to go, but Harrison Mackie winning on the road there. What happens at, we'll see what is discussed afterwards, but I think if there was a penalty given out for that last move, it was nothing malicious. It was like Harrison Mackie was driving in, drove in very, very deep, and Taylor Orridge was defending.
Gap.
And yeah, it was, you saw a gap, went for it, contact, Taylor Orridge moved out the way, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Everything that we say is provisional.
Very.
The team of race directors and the cameras out on circuit, the Motorsport UK cameras, 23 cameras on circuit as well. Just to give the race directors, the marshals and the stewards, who have to then make the final decision on any penalties, the best possible information, because we can't quite always rely on the drivers.
Really?
As you know, ladies and gentlemen, drivers don't ever do anything wrong. So the pre-final for Junior TKM, Aidan Mitchell and Yihan Kalachern start on the front row of the grid. It's race number 22, and it's coming up very shortly. But before we get to that, let's have a quick word. It's my American bit. A quick word from one of our sponsors. Don't go away. Quote of the day, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Michael Burke. When I'm a race director, good with the rules. When I'm a driver, don't remember the rule book. Winner. Absolutely winning quote. Here we go then. Some fist bumps aplenty. Aidan Mitchell and Yihan Kalachern leading the junior TKM field out. This will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. It's race number 22, and it's up next. What excitement awaits us in junior TKM. Aidan Mitchell and Yihan Kalachern start from pole position. Leo Robinson and Willoughby Steele, the O-Plate champion, on row number 2. Patrick Leaf, the leading privateer, and Jake Humphrey go from row number 3.
Row 4 sees William Bryan and Monty Brathwaite. Got it right. Then Jack Stewart and Harry Bloor round out the top 10. Behind them, Daniel Samir and Daniela Sutton.
Harrison Morrow rounds out the field. It's good to see Harry Bloor getting his kart sussed.
Yes.
And hopefully there he is, the number 11 kart. That's a very, very bright kart, number 57. Good work, privateer team for Jack Stewart. And there's Harry Bloor, the precision racing driver. So this race will set the grid. And you see the official there giving the drivers the hurry up. Try and close in. There's a couple of drivers at the back there. And yes, The officials here scuttling out of the way. Looks like all 13 karts are still running. No, I say that. They're out. There's a couple of drivers out of position at the back, but the lights are green. We're off and racing. The formation was good at the front, and that's what matters. And into Cafe Corner we go. And it looks as though pole sitter Aidan Mitchell has held on, but Leo Robinson is up into P2.
Indeed, yeah, Leo's had a great start there, taking away P2, and he already takes the lead. Great little move there, really opportunistic. Aidan Mitchell just went to the outside to take the sort of usual line that you would take. Diving to the apex was now your leader of Leo Robinson. Brilliant little move.
I have to say, so Leo Robinson, the Tim Wilson Motorsport team, they've been knocking on the door. Second at PFI, third at Glenagorse. He's fourth in the championship, sixth last year's championship. So Robinson, he's sort of getting closer and closer and closer to the front. He's knocking on the door of winning a race. At some point, he is going to cross the line first, coming towards a final. This is the pre-final, though. All 13 karts across the line. Into lap number 2, down to Stratford Corner. Callachurn, championship leader in kart number 4, keeps his head down. Mitchell second, Robinson first, Willoughby Steele in fourth, and he's got Jake Humphrey, William Bryant, Daniela Sutton, Daniel Samir, Harry Bloor, and Monty Brathwaite rounding out the rest of the top 10. And it's Leaf, Stewart, and Morrow.
Indeed, yep. Looks like there could be a move down here. Are they going to continue to work together? The top 3 keeping to their lines, working together. They want to try and break the toe, don't they, to Willoughby Steele, who's leading that next pack in behind. But of course, we saw the repechage earlier for the Junior X30s, but this is the first group of karts that we're seeing for the second time as of today. Of course, we saw the heats for Junior TKM and TKM Extreme earlier, and we finalised the pre-finals with them as well. But Leo Robinson, fastest lap of the race, now in the lead, and he's managing it very nicely. But of course, much longer these pre-finals than the heat we saw earlier on. Yep. So a lot more tactics coming into play of when you go for those moves, when you work together, and how it plays out through a bit of a longer race.
Yeah, so the 3 leaders at the moment, they're doing a sensible thing. They're not battling, they're trying to work together and trying to push away. You can see Callachurn just sort of like resting. Literally just resting his nose on the rear bumper and the number plate, the rear number of Aidan Mitchell's kart, and sort of easing him down the straight. And this, drivers are happy with that. They like getting pushed along down the straights, not so much in the corners, but down the straights, because 12 wheels working in unison are much better than 4 wheels working on their own. Robinson, Mitchell, Callachurn.
Yeah, pushing to the corner gets a little bit scary. None of the drivers want that.
Yes, Willoughby Steele. Now, Willoughby Steele, it's been a frustrating morning for Willoughby Steele, because he's been quicker than the second main battle pack, but not quite quick enough to stay with the leaders. And it looks as though we've got a repeat of a situation. But at least, there's Callachurn. But at least now Willoughby Steele has got Jake Humphrey to help push him along, to slipstream and draft with him. So he's not going to be all on his own, breaking the air by himself with no one to sort of help him. And Callachurn looking at Robinson. Now, Leo Robinson, he hasn't done much leading, certainly at this stage of an event. So he's now got the sort of, look, we've won heat races, or he's led heat races, and what have you. We haven't broken through yet pre-finals and finals, so he's got to learn how to not let the nerves, not let the occasion get the best of him. Callachurn and Mitchell follow him through. Steele, Humphrey, Bryant, Sutton, Samir, Bloor. Harry Bloor not making as much progress, I thought. Change for the race lead.
Yeah, really opportunistic there. Got the overspeed, did Jehan Callachurn. Takes the lead of the race. Of course, he's been very successful this year in TKM Junior, has Jehan, and he's carrying that on into this one. Starts the fastest lap of the race. Now is the one pushing through the air. And as you were saying there, we can see Willoughby Steele and Jake Humphrey in behind. And get that little bit of push from behind, certainly helping. Daniela Sutton seems to have a good race as well. She's up into 7th now, and in a bit of no man's land, trying to chase down William Bryant and Jake Humphrey in ahead of them. Just
going to make a comment about William Bryant, the Rob Saw racing driver. Oh, yes, you can make comments about the race lead.
Down the inside, Leo Robinson's going to retake it. No, he's not. They're still going to be side by side on exit. Clips the curb on the exit. Does Jehan Callachurn, but he does retake that lead. So a great battle kicking off already. And look at that. That's already allowed for Willoughby Steele and Jake Humphrey to begin to close in. I say begin. They're right there on top of them.
I've got to say, William Bryant, very impressive. Quietly going about his business. He's a rookie in the championship. Willoughby Steele is the leading rookie in this race, the O-plate, and now the top 6 together. And don't count Daniela Sutton out. I didn't call I think called Danielle Steele then for some strange reason. No, she's not a writer of trashy romantic novels. She's a go-kart racer and a very good one at that. And don't count her out of a battle for the lead yet. She was very aggressive in and fought her way. So she showed that she's got some sharp elbows in the second heat this morning, because that battle for 6th position was very, very tough, and she was able to, she was able to make her position felt as Leo Robinson retakes the lead.
Does indeed. Opportunistic once again. Of course, Jehan got him before they got down to Wilkins. However, Leo waiting until Wilkins, getting him under brakes there. And as you said earlier on in this race, a couple of ways of getting that corner done. And it means that you can dive to the apex and just chop off the driver you're overtaking on the exit. But Jehan is still right there in behind, pushing him down the back straight towards Stratford hairpin, and back down the inside goes Mr. Calichurn. Retakes the lead of the race.
Yep. And Aidan Mitchell, Willoughby Steele, you can see Aidan Mitchell saying, right, come on, let's push up to the front. He's telling his precision racing teammate Willoughby Steele to say, come on, push, let's go. Let's, we can see they're fighting. We've got a good shout here. Just looking there. Okay, I'm looking at this. John is drinking a strawberry water, ladies and gentlemen.
It's very tasty.
But it's a fun strawberry water with some fun graphics.
It is. It is.
So
it's Polish.
Very good, very good. There's and that is that's a very English move for the race lead. At the inside, I got the apex. If you want to try and go around the outside and go on the grass, that's your choice. Leo Robinson takes the lead. Ian Calichurn chooses the break and fall back in line at the second position. Mitchell almost trips over him coming through Stratford corner, and there's a singer saying, Aidan Mitchell, forward, push, go, like a war cry.
Yeah, stop looking back at me. Look forward, let's go forward. Also, impressive, Patrick Leaf now takes the fastest lap of the race. He, of course, was in 4th place, I think, for most of the heat that we saw earlier, battling up at the front. So, doing another good job in this one.
Calichurn back at the front. So
he takes, they're just swapping, aren't they? Back and forth, back and forth.
I'm running out of fingers and toes to count the lead changes, but don't worry, I'm not going to take my shoes off.
Oh, please, goodness, please. I'm glad you changed shoes from the washout of yesterday.
Oh, yes.
I also did the same.
Yes. Soaking wet trainers that have been worn for 48 hours straight. And a humid commentary box did not a happy marriage make.
No. But back down the inside, retakes the lead again. Does Leo Robinson, tries to follow him through. Does Aidan Mitchell, but nope. Jehan Calichurn chops him off there as they go down into the S's, the Bruno chicane.
Now, I was expecting Daniela Sutton to sort of close in because of the battling that's going on. It hasn't quite happened yet. And we've had 6 lead changes in the last 3 laps, ladies and gentlemen. And I've got to say, I'm not, touch wood, there's 4 minutes to go. The racing has been spotless. Absolutely spotless here in Junior TKM. What I would say to any sort of, any privateer parent, anyone who's currently in either Honda, Water Swift, or Micromax, running as a privateer, and look, they're moving up to junior next year, but they're thinking, and there's William Bryan at the bank. Wow, he clipped the curb, and it just sent the car up the bank. There's grass and detritus all over the circuit there, but Bryant almost take off. And that's a very, very grassy go-kart.
He was nearly vertical there, wasn't he?
Yes. That was a 4.5 with extra added pike position. And of course that has slowed Willoughby Steele down a great deal, and it's dropped Willoughby Steele back into the clutches of Daniela Sutton. As I was saying, if you're a privateer driver and you want to move up to the British Championship, you're concerned about budget, and you're moving out of cadet next year, look at Junior TKM. Got to say, yes, there are teams in it. You can run at the front of the privateer. You've got professional teams. These are the cars. I mean, karting costs money, but this is the most budget of all the junior classes. And just look at the racing. Look at the racing. Brilliant stuff. Mitchell now up to second. Calichurn's going to be leading the race by the time they come out of Cafe Corner. Watch this.
I was going to say this is the first time in the race, I think, where it hasn't been Leo Robinson or Jehan Calichurn in first and second. But tries to battle back, does Callaghan, but isn't able to do so. So Mitchell holding on to second place there, and Jake Humphrey just sitting back in fourth, waiting for it all to kick off, it seems. Still 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. Plenty of laps for it to continue to kick off. As down the inside for the lead then goes Aiden Mitchell. Takes it away from Leah Robinson. They're going to be squeezing onto the curb on the exit. Watch out for that grass on the racing line, and Leah Robinson goes back to the lead. It's all still chopping and changing, and I predict it might continue doing that for the last 2 minutes.
Well, now you've got to say why. You know, the Marshall team will get out there and clear that grass off the racing line. But it's a bit like Mario Kart. There's still a bit of an obstacle now. Something else to make it a little bit more interesting, as if it needed it. Now,
thank goodness we don't have blue shells in this
2 minutes to go. Can I get through the running order without a lead change? Let's see. Here we go. Robinson, Mitchell, Callaghan, Humphrey, the top 4. Leaf, Sutton, Steele, Samir, Brathwaite, and Bloor, the top 10. Stewart, Morrow, and Bryant. Whew. Let's do that.
Yeah, Sutton has fallen off into that second pack then. She wasn't a bit of no man's land. They're still battling here at the front. Callaghan retakes second place then. And smashes into the grass, so the marshal's no longer needed. Yehan's done it for them.
Yes.
Tries it down the inside, might make a bit of contact there through the British again. They're going to be 3 wide on the exit. Oh my goodness. Leah Robinson retakes it. Yehan Callaghan second.
And watch Jake Humphrey.
Humphrey back into third now. Fantastic, and this has allowed for Patrick Leaf to close in. Fastest lap of the race, top privateer, getting involved with the top battle. This is brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. As we've got 1 minute, 4 seconds to go. And Leo Robinson hugging the inside. Callaghan thought about going around the outside. Here comes Jake Humphrey. Could we see a Tim Wilson Motorsport 1-2? It's a 1-3 for Tim Wilson Motorsport at the moment. Callaghan sort of half defending, half attacking. He does get the run at the inside. And Jake Humphrey helping Callaghan through. It's now Tim Wilson Motorsport side by side for second and third. Callaghan leads for Klassen Motorsport. Then Humphrey and Robinson. Then Mitchell and Leaf. Now Sutton runs 6, followed by Brathwaite, Samir, Steele down to 9th.
Move to the lead.
Changed the lead. Another one.
He's got him. Yeah, Leah Robinson back through then. Yeah, it looked like, I think Jake Humphrey just made the slightly wrong decision into Bruno chicane. Maybe should have pushed his teammate, then could have had the inside line through the Bruno chicane. But anyway, still there in third, still very much involved. And Leo Robinson retaking the lead of the race. 8 seconds on the clock, so we will be on the penultimate lap of this race. And the racing hasn't stopped throughout. I don't know who's going to take this one. It could be between any of these top 5ers there down the inside. Is that Aiden Mitchell fighting his way back through? No, it's Jake Humphrey re-overtaking Aiden Mitchell for third place. Yehan Callaghan and Leah Robinson side by side still once again through Bruno chicane, and Leah Robinson just holds on to it, tries the up and under, does Yehan, but a bit of contact keeps him behind.
Yep, 5 drivers now. Patrick Leaf will swing out wide, will try, I was going to say he was going to try and cut back.
Oh, no.
Oh dear, there are
Daniela
2.
Sutton.
That's Daniela Sutton and the number 15 Kart of Daniel Samir, who have come to grief down at Stratford Corner. Both drivers out of the kart and absolutely fine. Final lap, and there's yellow flag. So Leo Robinson, he might just have timed it correctly. He'll only have about half a lap to defend. So there's the incident. Oh, and they've gone off big time outside under braking for Stratford Corner. And now it's game on again. Now it's game on into Bruno chicane. Robinson, Callaghan, Humphrey, Mitchell, Leaf in that order, but not for much longer, I'm sure.
Who's going to get the better exit? It's all going to matter here. Move to the inside already. Does Leo Robinson holding the inside? Callaghan's trying around the outside, but he could be under pressure from Jake Humphrey. Jake Humphrey down the inside for second. Trying to follow through is the 14 of Aiden Mitchell as well, but Callaghan holds it round the outside. Not going to be able to challenge for the lead. What a brilliant move. Retakes second, gets shuffled up to the outside. Does Humphrey. He's going to lose third and fourth. He drops to 5th on the last lap. What a fantastic race. That's going to be race of the day for me.
That is race of the day so far, ladies and gentlemen. That was only the pre-final. What have they got in store for us in the final? Willoughby Steele finishing in 6th position. Monty Brathwaite 7th. The top 5 separated by 0.3 of a second. And the 2 teammates in the Tim Wilson Motorsport awning.
It's going to be an awkward chat on the way back.
Yes, I know. Well, we didn't see the incident. Someone might have spun in front of them and they took evasive action, but there was certainly a territorial dispute amongst the colleagues there. So, top 10, Robinson, Callaghan, Mitchell, Leaf and Humphrey, Steele, Brathwaite, Stewart, Bloor and Harris and Morrow takes a top 10 finish for Klassen Motorsport with William Bryant, Daniela Sutton, Daniel Samir running out the order. There's a very happy looking Leo Robinson. He will start the final from pole position. It does mean, ladies and gentlemen, that we have but one pre-final to bring you before the paddock show. It is TKM Extreme. I do recall the second heat this morning being also quite good, John.
Yes, it was pretty brilliant, to say the least. Some fantastic racing, and I mean, as we've seen from the junior TKM pre-final, having a slightly longer race just means more time for battling. Yes. So I'm very happy to give these guys a little bit more time on track for the pre-final. Let's see how this one goes in TKM Extreme.
Yeah, that junior race is one of those you just want to run them. They want to keep them going until they run out of fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
It was that good. It was that good. So Alfie Garford will be starting this one from pole position. Alfie Garford, he won the let's have a little look. He won the 2021 Junior TKM title. He beat Alistair Crescent, but he didn't win a race all year.
Wow.
So points make prizes.
It's just like I was chatting with Jesse Phillips on that little interview that I did. He hasn't won a final yet this year.
No.
And we were chatting about that, and he just wasn't really too concerned. He was like, obviously, it's great to win a final, but equally, I'm just trying to score consistent points and keep that championship lead. And that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day.
Yes. Now, let's have a look on there. It's trying to. You could see Charlie King's dad. No, that's Charlie King's mechanic that's there on the outside. He's got his beanie hat on, so I can't quite think. There's Chris Whitten looking up at Craig Luffman, his mechanic. Craig Luffman celebrating an anniversary. Poor wife, that's what I'm going to say. Earlier this week. So hello, there's
instead of wishing them the best, you're wishing her the best.
Congratulations, Craig. Commiserations to you.
Good luck.
Now, okay, so third driver back on the right-hand side of your screen. There's Lee Whittingham, and you can see his dad with glasses there, Robin. Please watch for an upcoming feature that we did. It's called Lee Whittingham Racing for Heather. That we filmed yesterday, so please watch YouTube later this week. It's a great feature, very emotional feature.
Very touching.
Obviously, Lee's mum Heather passing away late last year, and Lee, as you can see on the back of Lee's crash helmet, he's got a little symbol with his mum's name on it. Oh no, hang on a second. What's Joe Cheek saying? He's up and out of his wagon. Dave, my dad's forgot to put it together again properly. Dave, what should I do? My dad's forgotten to bolt it up right. Yes, that's just my impression of Joe Cheek. Yesterday he had a few mechanical issues.
Stop being so cheeky.
Yeah, sorry. I do apologise to Mr. Cheek, who's a great mechanic. There's Simon. I've got to say, those Talco Vera T-shirts that Simon Garvin, I quite like them.
Me too.
No, John. Oh, hello. Look, I crashed my go-kart, and his dad's like, Daniel, get over here, pick your go-kart up, stop posing, come on. Sorry, I just wanted to say to everyone, I'm okay. Look, Mum, I'm okay. Dad's like, get the carts! But yeah, please watch out for the feature on Lee Whittingham coming up later this week. It's a very, very good and emotional watch, but an uplifting one as well.
Like you're mentioning with the back of his helmet is lovely. Also the panel on the steering wheel. I'm not sure what you'd call it. The dash.
The dash on oh yes,
lovely.
Yes. Well, we'll
really
see. I'd see that. But I was interrupted mid-flow by Daniel Samir waving the camera. So the Wera Tools shirts that Simon Garford has got on there that they sponsor, I really like them. Now we are commentating on behalf of Wera.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really like those shirts.
Yeah, I really like it as well. I think I'd
really
wear
like
it
those shirts.
every day.
I would
actually
wear it.
out in public.
I would
just for the sponsorship.
I would wear it just to represent.
Just to represent.
I mean, we're representing Wera on the air now.
Exactly.
And those shirts are lovely. Oh, sorry. Anyway,
I kind of need a new race suit. I might be pushing it a bit too far with that one, I think.
Good luck in making a race suit big enough to squeeze my my winter coat in. Right, here we go. It is the last pre-final of the day. It's race number 23, TKM Extreme, and it's coming up very, very shortly.
Here we go then. Last pre-final of the day. Hopefully it's as cracking as that last one. Alfie Garfin and Harvey Roth will lead us to the green light. Behind them are Chris Whitten and Charlie King, then Lee Whittingham and Joe Cheek.
On row number 4, we have Michael Cornell, Kai Springfield, Luke Jarman, Aaron Lask, Ashton Cox, and Kian Bennett. That's your top 12.
Row number 7 sees Oliver Bowen and Spencer Lane. Behind them, Liv Jenkins, Andrew Platt, and Jessica Fitch-Hall rounds out the 17 karts on the grid for this one.
Right, there we go. We're on the rolling lap. And you can see some of that hard-working Alpha Live camera crew out on the circuit.
They'll be pretty thankful they weren't out yesterday, I think.
Yes. I'm always saying I really wish we should cover the heats as well. Do 2-day broadcast.
Yeah, I agree.
Camera crew were like, no.
No.
So they're not warming their tyres. You're not allowed to warm the tyres. They're checking this.
No, yeah. No, they're just checking the steering, making sure the tyres are on.
Yeah. Check the steering. Back and forth.
I mean, to be fair to the camera crew, they needed a sunny day after the day they had at GYG.
Yes.
The previous event before last,
Yes.
when we had the IAMEs out and the KZ2s, that was rather wet.
Well, it was mildly moist, to say the least. So, under sunny skies at Shenington, the TKM Extreme pre-final is go. And into turn number 1.
Harvey Roth, I think, has taken it. Yeah, he has.
That was a great start from the Tim Wilson Motorsport driver. And out of Cafe Corner they go. Roth, the O-plate, leads them. Garford back to the inside. He overcooks it, can't get it parked on the apex. And it's now 3 wide. No, it's briefly 3 wide. Charlie King saying, come on. Oh, they'll go. Oh, wheel-to-wheel stuff. Garford and King going into the Bruno chicane with Joe Cheek up into 4th position.
I think that was Garford getting a little bit of a knock from behind from Charlie King that just unsettled him under the brakes, sent him a little bit far wide. But luckily, the leader, of course, Harvey Roth, had the awareness about him to see what was happening, give him a little bit of a gap, and that is not the best line round that corner.
That was number 44 kart of Kian Bennett running out of bitumen. Coming through to Cafe Corner. Look at the live chat there. Salvador Garcia Perez saying, Vamos, Mateo Garcia. Vamos, Mexico. Well, you can come back a little bit later for the Watershift Restricted final. And what do we got here? We've got amazing race. Good luck to DRS driver Daniela Sutton from Stuart Brierley. Uncle Mark Robinson is cheering on from... Well, Leo Robinson, no wonder he was happy. He's got family members driving in, watching in Kenya.
Lee Whittingham went a little bit wide there through the Bruno chicane. Not sure if there was a contact or not, but either way, he was out on the marbles, on the gravel, on the outside. He's dropped a couple of positions there.
I think the stickers on the outside, on the number stickers, were getting well acquainted with one another.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And it's Roth. So Vic Crowthers, Leo Robinson getting a lot of support on the live chat. Chloe Chong, formerly of this parish, saying good luck to Sukmani Kira. And Giovanni's good luck to the
big
promotion
send from Joe Cheek there down the inside. Nearly took 2 positions, but has got a bad exit because of it. Looks like he's now going to be re-overtaken as they go down into the Bruno chicane.
Oh, this is good. Tim Wilson Motorsport versus Klassen Motorsport. 1-2 in TKM up at the front. This is what you see. You've got Precision Racing, you've got Rob Saw Racing as well. But, Precision Racing have been in and out of this championship. They're back with the force this year. But the 2 consistent presents in TKM that have been the backbone of the class for several years in this championship, there are obviously other teams out there, are Tim Wilson Motorsport, Klassen Motorsport. Klassen Motorsport will be running since 1998.
Wow.
In TKM. Dave Klassen has, I think... Oh, and there's signalling going on there, saying, "Come on, think. Let's think. Let's all try and work happily and work together." Chris Whitten, head down.
That was Joe Cheek, wasn't it? He was giving that
Yes.
point forward. I think because of that earlier little scuffle that he had out of the same corner that dropped him a couple of positions. So he's wanting to change that negative momentum into some positive momentum, start moving forward once again, as he was sending some good moves earlier on in this race. That top group beginning to break away quite nicely now with Joe Cheek sort of at the back of it. Liv Jenkins there and thereabouts as well. Then a bit of a gap back to Spencer Lane there in 8th position as they start a new lap of the race. Just less than 9 minutes to go. And Joe Cheek, as we talk about him now, takes the fastest lap, so definitely don't count him out.
Yep. Through Pitts Bend to Stratford Straight. And you're not seeing Charlie King challenge Harvey Roth for the race lead. He's content to just sit and follow. And they're pulling away from Kai Springfield. Kai Springfield has got a career best finish of 2nd. He's got 1 second place and 2/3 in the British Championship. so he knows how to get onto the podium. I think he got a podium here in 2022. That could have been his last podium. He's now dropped to 4th place. Alfie Garford goes back through. Chris Whitton is next in line, but Springfield closes the door, and that brings Cheek into 6th position. Jakins is not far behind in 7th, then a bit of a gap back to Lane, Cox, Whittingham, Lask, Bowen, Jarman, Cornell, Bennett, Platt and Fitch Hall.
Yeah, good move from Alfie Garford. Clearly feeling he's the one that should be leading that secondary train, pushing forward towards Roth and King. Of course, as you say, Roth and King doing the smart thing, working together in the early parts of this race to push on ahead, open out that gap and break the toe to the 4 or 5 drivers that are there and behind. Of course, we loved seeing a junior TKM, the top 5 or 6, just squabbling the whole race. Yeah. Maybe it wasn't the smartest thing to do if you want to take the win. These drivers doing the heads up driving. 7.5 minutes still to go. Let's just continue to work together here before the gloves come off.
Yeah, exactly.
With a minute or so to go.
Just try and sort of thin the pack, thin the herd ever so slightly. Like Darwinism in karting, so like only the strong shall survive to battle for the win in the last lap of the race.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to it.
The further back, so. You've got a lot of battling further back.
It's like 3 or 4 massive gaggles, isn't it, now in this race that have sort of split off. And I think we were saying about they're working together nicely. The 3 behind now working together nicely are definitely closing in. Half a second now between King and Garford.
And there's the second big battle pack, and that was Spencer Lane trying to defend from the all-red kart of Ashton Cox. Ashton Cox on the Gillard chassis. Let's have a look. Ashton Cox, yes, the Gillard actually the Litchfield Motorsport engines. And,
a little move to the inside there.
Yeah, that privateer kart is going very well
that was
indeed.
Ashton Cox, wasn't it?
Yeah, here's Ashton. And he's got now here's a move from Lee Whittingham. Whittingham on the number 11 kart of Lane. And that is a position gain. That's Lee Whittingham into 9th place. But Spencer Lane now side by side once again. Luke Jarman just behind them in 11th. Then the all-white kart of Michael Cornell holding off Oliver Bowen in the number 55. Kian Bennett. Aaron Lask down in 15th position in the number 3 kart for Precision Racing. Something is not quite right there, because Aaron Lask, he's only 16th in the championship, but then I think there was an exclusion from the opening round at PFI. It's not a reflection of his pace because he was on the podium. And there's Michael Cornell making a move, and Spencer Lane making a move. Synchronised passing into Wilkins.
Do they get extra points for that?
Style points, yes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
But think back to, remember that time you said it's all quite sensible at the front about 2 laps ago?
Yeah, I know. I've just looked out the window.
I just looked out the window as well, and there you are.
Yeah.
There you go, viewers, for your proof of the pudding.
So Ross threw into the lead, and King's dropped down to 4th then in that scuffling.
Yes. In fact, no, he's dropped to 6th. Charlie King has dropped to 6th. There he is. So he's gone. And I met Kong this morning. One of Charlie's mechanics, whose assistant is Kong, who's a character. Let's just say that. Well, I mean, the way he was ordering breakfast, he eats like a king. I'll tell you that. Now, so it's Roth, Garford, and Springfield.
Springfield's just been setting fastest lap after fastest lap as well.
And again, Kai Spring. You can see where Whitton and Charlie King. Oh, lead change. Springfield has just been very smart so far, and there he goes, a bit of 2nd place. And really, Kai Springfield hasn't. Right, follow me with this, viewers. Kai Springfield hasn't made a move. He's gained 6 places without making a move. Other people have done the move for him. They've opened the door, and he's just calmly followed through.
Yeah.
That is smart driving.
However, he can't do that anymore.
Can't do that anymore.
He's only got one person in front of him.
He's now got to start using the door knocker himself.
Exactly.
And Alfie Garford will probably say, nope, not home.
Exactly, and not only is he focusing forward to try and make that move, he's now got Harvey Roth, the O-plate, right behind him.
No cold callers, sorry.
No cold callers. Hopefully he's got a Ring doorbell.
Yeah. Now, so Harvey Roth, the O-plate champion, didn't have a great day yesterday, but, is back on form here today as they come up toward the Bruno chicane.
Oh, what a shot.
Great view. It shows how, no suspension on these go-karts.
Bit bumpy.
That's why all these drivers wear their rib protectors.
Yes.
Yes, quite literally. You do one race meeting without a rib protector, you don't do another race meeting for at least 2 months while your ribs heal.
Luckily, I've got a natural rib protector for when
I have too. Yes, it's called years of fast food. Yes. Self-insulation.
That's why we're dying in this commentary box right now.
It's
Whew, it's warm.
air conditioning. There is not, shall we say? Down towards Stratford Corner. 3 minutes to go. 1, 2, 3. Garford, Springfield, Roth. Then a gap back to Witten in 4th. 5th is Cheek. 6th is Charlie King. And Charlie King is really dropping back now. He's really dropping back, and he's into the clutches of Liv Jenkins, who's running in 7th position, doing an excellent job in her first year as a senior driver. This is the site of Liv Jenkins' only career British Championship podium. It was opening round of 2022 as a junior. She just lost out to Leon Frost, her teammate, and it's good to see Leon back. We'll see him later. We'll see him later in the senior X30 final. There
it's all
is
changed
Liv
at the front.
Jenkins.
It's all changed at the front. Springfield is in the lead now. They're still side by side for second. Roth versus Garford, and Roth's got it. So Garford down to third.
Yep. And so Kai Springfield, great driving. He's on that Birrell ART chassis. The Jade prepare his engines. He's running as a privateer. 7th in the 2020 championship, 10th in 2021. Didn't race all last year, or missed a round or something. I want to see it last year. Took a podium though here in the opening round of 2022, and now leads the pre-final with 2 minutes to go.
Pretty impressive
Oh,
stuff.
no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Of course he doesn't need the pre-final.
And now the move from Alfie Garford down the inside into Cafe as well. They're going to be side by side on the exit. He's going to try and force him to the grass there. A bit of contact between the two of them. And who's sat behind? Chris Witten getting involved as well. He's going to try and follow him down the inside. Bit of front to rear contact as well. A bit of side pod contact as well. It's all kicking off here. But Chris Witten does take the place up into third.
Yes, he does. And Springfield and all that hard work, and now there'll be no. Yes, now he can't just sort of. Oh, and that is Aaron Lask. I said there was a problem with that kart, and it proved to be true. Here is the second group, led by Luke Jarman. In 8th position, Ashton Cox 9th, Oliver Bowen 10th, Michael Cornell 11th, Kean Bennett 12th, Lee Whittingham has fallen all the way back to 13th. Then it's Spencer Lane, Andrew Platt, and Jessica Fitch Hall.
Yes, I'd like to, again, with the other races we've seen earlier today, I'd like to focus on about 3 different battles at the same time. Split screen would be lovely.
Yes, if we could have 27 cameras out on circuit, that'd be great. And there's Joe Fowler in the blue T-shirt, who's now helping with the Class of Motorsport team. Former race winner, junior British champion, back before the modern era. Okay. Before the modern era, Joe Fowler.
Now, the front two have just started to break away a little bit, haven't they, Roth and Garford? Springfield's there, and I think Springfield's having to think about Chris Witten behind, isn't he, rather than looking forward to the two ahead. So, a little bit, he's in the challenging position there in third. Yeah,
30 seconds to go, top 5. So, Charlie King, championship leader, is now behind Liv Jenkins. So, Liv Jenkins has made the move. Up into 6th position, King back to 7th.
We didn't see how that all happened, did we? Where they lost out from being the front two who were leading by themselves. So maybe a bit of contact has caused a bit of damage or something. Not so sure.
Who knows? And look at this. Now here we go. It is Roth, Garford. Somebody else brings a wounded wagon into the pits. Oh my word, that was Witten giving it the beans going into Bruno Chicane, and he missed the apex, and it has cost him big time, and it's blown that battle wide open. Witten committed and then just sort of outbraked himself. Other karts had to take evasive action. It's a head-to-head fight. Final lap begins. Roth leads, Garford second. Was it not the other way round at the start of the last lap there, where Roth was chasing Garford? I believe it might have been, and Garford came out on top, and King is back ahead of Jenkins. Springfield has fallen well back, and Chris Witten down to 7th position now. No, I think. Oh, where is Chris Witten gone? Oh, maybe a problem with the transponder. But here we go. Anyway, into the Bruno Chicane. It is still Roth leading from Garford. Is Garford close enough? Roth checks over his shoulder. I don't think Garford can make a move.
No, I don't think he's quite close enough. Yeah, Witten back up to 4th on the timing, so that was a bit of a transponder issue there. But it doesn't look like he's going to be close enough, does it? Harvey Roth has done a great job of managing it now. He's got to the front, and he is going to take the win in the TKM Extreme pre-final. What a race that was. Very different to the junior TKM, but still a fantastic squabble at the front there.
Yes, indeed. And look at that. Joe Cheek comes home in 3rd position. Great result.
Snuck to the podium there, didn't he?
Yes,
unnoticed.
He just sort of like, again, just keeping his nose clean, and the carts stay together. So Joe Cheek finishes third. Chris Witten 4th. Kai Springfield in 5th, followed by Charlie King in 6th. Liv Jenkins was 7th. And the top 7, despite all that, covered by 2.7 seconds. Then the battle for 8th place went Michael Cornell's way. Excellent, excellent drive from Michael Cornell. He's the privateer's privateer. He's the poster boy for all privateers. Michael Cornell, you know, great to see him in the championship. And again, coming out on top of a really hectic battle for 8th place. Luke Jarman finishing 9th, Ashton Cox 10th, followed by Oliver Bowen, Cian Bennett, Lee Whittingham, and Andrew Platt. The last finisher was Jessica Fitch-Hall. We lost Spencer Lane and Aaron Lask. Whew. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was an excellent morning's racing. And not you, John, but you, the viewers, now have a 30-minute treat.
Oh, what a treat.
What
you
a
get to
treat.
see our faces.
The Paddock Show. Enjoy. We'll see you after that for the finals. We're all going on a summer holiday. Ladies and gentlemen, the British summertime has arrived in full force at Shenington. It's the Paddock Show. It's round 5, event 5 of the 2023 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. He's John Ratcliffe. I'm not John Ratcliffe. Here is a very wet and windy Paddock Show. And I have to say, John, that Alpha Live, James Fitzhugh and Motorsport UK have given us some brand new muffs. And what do you not want to get muffs? Wet. Wet muffs are bad. Brand new ones, even worse. And it's the first ever in the 2.5-year history of the Paddock Show that it's a wet Paddock Show. Perfect timing. Wow. Shenington, built 1959. Started karting here 1 year later, 1960, one of the oldest tracks in the UK, one of the most fabled tracks in the UK. It's been a very busy day, hasn't it, John?
It's been very busy. I was going to make a joke about you being there at the first meeting, but I'll leave that one be.
But
yeah, it's been super busy, as you say.
My hair was at the first meeting. It's long gone now. There we go.
No, it's been super busy. Loads of on-track action. Very changeable conditions, of course. Everyone was practicing yesterday in the dry. Today, it's basically just been throwing it down, so it's been changeable. And then again, I think for tomorrow, for the racing, it's going to go back to being dry again, isn't it?
The thing with Shenington is it does not dry quickly. Glenagorse, the last 2 rounds, it was pelting it down, thunderstorms, lightning, monsoon. It really 20
was.
Minutes later, you're on slick tyres.
Yeah.
Here, very, very different tarmac. It's an old airfield, and it stays wet for a long time. It's actually stopped raining about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, thank goodness.
And yet it is greasy, the kart's all on wet tyres. We've got 1 or 2 more heats still going on right now.
Yes.
But tomorrow we've got a full slate. 18 races, I think we got to bring you tomorrow.
Huge amount.
It's going to be huge. Right, let's go to the fun bus. By the fun bus, I mean the Class and Motorsport ordering.
Let's
it's about
do it.
time. So this weekend we've got Water Swift Restricted,
Yes.
Water Swift Unrestricted,
Yes.
Junior TKM, TKM
Yes.
Extreme, KZ2, Junior X30 and Senior X30. We've got 2 drivers from Bahrain, 2 drivers from Mexico, 1 driver from China, Uncle Tom Cobley and all. But do you know what? If the weather's not feeling great, there's one awning in this paddock that will cheer you up no end. It's the Class of Motorsport awning. Come on, Mr. Cameraman, in we go.
In you go, sir.
it's about time we actually have a look at some results. So, the junior TKMs, the TKMs have had one heat today. One heat, Mr. Callichurn?
Yes, one heat today.
And the junior, for the first time all year, John, the junior heat was not won by Ihan Callichurn, was it?
No, second.
Second place, Aidan Mitchell. Congratulations, Aidan Mitchell takes a victory in junior TKM. In TKM Extreme, we've got championship leader. First, I think, John, we should interview the championship leader of TKM Extreme, Mr. Charlie King. Come this way, and exclusive Paddock Show exclusive new graphics kit. Come and show us round, Charlie.
Give us a look round.
Is the cart clean? That's the thing. Is the cart clean? Now he's worried.
Well, I made him fake change a couple of wheels earlier, so they're definitely on now.
Okay.
So that's good.
Right, hang on a sec. There's tyres, there's mud, there's all sorts going on here. Right, first things first, Charlie. How did Heat 1 go for you?
It's alright, we come 4th from 6th, so it's good points.
Good points. The championship standings in TKM Extreme are ridiculously close, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we're 9 points clear, but on drop rounds it's like 6, so it's still stupidly close. So still got to keep everyone behind.
Now, Mr. Ratcliffe, please give us your learned opinion on the new Charlie King graphics kits, if you would.
Absolutely
please,
stunning. That's got to be at least half a second, I would say, my friend.
It hasn't been this weekend. GYG possibly, but we didn't have it on for then, so no.
No, Charlie. I
don't like this negativity.
We came into Classimoso because the fun on you seem rather glum. What's gone on?
Ash isn't here though, so we need someone to lift the spirit up. There's Dave over there.
Team principal, right? Dave Classen has gone. We'll have a quick chat. So Charlie has got qualified 6, finished 4th. Joe Cheek, we'll speak to Mr. Cheek. Second British Championship round in seniors. How has today gone, sir?
Well, we had a clutch drum come off, partly my fault.
Oh. Oops. So it could have gone better then.
So he started 17th, back of the grid, and he crawled up, I think it was 10 places in about 2 laps, lap and a half, 2 laps, something like that. And then it sort of levelled out.
But tomorrow's a new day. And then what came loose?
His chain guard come loose.
It's not been
My fault as well.
I was going to say, no wonder Joe's not here. He's off sulking, not at the results. He's sulking at you.
No, he's all right.
He's all right. Joe's always all right.
Always sulking about him.
Now there's some more ne'er-do-wells and wrong'uns over there, John. Go on. Who we got there? I know. It was a rhetorical question. Cue John Ratcliffe.
Hello, Charlie's dad.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm not bad.
Yes. I like the bucket hat.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? Keeps the rain off me out.
It's been a bit chilly today, so you definitely need one of those.
Yeah, it's been cold. I've been in the van drying out all day, so...
I was going to say, I assume you haven't really been watching at trackside too much.
No.
I assume you're...
Only Charlie's race.
Okay.
Only Charlie's race,
Good.
yeah. So.
You kind of have to do that one, I feel.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And you enjoyed watching that?
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah. It was all right. Quality wasn't good. No, got drenched.
But we're loving the new look of the car.
Right, personal opinion. No.
So we found out that you don't like it, and it somehow made him go a little bit slower as well.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
red and white. I found the hardest working person in the paddock, the person responsible. Who are we?
I'm Charlie's sister.
Charlie's sister. Charlie's sister has got is your brother keeping his brand new graphics kit on his go-kart clean? Are you looking after it?
Yeah.
Excellent. It's a bit muddy in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. British summertime. Right. Let's go this way.
Let's go.
We shall now have a little chat.
Cameraman needs to try and find a way out now.
Yeah. There's an Ash Klassen here. Mother hen, come this way. Right. Succinctly describe your flock's day. It's a family show.
It's been really good.
It's been really good. Okay, yeah, okay.
We haven't had a
well, apart from Joe.
day. No, he's had a good day.
He's had a good day.
His mechanic let him down drastically. He forgot bearing hanger bolts. He forgot to do the chain guard up. He forgot to do the clutch drum up. So Joe didn't even do one lap of qualifying. Broke. Yeah, so Joe broke down just before that black and white line on the floor. so it didn't even cross the line for qualifying. So
Customer Relations 101 with Ash Classen, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
it's been good.
It's been good. It's been
Yeah.
good. Ian Callaghan is the E-plate.
Double.
Shenington Super Prix was here last weekend, and Ian won that. Why does Dave hide out there all the time?
I can't say the word I was going to. It's just a very scared little boy.
Also known as your husband.
Paul Classen's son.
Yeah, but also known as your husband.
Yeah. If you want to call it that. Oh, Dave! Dave!
Uh-oh.
I'll get him.
Right. Follow. Right, goodbye. Hang on.
This is Paul Classen's son, Dave, and I'll leave you with him.
Okay, first, right. So, the Classen family are one of the hardest working, longest serving families in all of karting. Your late grandfather Pete and grandmother Marge, they were instrumental in setting up Rissington, and also worked here for many years. Pete was the race director, the clerk of the course of my first ever race, and he black flagged me because I lost my nose cone, didn't come in. Obviously, your dad Paul is one of the most sort of respected technical directors, scrutineers in the world, and you run a TKM team. Happy days.
Yeah, run a TKM team. I had an option of doing what my dad does. We looked at that, and then in '98 I started the race team, and I enjoyed that a bit more than being on the other side of the fence.
No, well, good. It's great that so the sport is still young enough to have original people at the very start. So 1959 was the first kart event at Lakenheath in the UK. And this circuit opened a year later, and there are still names like Hines, Classen, Turney, and Allen that are still involved in the sport to this day.
Generations, and I think as well you've got Jake Coward, who goes back. His grandfather goes way back as well. So there's a few of us that are 3 or 4 generations that are involved. I did try and get my son involved, but he's not going to do it.
Okay, there we go. Congratulations, the longest interview you've ever done. Well done, congratulations. There we go. Right, John Ratcliffe, let's talk about some go-karting results.
We now have beers.
No. Right.
We'll collect those later.
Getting us into trouble. Right, go-karting,
So
John
naughty.
Ratcliffe.
Yes.
Waterswift, thank you, Clash and Motorsport. There we go. Marcus Littlewood in Senior X30. Let's go this way.
Let's go over here.
Let's go this way.
Why did we come back outside for that interview? I now can't see. I'm just hating.
It's fogged. I can't see just because I'm old. Evolve Motorsport. Hardy Mamasi is on track at the moment. And in fact,
there's no
empty awning, but a very smart empty awning. Let's have a little look at the results.
Of course.
Waterswift, there was a very, very, very good performance by Riley Cranham in Waterswift.
It was Archie Lovett.
Sorry,
in
Riley.
Waterswift.
Sorry, Archie.
Up 24 places to take the win.
That is all of them. Nearly all of them.
Yeah, pretty much. I think there's 25 on the grid.
Incredible. Still wet and slippery. It's going to be a very, very interesting day tomorrow. Qualifying was again wet. It may dry out a little bit, but the weather is not looking too clever. Here's what's the remnants of Hannah Lang's KZ2. Mr. Brookman, what's gone on here?
Damage first lap, and then just really struggled. I mean, you can see how bent the back is. It's not been a good day really.
Yeah, no, so I must remember in the most recent KZ2 heat, there was a nasty accident on the opening lap. I think Hannah Lang was involved, Sam Moore was involved, Charlie Cole went through about 87,000 sets of tyres, but he's okay, and the metal bits will be fixed.
Yeah, it's all okay. It's all repairable. It's just frustrating. We were really quick this morning. And the pace is gone, but these tyres are so critical on tyre pressures, so critical. So I think we might have got it wrong, and that's cost us.
Well, good luck tomorrow. Right then. John Ratcliffe has got some go-kart drivers. Look at John, look at John, look at John. Hello.
Nat, where have you gone? Hello, Nat. You put in the rather soggy gloves away.
Yeah, honestly, everything's completely drenched today. It's been miserable.
Have you got a spare suit for tomorrow? Is it going to have to be a quick dry?
Fortunately, I have, but I'll probably just have to dry everything, because if we get the same thing tomorrow, I'm going to go through gloves and suits like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, but it was one of those days where even with a wetsuit on, I think everything's soaked through, isn't it?
Honestly, I'm still wet now, and I managed to get changed afterwards. It's like shower, go to sleep, and have another crack tomorrow morning.
That sounds pretty good to me. Now, you got rather wet, but did you enjoy it out there? Was it good?
Yeah, I had points in which I was enjoying it. Jumping into KZ2 for the first time this year has been a serious change from X30. So it's been quite a steep learning curve, but I found I quite enjoyed it in the wet and just trying to refine some technique a bit to see if we can challenge at the sharp end. So yeah, it's been really good so far.
I feel like those karts are sketchy enough in the dry, let alone in the wet.
Honestly, going down hanger at the bottom end, you go through there and it just understeers. You think, oh my god, I'm going to go off. But no, they're really good fun. Really good fun.
I've done that corner in the wet in a Club 100 kart, and that was scary enough. So I don't envy you, to be honest, mate.
No, they are. They're pretty sketchy. I mean, the Club 100s. I mean, the tyres they use, they must leave them on there for
forever.
3 months. No, they're good fun.
I'm glad you had fun, mate, and well done. I look forward to seeing you out there tomorrow.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Thanks.
A quick look around. We've got many birrels in the Jade awning. Right, let's have a quick look. Let's get the results out.
Yeah, I can do that.
So, here is the cart, the wagon of Motorsport UK's Young Academy Driver of the Year, Marcus Littlewood. Senior X30, our Motorsport UK Young Academy Driver of the Year, finished second.
In heat number 2.
In heat number 2, behind Kalai Atkins.
And second in heat number 1.
Behind Kalai Atkins again.
Yeah.
There we go. So it's someone else other than Gus Lawrence winning.
I know.
Which is strange. Let's have a look here. Number 52, James Pashley in Senior X30. James, double TKM Extreme champion.
I just want to point out.
Ewan Thomas down here. Now, Ewan was trying to hide. Now, a driver that tries to hide for the paddock show, that Ewan. Obviously, you're new to the championship.
Yeah.
You haven't learned. When a driver tries to run away from us at the paddock show, that is a guaranteed interview. How has your day been?
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Good word. Good family show. How unfortunate? In what ways have it been unfortunate?
So we had a bit of a dodgy qualifying. We got caught up in some traffic, which obviously a 3-lap average, so we didn't get the greatest average. So I think we'll line up P12. We got to 9th on the road in the first heat, but we got a nose cone from a spin that we couldn't avoid.
Okay, fair enough.
Couldn't avoid. And then in that last one, we got taken out on the first lap, but we got back up to 14th. So.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a decent recovery, but we're just going to have a job to do tomorrow.
It could have been a bit more unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not the end of the world, and we're definitely going to go for it tomorrow and try and get at least like top 10, top 8, hopefully.
Good luck, Ewan Thomas. 18 Senior X30s, not many, but incredible quality as always.
Definitely.
Nat Thomas's kart, there's Dan McEwen's kart, KZ2. Dan was the highest finishing KZ2 driver at the last round at Glenagorse, who did every lap of every race.
Wow, that was rare at Glenagorse.
Yeah, and obviously the tyre situation was the Shenington is far different proposition on tyres for KZ2. It doesn't eat the tyres like Glenagorse does. You still got to look after your tyres, but it's not as critical. Should we have a look at
let's go down there.
Let's go to the KZ2 pad.
I wanted to point out as well in Mr. Pashley's seat how there has been a behind in here, yet there's still almost a swimming pool of water. They're ready to be sat in.
He's got a soggy bottom, as Mr. Pashley. Right.
Yeah, let's not film that bit.
No, let's not film James' soggy bottom. Right. Thank you very much,
guys. Thank you.
Jade, Bernard. Thank you, Nat. Right. This is
dive
good.
on some people.
So there's going to be random interviews coming in. They can't escape. They're coming back to their awning. We're in front of them. So you go left. I'll go right.
Okay.
Go.
You go with him.
He's escaped. Right, you come to me, Mr. Green. Right, who we got here? Mr. Green.
Yeah, Zach Green.
Zach Green. There's about 70,000 of you. Freds. There's Freds. There's Zach's. There's Ryan's. There's all sorts of Greens here. How has your day been?
Good. I had second in the first heat and first in the last heat. So I think I should be starting second tomorrow for the pre-final.
Okay, so number 10 seeded last year, yeah? It hasn't been a great start. You've been very quick, but not that great. But now you're sort of getting back into your rhythm?
Yeah. I mean, I had some the first 2 rounds, I had some crashes and like some problems with the engine. So just improving, really.
Okay, good luck. Right, there's more people. John? tackle that driver and speak to him.
I'm not mean enough to tackle a driver. I'm not like you.
Oh, okay, right, come here now, get here. Right, stand by there, speak to that man and tell him how great you are.
You look a bit wet, mate.
I'm a little bit soggy.
How was it out there?
It was all right. Had a bit of a tangling with someone else at the start, but sort of managed to come back through. I saw there was a lot of penalties, so I don't think the result will be too bad.
Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. I mean, as good as it could have gone. Who've we got here, by the way?
Sam Branston.
Okay, so race 1 not quite going as maybe planned, but hopefully getting a good result of it after some penalties.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about tomorrow? Of course, we've had some difficult conditions today. Tomorrow, hopefully, going to be a bit different. You're not going to have to wear this wetsuit. What are we thinking for tomorrow? What's the plan?
The plan is just to get a good start for the good starting grid for the final. Stay out of trouble in the pre, and hopefully go for top 15, top 10 after.
That seems about right. Well, mate, I think you need to get off and try and dry yourself out. So I'll let you go. But cheers for chatting with me. Thanks, mate.
Okay, another victim, a really happy
another
victim.
Person.
Come on then, how was it?
Not very good at the minute.
No?
No.
Well, how can we solve this, Mr. Orange?
Well, we were quickest, but got nose cones. Well, we got nose cone on the rolling lap on the.
Whoa. How? International driving star, Mad Crop Promotions, Grice Engines, Supernats winner. How do you get a nose cone penalty on the rolling lap when you're all going at walking speed? Please enlighten us.
In Tom's words, I'm a Billy.
Yes.
But in the first heat, I couldn't really see, and it was going down the back straight, and I didn't realise everyone slowed down. So then I hit the brakes, and the person behind me hit me, and I just went straight into him.
Nice, great. Well done, there we go. Excellent, congratulations. Boom. Better luck tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. We're good when it's dry. We nearly won round here last weekend at the Super Prix. We're in the lead in the last corner, but it didn't go to plan.
Question for you and all the other Junior X30 drivers. Can anyone beat Macaulay Bishop?
Yeah.
There we go. That's it. Simple.
Positive,
Why haven't you done it then?
Well, we nearly did that one, except, well, we drove onto him at the end. He's just quick at the start. He's just good on the tyre at the start. Well, and it's hard to catch up to him at the end of the race.
Oh, there we go.
You've got some fans behind you as well, by the way.
Oh, we got fans. Right. Thank you very much. Try not to get a nose cone on the rolling lap. Right, who have we got? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 1, Philly Lines. How's your day been? I want quali, heat 1, heat 2, position, and then one word to sum up your day. Go.
Okay, so qualified 4th. Great.
Yep. I agree.
Heat 1, 5th. Oh.
Yep. Now you look even better.
Okay.
Lewis Mackey, thank you.
5th, great, good.
Yep.
Heat 2, we had a nose cone of a collision on the last lap, but I don't even know where I finished.
There we go. So in one word, sum up your day.
And yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That was sum up. Right. Next, driver name, class, quali, heat 1, heat 2. Sum up in one word. Go.
I'm Alfie Davison, Fusion Motorsport. It wasn't really good in qualifying. I got 10th.
Okay, 10th.
And then in heat 1 I think I got 13th because 14th, sorry, because it was very wet and I couldn't really see. And in heat 2 I was up to 7th, and then I had a collision with someone.
Oh dear. So in one word, sum up your day.
Half good and bad.
Half good and bad. Half good and bad. That was one word. Right, next. You can be quick now. Go.
Jensen Ackerman. In quali, I finished 11th, which is all right.
Yep.
And then heat 1, I got 8th.
Yep. Better.
And then in this one, I got 12th. So it's been a good day overall.
Good day overall. Thank you very much. Right, next. Name, heat, point, go.
My name's Ronnie, I'm Fusion Motorsport. I had a 5th in qualifying. And then I had a 2nd, but I got a 5-second penalty.
Ooh, boo. We're about to get run over by an ambulance. We'll need hang on, there we go. Right, okay, sorry. It's rudely interrupted. The man talking here, but silly ambulance. Right, go.
And then I had, then that put me in 8th, so
right.
I started 5th in the first heat. And then I made it into, I think,
somewhere better. So in one word, sum up your day.
wait. In the first heat, I actually got 5-second penalty. And then heat 2, I had a good one. I came first.
There we go. So not bad.
Yeah.
Good. George Edgar, sum up your day very, very quickly because we got to go to KZ2 next. Go.
Not very good. DNF in the first one, then fourth, so bad.
Fair enough. So championship. So Jesse's still scoring lots of points, isn't he?
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. We've had a bad first heat. We had all right quali, and then just hopefully we can have a good pre-final, good final, try and close the gap a bit, and then see what Larkhall and Rara left. So.
No problems. George Edgar won the final here at Shenington last year, opening round 2022 in IAME Cadet. So one to watch tomorrow, even though today hasn't been that good. Okay. To KZ2 we go. How long have we got?
I think a couple of them will have a tip for you for such a great interview.
They're all carrying
thanks,
£5
guys.
notes. Thanks very much.
Appreciate that. Oh, what? Okay, fair enough.
Finley Lines is speaking. Finley.
TCI's the future.
There we go. Could say about himself. Right, off we go.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Right, there we go.
They're off to the cap.
See, right. Oh. Right, yes, hi, Les Latham, how are you, Les Latham? Are you okay?
Yeah, he's going to give you some info.
Oh, we can have some info later on. We're going into KZ2 now. We must dash.
We've got about 5 minutes, I think.
5 minutes, right. Quick walk. Let's do this.
Quick walk on. You're making our cameraman's job a bit hard.
Ella Stevens, KZ2 Championship leader. Tom Adams won in the office. One he's having a discussion about his win. He's discussing his victory with the stewards. Right, so we got 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
This is like an obstacle course with everyone leaving.
Right, okay, here we go. Mr. Caraman is doing a sterling job, Mr. Caraman.
It's very impressive.
Marshalling team here, don't forget, the most important people in all racing. So, Water Swift restricted, we had Austin Gibson, championship leader, won the first heat.
Indeed. Second heat, yes, so Austin Gibson, heat number 1 winner. Heat number 2, Austin Gibson P2, it was Ronnie Carter who took the win.
We just spoke to Ronnie.
We did.
He was sort of trying to tell us that he won the race. Now, there's a green post and a yellow post. Our cameraman can't see either. In the middle. Yeah, he's made it through.
That was like the worst bit of Tetris ever.
But you can see, so we haven't had rain, but look how wet.
It's absolutely sodden still.
It's still sodden. This does not dry quickly.
Look at the puddles.
There you go. It has been a doozy.
I think I could make a puddle of that size just pouring out of my shoe, to be honest.
More racing going to be our first port of call, possibly our only port of call.
Possibly.
But we do need to speak to our KZ2s. Right, there's Miles Murphy's kart. Miles was so in the KZ2 heat we just had, accident on the first lap. Miles was leading, then was overtaken. Questionably whether it was before or after the restart. That's why Tom Adams is discussing anything. Sam Moore, how has the Demon Tweaks kart gone today?
Very well.
It has gone very well.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying Shenington a lot more than you were enjoying Gladagorse?
Yeah, well, they've altered a few little things with the regs, so to make GYG, or the situation of GYG, not the particular driver or anything, to remove the situation, really. Yeah, we're happy. We're happy at GYG until the final, and we're happy here now. We've had a really, really good day. We had an issue with Josh, but other than that, we're pretty sound. We're up there, and that's all we come racing for.
That's all that matters. Miles Murphy has come 7th for the last 3 years?
Twice in 3 years, yeah.
Twice in 3 years. And the other year he was...
Number 6.
Yes, big 6 and then big 7. Right, John, come on, let's go. We'll try and... There's Josh... There's Morgan Porter's kart. Morgan, have to say, did so well at Glenagorse and just run out of rubber, you know.
Yes.
Right, here's the man. Right, so John, this is... This is my mate.
So ready for the interview.
This is my mate. No interview.
No?
No
Okay.
interview. I'm gone.
Hi.
Hi.
You ain't giving him the mic.
Well, normally you've got to go round and you've got to speak to all your drivers at John.
Yeah, we'll have a break.
So you and John go round and just very quickly, we've got about 3 minutes left.
I think so.
3 minutes left. Okay, so go. Go on.
I'll follow your lead. You're now the lead commentator.
Right, just speak into that bit, and here we go. Right, so we'll pick on a
have we got
driver.
any drivers?
Josh Price.
Gosh.
This young man's going to get to ex-British touring car driver Josh Price. Go.
Hi, Josh.
Hi. Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Where did you qualify?
I qualified 9th, I think, today.
That's bad. Who did?
Who do I what, sorry?
Support.
Support? What?
Man, yeah.
What, as a team or?
Team.
Team, more racing.
Oh.
Perfect. Josh, in all your time racing, Jason Plato's teammate, that was the greatest interview I've ever seen.
I struggled with that one.
No, sorry, that one. Okay, right, thank you very much. Mr. Moore, boom. So this is official Moore Racing journalist extraordinaire.
He's coming for our jobs.
No. Right. Miles coming.
You do that, we charge
No. Right, so I'm going to tell you a secret. So
yeah. He's nearly your price.
This young man, Miles is his favourite driver, isn't he?
Yes.
And Miles is. What's Miles going to do for you if he wins a race?
He'd give me his helmet.
He's going to. Are you aware? You're going to give this man.
I am now.
Yeah. Congratulations. Well, you can always paint another one, can't you?
Yeah, you'll have to get another one, just in case.
Yeah, you go. So we're going to be cheering for Miles Murphy. We're going to be cheering. Man City badge, we'll take that away. But okay, there we go.
That's the wrong colour.
No.
Yes. Right. Miles, we've got to get off this number 7 malarkey. 6, 7, 7 the last 3 years. You're going really, really well.
Yeah, we'll see. We've had a few rocky pre-finals and final. Like the GYG pre-final was my fault. I hooked the curb and span off. And if we just survived the final, we'd have had a much better score. But yeah, if we can get something like 3 to 5 is realistic, I think we can maybe finish this year. We'll just see how it goes from there. I'm not really counting by number though. Just have fun, do my best. As long as I do that, doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, exactly. That's
so it should be done.
It's what it is all about, isn't it? So tomorrow. On air, 10 o'clock, I think. We have got a heat race for KZ2. Heat race. You've done both heats?
No, we've done all our heats today. It's just the format, innit? Because obviously TKM are doing two there.
Oh.
We've had our quality and heats today, so you won't see us till like 1 o'clock until we go off for pre-final, so you'll be very bored.
Well, I mean, and you'll be in the pub tonight then, won't you? No, professional.
One drink only. It's one drink only.
Okay,
I am an athlete, apparently.
Allegedly. So
allegedly an athlete.
Allegedly.
That colours in for a living.
So we've definitely got a junior TKM Extreme heat tomorrow. We've got all the pre-finals, all the finals. Tell the people, look at this camera there, and tell them, say, you've got to tune in to Alpha Live's coverage of the 5th event of the 2023 Wera Tools British Kart Championship in Shenington on Motorsport UK. So tell them why. Tell them and say, tune in now or I'll beat you.
To tune in for YouTube. It's the best Motorsport UK British Kart Championship.
The best. It's the best. Don't you forget it. There we go.
It's the best.
No, see you tomorrow.
See
ya.
No post.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed the paddock show from last night, covering some of the heat racing yesterday. We have 7 races to go. John Ratcliffe, 7 finals to decide who will win their third round of the 2023 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And if this morning's racing is anything to go by, John, we are in for a really exciting afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. I don't think I've quite recovered from this morning's racing, to be honest. And we're already jumping into the finals. Of course, the finals slightly longer than the heats and the pre-finals that we saw earlier. I'm right in thinking 15 minutes plus a lap in length for these finals.
Correct.
So tactics again are going to play much more of a factor, particularly in these older drivers in these faster karts, such as Senior X30, which we're going to be seeing out first for their final. I think tactics are really going to come into play, and a good number of drivers closing in, I'd say, on maybe even 10 drivers who I could see maybe taking the win in this one. It's going to be really, really exciting.
Yes, they are. So the mechanics clear the grid. 18 drivers in total. One driver, Leon Frost, is going out on wet tyres.
Interesting.
That is because he accidentally, or he's actually walked out of Parc Ferme with his slick tyres on, and therefore he's no longer allowed to use them. So, welcome to Shenington Kart Racing Club. They've been racing here since 1960, but it's the heroes of 2023 going out now. It's Senior X30, the final, up next. Pole position for Senior X30 goes to the Crop Promotions car of Kalai Atkins. And it's Marcus Littlewood, Caden McQueen, Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 2, row 3, championship leader Gus Lawrence and Josh Agambar.
Row 4, Luke Taylor and Sam Shaw. Then it's Jack Nettleship and Louis Johnson-Cool running up the top 10. Then on row 6, Alistair Cresswell and Michael Rapsley.
Row number 7, Ewan Thomas, Harry Ewell. Row 8, William Smith, Leon Frost. Row 9, James Pashley, and top gear for the rear, Scotland's Alex Duncan for Argenti Motorsport. Now, on the live chat, I spoke to Kalai Atkins. Odia, his mum, was commenting a lot, and we're off and racing. Odia, you're going to be cheering now because we are into turn number 1, and Atkins, your boy, has got the race lead. Can he make it stick? He's got Caden McQueen, his teammate, right behind him with Gus Lawrence, a white nose cone on that number 1 plate kart. Moving into third position. We saw Gus Lawrence defending third place, trying to get third place. He's got 5th on the grid, up into third position. That is why he would say, I'm happy with 5th. You know, it's on the inside row of the grid as the drivers head down Hanger Straight into Hanger Corner for the first time. It is the number 7 kart of Kalai Atkins. Caden McQueen on the outside of row number 1. It's Caden McQueen starting on the inside of row number 2. Marcus Littlewood, who started on the outside of row number 1, is down into 5th position now for the Jade Racing team. So, Atkins, career stats, 1 win and a 3rd place finish. But Gus Lawrence making the move of it to P2. Can Kalai Atkins now hold on to the race lead? He's still got 13 minutes and 50 seconds to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say that's exactly what Kalai Atkins wants to see, the drivers behind him battling, but is it a little bit too early for him to try and make a gap?
Oh yes, well, not too early to make a gap. It's a lot too early to start thinking about this is looking good. All I got to do is cruise round and win the race.
No, that's not going to happen. If they continue to battle like this behind them, though, it might. 68, Harry Burgoyne Jr. tries to defend the position, but can't. Marcus Littlewood squeezes his way through.
So looking back at the stats, last year it was Harry Platten, Thomas Fleming and Marcus Littlewood, the top 3. In 2021, Alessandro Serenetti for Strawberry Racing beat Clayton Ravenscroft and Lewis Mackey. In 2020, we didn't come here for the X30 classes, and in 2019, the first year, two rounds at Shenington, Mark Kimber and Danny Curl, the eventual champion that year, won the 2 finals. So that's a little bit of a statistical update for you. In terms of overall wins, the Crop Promotions team, who currently lead this race, well, they've won 3 Senior X30 finals. The Jade Racing team with 8 wins, still the most successful team in this class. And Danny Curl, with all 8 of those wins to his name, is the most successful driver in this class.
Impressive stuff.
Well, there we go. That's what the old school books are for. It's just on a sad anorak, really. That's the problem. But Atkins, he can't relax yet.
No, he can't. He's holding the gap really nicely, though. No matter the fact that he's the only one pushing his way through the air at the moment. He's got Gus Lawrence and Caden McQueen behind working together still, but he's holding the gap nicely for the moment. Sam Shaw's just set the fastest lap of the race as well. He's very much within that secondary pack. Of course, we saw in their pre-final, Sam Shaw got in a bit of a kerfuffle, hit that barrier on the outside of Stratford, and then just wasn't really there on the pace after that, but he seems to be back on it in this one.
Yes, indeed. And Odia Atkins has already been on the live chat. I know Kalai said to calm down, but no, don't calm down. You keep dancing. Keep dancing and cheering. But Gus Lawrence, at the moment, closing in. Lawrence say, can we call Gus a crafty veteran nowadays? He's been in this sport a long time, and he has been a nationally ranked driver for a long time. Oh, there's a move. That was Sam Shaw diving up inside, we just saw the tail end of. Marcus Littlewood up to 4th place, and now making his move for P3. Gets it done.
That was exactly the same place where he overtook Harry Burgoyne Jr. as well, so clearly liking a move there into that first left-hander.
Now out onto Stratford corner we go. Atkins again. Yes, he's not defending. He's not looking over his shoulder. But again, 11 minutes to go. He'll sense, when Gus Lawrence starts closing in. If Gus Lawrence starts closing in through the Bruno chicane. There is the battle for second place. Lawrence, Littlewood and McQueen. Behind them, a gap to Burgoyne Jr. running in 5th. Shaw is 6th, his premium teammate. Luke Taylor, a very impressive 7th. Then it's Nettleship, Agambar, Pashley, your top 10. Johnson Cool, Rapsey, Duncan, Thomas, Cresswell, Ewell and Smith. I'm not sure if they allowed Leon Frost. No, he wasn't allowed to take the start because the meeting has been declared dry. If it was declared open, then he could go out on wet tyres. Because it's still dry, he's not allowed to use his wet tyres.
That's so gutting, a little mistake like that, and can't even compete in the final.
Well, again, it's the same thing. You spend 7 months out of the paddock because he's been in school doing his exams, and again, just tiny little things that you forget, But it's happened before the season. Sam Ward, it had happened to him at Kimbolton, just a slight error, just forgetful. The mechanics are so stressed, things are going wrong with the kart, broke with the kart. Change for second place, though.
It's going to be, again, at the first corner down the inside goes Marcus Littlewood, and you could see on the last lap, tried the same thing, just wasn't quite close enough, but you saw him set it up through the final Wilkins corner there, getting that wide line to cut it back, get a good exit, and make sure he had the run down to the first corner to get the inside line, and he did just that, up into second place now, and I do think from the pace he's been showing in this race so far, he is the best driver, at the moment anyway, to be leading that train of 3, pushing them forward towards Carl Atkins.
Yeah, so of course, Gus Lawrence is riding a 3-race win streak at the moment. He won the last round of 2022, the first 2 rounds in 2023, so we can't count him out yet, but there's only 17, 18 karts in the class, so points are, it's harder to lose an advantage because the worst you can finish is 18. It's not like Junior X30, but the worst you can finish is not even in the final. So Lawrence is now calculating points. He's finishing every race, and he's just managing that championship lead because Kai Atkins failed to finish at Glen, of course. So did Caden McQueen. Marcus Littlewood comes into this round 5th in the championship. The driver running P2 in the championship, Harry Burgoyne Jr., he's behind Lawrence on the track. So Gus Lawrence is fine. You know what? Some of the other drivers have had retirements and have lost lots of points. I don't mind finishing 1 or 2 places behind them. It's the drivers in 2nd and 3rd. Sam Shaw in 3rd in the championship. Clarkins is still 4th. In the championship, they're the ones that I'm going to be more mindful of.
No, for sure. Lots of people to watch out for in this one, and as you say, it all becomes very tactical, doesn't it? Especially when you're fighting for a championship. There's so much to think about. You're not just thinking about the race that's going on at that exact moment, the moves you're trying to do at that exact moment. You're thinking of the wider picture as well and trying to think of, right, if this person's here, I only need to really do this. I don't need to fight for this move, X, Y, Z. So, impressive heads-up racing there from Gus Lawrence. And he stays there in 3rd position, still with Caden McQueen behind, Marcus Littlewood ahead. And that gap now just below 0.7 of a second between Carl Atkins in the lead and Marcus Littlewood in 2nd place. We just ticked below 8 minutes on the clock as they start a new lap of the race, but it does look like Littlewood continuing to ever so slightly every lap close that gap on Carl Atkins.
Fast lap of the race, James Pashley having a good run up into 8th position in the number 52 kart for the Jade Racing team. Now we are approaching half distance, and I think the wonders of modern technology and the efforts of Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk, we can give you the current championship positions for your viewing delectation. Live championship positions. There's what?
Good try, Henry.
It's so close, you can't separate any of them. How's that for a recovery? There's a recovery. Burgoyne Jr. now holding off the number 6 kart of Sam Shaw. So far, the driver that has impressed me so much this weekend is Luke Taylor. Pashley in 8th is having a good run. Taylor, the second of those sort of turquoise, blue and white premium karting entries. That is, that is Luke Taylor. Hasn't been in the top 10 all year, 22nd in the point standing, so he missed a round. I think he did do the opening round, I can't quite remember. He's missed one of the 2 rounds. But again, he is driving very sensibly, very, very well within the means. He just loses out there James Pashley, although James Pashley knows this circuit like the back of his hand. He's local to the track and, heads down that the driver with the purple crash helmet and the sort of the silver stars on it. That's James Pashley. Behind Taylor now is Josh Agambar in the number 18 premium karting entry. Then it's Jack Nettleship in the number 75 MDL motorsport machine. And Louis Johnson Cool. Now, I'm going to summon the power of the disembodied voice in my head who tells me that we do have some live championship standings to give you. So, as things stand, with championship leader Gus Lawrence running in 3rd position, he has a 46.56. That is a 27-point advantage over Kalai Atkins. Kalai Atkins up into 2nd in the championship, just in front of Harry Burgoyne Jr. You can see the little green and symbol. So Burgoyne Jr. started the day 2nd. He's now dropped to 3rd. Marcus Littlewood is up into 4th place and has pushed Sam Shaw back to 5th. Ooh, there we go. Thank you very much. So Lawrence managing a 27-point championship lead at the moment over Kalai Atkins. So, 27 points. That's not a lot, but it's enough for Lawrence to sort of start being as tactical as possible.
Indeed, yeah, super close still in the championship, as you say. Gus Lawrence getting a nice little lead, but nothing crazy. We did see on the cameras there Sam Shaw taking the place away from Harry Burgoyne Jr. there, up into 5th place with Sam Shaw, still showing he's got good pace in this final. And here you might see Burgoyne Jr. overtaken once again. The 52 of James Pashley, fastest lap of the race, now gets another position.
Yeah, Pashley now up into 6th position, and this has been his best performance. He moved out of TKM Extreme at the end of 2021. Last year, it was a bit of a culture shock, I have to say, for James Pashley. So he's stuck with it, and he's now, the fruits of his labour are beginning to, blossom, shall we say.
Indeed. Well, he's clearly showing that in this one, isn't he? Flying down the road, and now looking at the rear bumper of Sam Shaw. Both drivers who have been moving nicely through the pack in this race. We'll definitely keep an eye on them, but of course with these longer finals, what we're going to have to get used to this afternoon, we've still got over 4 minutes left on the clock as we still watch this battle over 5th position.
James Pashley looks like he's sizing up Sam Shaw for a top 5. Here we go. Pashley to the inside and put James Pashley for the Jade Racing team up into 5th position. Number 6, Sam Shaw drops to P6. Burgoyne 7th, and Agambar is right there in 8th position as well. You're not missing anything at the front. Kalai Atkins still leads Marcus Littlewood by 0.6 of a second, although Marcus Littlewood last time around a 42.19, Kalai Atkins a 42.35. The gap 0.5 of a second now.
Yeah, all the drivers in this so ridiculously close on pace. On the fastest laps, there's not a single driver that's not in the 42s.
Yes.
That's just absolutely ridiculous.
But Littlewood has the bit between the teeth.
He is closing
this is a quicker lap. Through sector number 1, Littlewood was Littlewood's. Oh, that's an old shop, huh?
Yeah, I remember that.
Littlewood is 200ths quicker through sector number 1. Through sector number 2, Atkins gets that 200ths back. Overall, the gap still closes. No, he doesn't. Actually, Littlewood's is another 200ths quicker through sector number 2. And the gap is down to 0.4 of a second. Marcus Littlewood, there is no better motivation for a driver than to see the race leader just getting a little bit closer. Now what Marcus Littlewood has to do, he has to just get into the slipstream. And I think within the next lap or two, we're going to see Littlewood into the slipstream, and we're going to see Kalai Atkins have to start defending. There's the first look over the shoulder from Kalai Atkins. There's the first sort of sign that Atkins is now aware, okay, I've got a challenge from behind.
Just seen on the timing tower on the left that Burgoyne Jr. and Agambar have got through on Sam Shaw as well, so change from 6th, 7th and 8th as well. I was going to say about Marcus Littlewood, you were saying about that real motivation when you can see yourself just slowly closing in on that leader. but it's also a thing of you then got to calm your excitement as well. And
Yes,
not be like, oh, I'm chasing him, I'm going to race it even harder, and then you end up chucking it off. You make a silly mistake or something. So it's calming those nerves, being like, cool, I'm catching him. This is fine. I've got this. Let's catch him. And then once I've caught him, we then think about getting that overtake done.
Yes, Gus Lawrence and Caden McQueen. Here's the difference. So now in the final, it's far less. Even there's more at stake. You know, in the pre-final, and you know, Caden is not sort of he's pushing, trying to push Gus Lawrence. Lawrence isn't defending. This is good stuff. Now Littlewood is within 0.2 of a second. We go through Cafe Corner for the 11th time.
Yeah, Lawrence and McQueen working together nicely still because they can see Littlewood close. And Littlewood's gone for it already down the inside, and he's going to try it. No, Carl Atkins has stopped him. It was Carl Atkins on the inside. My apologies. Carl Atkins was using the defensive line. So clearly, Carly had thought about that, looked over his shoulder, seen how quickly Marcus Littlewood was closing in, and already going defensive with a minute to go.
There was a little symbol there, almost like saying hello. Is it Marcus Littlewood saying hello to Kalai Atkins? But now Kalai has to defend. This is going to bring Lawrence and McQueen closer to the action. Here we go. 1 minute to go. Oh, and there was a little, just again, just a drivers getting very, very, very close there through Cafe Corner, under the commentary box. Out now, hard left through Pitts Bend, down the straight. Atkins on the anchors. Littlewood will go for the crossover, but Atkins sort of parks it on the apex. Lawrence and McQueen closing in. Lawrence and McQueen with 30 seconds to go, still working together because they see a potential win on the horizon. If Caden McQueen and Gus Lawrence start battling now, their chances of victory are over. They might, depending on what these two do, there might be an opening, an opportunity in the last 2 laps of this race. 10 seconds to go. This will be the start of the 22nd and penultimate lap. Oh, Littlewood went very deep.
My goodness, yeah, we know he loves a move there at turn number 1, doesn't he? Wasn't quite able to squeeze through and open the door there, but that little bit of time loss of both of them closes in for Gus Lawrence and Caden McQueen. This now becomes a 4-way battle as we head through the second to last lap of this race. This could all start to kick off here, but Carly Atkins, what a job he's doing up the front there, staying calm, using those defensive lines perfectly, and now I think might start to try and back Marcus Littlewood into Gus Lawrence and Caden McQueen.
Yeah, you know, maybe that would be smart there for Clay Atkins, though, because he's not going to pull away, so back Littlewood up, make Littlewood defend, or have to modify his attack because Lawrence is within striking distance. Here we go then. 1 lap remaining. Atkins, Littlewood, Lawrence and McQueen in Senior X30. Croc Promotions, the Jade Racing Team, PF Karting and Croc again. Down towards Stratford. Watch the run that Gus Lawrence is going to get. Lawrence is going to get a good run, but Littlewood blocks.
He does indeed, yeah. I think Gus is a little bit too focused on Caden McQueen behind, to be honest. Littlewood has been able to have some free air to challenge Carl Atkins, but due to then being pressured there from Gus Lawrence into the Bruno chicane, now he's given that space to Carly Atkins, and it looks like Carly has got this in the bag. He's be able to get this last corner right. Gus Lawrence defends from Caden McQueen. They're going to have a run to the line, but it is going to be Carly Atkins as he pumps his chest, takes the checkered flag, and wins the final of Senior X30 here for event number 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Shenington. What a race to kick off the finals this afternoon. Marcus Littlewood and Gus Lawrence rounding out the podium. Caden McQueen just there in behind.
So, modern era British Kart Championship career win number 2 for Kalai Atkins. A career best result for Marcus Littlewood. Second beats his 3rd place result here 1 year ago. And for Gus Lawrence, that is modern era British Championship podium number 12. Very impressive there. Sam Shaw, ignore the some of the graphics there are not correct. So it was Lawrence and McQueen finishing in 4th position. James Pashley, a career best Senior X30 result for him in 5th position. Agambar comes home in 6th. 7th for Harry Burgoyne Jr., so he loses out to Kalai Atkins for 2nd place, the championship. Burgoyne Jr. dropping to 3rd. And provisionally, Gus Lawrence has a 27-point lead in the standings. Further back, Sam Shaw comes home in 9th, Jack Nettleship in 10th. Luke Taylor fades to 11th, followed by Alex Duncan. Good drive there from the Scotsman, up 6 places. Apart from James Pashley, Alex Duncan was the biggest mover in that race. Ewan Thomas comes home in 13th, Michael Rapsey 14th, Alistair Cresswell 15th, William Smith 16th, and Harry Ewell in 17th position. And now Odia Atkins can start the dancing. I want to see the camera phone footage of the dancing in the kitchen or the living room as Kalai Atkins celebrates his second career win. And but Lucy is going to be interviewing the top three. So Odia, you can get your press screen record now, because Lucy down in the pits is going to be bringing us the winners, the top three interviews at the end of what was a very, very exciting senior X30 final. The provisional results: Kalai Atkins, Marcus Littlewood, and Gus Lawrence.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Henry and John. I'm joined by, in part family, by Claire Atkins. So how was that race for you, mate?
Yeah, I mean, it was good at the start. Managed to build a bit of a gap, and then Marcus was closing in quite a bit and managed to get it to about 2 minutes. I knew I had to start defending, and yeah, just controlled the race from there, to be honest.
It seemed like a brilliant week. Obviously, a lot of changing conditions over the weekend. Do you feel that helped you anything?
Yeah, definitely in the wet. You know, we've always been quite good in the wet. Won all my heats yesterday, 3 seconds. The first one, 4 seconds, the other one. And then obviously it went dry today, but you know, managed to hold on.
You did a brilliant job. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
Yeah, I'd like to say a massive thanks to Croc Promotion, you know, best karts about. Grice as always for the motors, you know, he's always looking after me. My sponsors, Tim Blacksmith, Stella Songs, McGill's Boxing Gym. No, I couldn't have been here without them. And my dad and my mechanic, Nils.
Brilliant. It's been lovely to chat to you. Brilliant. I believe we're joined by P2, Marcus Littlewood. How was that?
Difficult, but yeah, no, very satisfying. The kart was set up perfectly, so first of all I'd like to say a massive thanks to the team, Jade Racing, for putting together such a great car. That was really good, but yeah, just really tough race. I got pushed back a bit at the start, and then made my way through one by one and just couldn't quite capitalise on Kalai at the end, but still really good points for the championship with like 3-second point scores this weekend, so yeah, really good.
Yeah, I believe looking at the championship standings, you've really closed in on Harry Burgoyne Jr. there. You made some brilliant moves for P3 and P2 there. Is that how you expected the race to go? Are you happy with it?
I knew like in the pre-final that we were quick, but I was a bit worried that I grained the front tyres a bit too much, but yeah, no, overall, like the kart was set up perfectly, and my teammate James is coming through really well. So yeah, no, so I've got the team to thank for that one, and also my sponsor Bailey MK, because without them I wouldn't be on the grid. So yeah.
Brilliant, excellent job today.
No, thank you.
Brilliant. And then I believe somewhere we might have a Gus Lawrence, P3. Congratulations. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was a tough race. I think it's the toughest race I've had all year. We've not been that competitive all weekend really, compared to GYG and PFI. So I'm happy we finished third. It's good points. We're leading the championship, well, I believe we are still. And I'm happy to end there, really.
So was this race basically just about managing the championship for you, not making any too kind of rash moves, destroying that?
Yeah, so we'd say we're halfway through the championship. We're leading. I'd regard this as the weakest track for us. Yeah, I was happy. I was happy. If that's a bad day, I'm happy with that. If that's third, that's a bad day, I'm happy. And we move on to the next one.
An excellent job. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
Yeah, Paul Fletcher, because without him we wouldn't be here. My mechanic Stephen, my parents, and yeah, everyone involved really. Yeah, it's been great.
Brilliant. Had
Thank
a
you.
great race today.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant, thanks you. And back to you guys in the commentary box.
Well, the debut of Lucy Derrick. I think she smashed it, don't you think so?
Oh, I think it was very, very, very good.
Great.
Excellent.
Great to hear from the drivers.
Good insights. Now, however, ladies and gentlemen, Mexico has joined us on the broadcast.
Oh, wow.
Mexico has joined us. I've got to say, Kalai Atkins, he thanked everybody apart from his mum.
Yeah, what?
Oh, Kalai. We'll thank Mum. Thanks, Mum, for all the support. So the next race number 25, Water Swift Restricted. There are 18 drivers, 15 minutes. Austin Gibson and Mason Brooks have shared the wins so far this year in the finals. Gibson has the championship lead coming into this race with Brooks seconds, Austin Newstead third, George House, who won the pre-final.
Cheeky overtake in the pre-final, didn't he?
Yes,
Take
he
the
was
win.
fourth in the championship coming into this event, but we are going to be starting, still looking down at the demi-grid, still mechanics with the karts. Here's a look, there's the Wera Tools Beer Tool Rebel. Can't use, Anthony's not here. Anthony's got the Beer Tool bit, right? And I'm the rebel. I'm the rebel without a clue. And Anthony's the tool. Sorry, he's going to watch this back. Right, okay, let's have a little look. Great haircut for George House's mechanic. Great haircut. There is Philly Bunce looking after the number 24 kart of Colby Patterson for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Got to say, it's an Oliver Rowland Motorsport top 4 lockout on the grid. Now, they've come back fighting this year. Really impressive start to the season. We said it before, 2022 wasn't a great year for them, but they have come out swinging in 2023. They've got wins and now a top 4 lockout for the Water Swift restricted grid. Let's have a looking back further back there, the number 52 kart. That is Austin Gibson. And just trying to see, I can't give a name check the mechanic. Oh, he's jeans on a mechanic. A top line Water Swift mechanic wearing jeans. What is this sorcery? Watching there's Alex T walking. That's what a mechanic should look like. Tight shirt, tight shorts.
Yeah.
Like the watch shirt. But anyway, here we go. Race number 25, Water Swift restricted, coming up next.
Here we go then, second final of the day, and it's George House who's going to lead us away. Alongside him is Austin Gibson, and it's Colby Patterson and Christian Kobe there on row number 2. Mason Brooks and Oliver Warner just behind them on row 3.
Row number 4 is Ronnie Carter and Harry Williams, then Alfie Davison and Joshua Cook, Henry Clark and Austin Newstead. That's your top 12.
Then it's Charlie Clough and Freddie Wood there on row number 7. Behind them, John T. Restrick and Mateo Garcia. The Mexican wonder kid there on 16th place. Then Daniel Ferguson and Jacob Nairn behind on row number 9.
Yep, and a big hello to everybody watching. Vamos, Mateo. Vamos, Mexico. And there is an Oliver Rowland Motorsport. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth on the grid for Fusion Motorsport is Mason Brooks. Then it's Argenti's Oliver Warner in P6. And All Fusion row 7 with Ronnie Carter and Harry Williams. They come into Wilkins. Out of the final corner. Into the tram lines, lights are not out. Not out, we are not racing. They look very, very far apart there, I have to say. When I say the tram lines, I just noticed Shenington doesn't have any tram lines, which is, I don't think they do, but Shenington, Salt's tram lines here at Shenington. I wonder why that is. They've got the gearbox grids, but maybe it's just me being old and blind and not seeing them.
No, I think you're right.
Yes. Here we go. Vamos Mateo. Chancia a fondo. Vamos Mexico. Salvador Garcia Perez on the live chat. That's now, Herman Brooks. Better luck this time around, Mason. Well, Mason Brooks, he came from 13th to 5th, which is not bad. And he is on the inside row, so he's the third kart, Mason Brooks, number 84. He's be on the inside going into turn number 1. Right, they come to the line. Now the lights are green. Now we're off and racing. And there's Brooks already diving to the inside. And he's picked up 1 place, but it is Austin Gibson, George House, rather, number 77 kart, the pole sitter, hanging on to the lead, but already the top 4 lockout from Oliver Rowland Motorsport is down to a top 3 lockout. I'm assuming that's Christian Kobe in the number 99 kart, who was trying to get some of those places back. Oh, there, and that was rear wheel to rear wheel going in. They're just the rotating rubber, giving each other a watching glance. Both drivers carrying on. Austin Newstead, obviously a penalty of some description at the end of the pre-final. He started quite a long way back in the BMR restart, number 74. But he's got Marvellous Marv mechanicking for him, so he's going to be making his way up to the front is Austin Newstead. Absolutely no doubt about it. So, at the end of lap number 1, George House, Colby Patterson 1-2, Brooks and Gibson, 3 and 4. So the two championship leaders run 3rd and 4th. Then it's Ronnie Carter, Oliver Warner, Austin Newstead already up to 7th from 12th on the grid. Then it's Kobe, Davidson, Clark, Williams, Clough, Wood, Cook, Wood, Garcia, Restrick, Nairn and Ferguson.
Indeed, yeah. I think Mason Brooks has been re-overtaken by Austin Gibson then.
Hello to Rodrigo Cabrera on the live chat as well. I mean, we had about 100 comments during the last Watersmith restricted final, and I didn't read out many of the names. I'm going to try my Spanish, my Portuguese, my Mexican is going to be working out there. So Rodrigo Cabrera, wishing Mateo Garcia good luck in the number 36 kart for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, but it's one of his teammates. Well, it's 3 of his teammates leading. House, Patterson and Gibson head the field in Watersmith restricted. Through turn 1 they go. That's Park Bend. Great shot there. Just the karts, it shows, how much speed they're carrying through the corners. Back of the field, you can see a good little battle there between Daniel Ferguson and Jacob Nairn, and that was Newstead picking up a place at the Stratford hairpin.
It was Oliver Warner getting forced out wide. I think Christian Kobe and Austin Newstead managed to slip through there down at the Stratford hairpin.
Mateo, number 36, got that Telmex sponsorship. There's another driver sponsored by Telmex who's racing somewhere else at the moment in Hungary, I believe.
Okay.
Never heard of him. No, I'm joking. Please, no spoilers. This is karting.
Please, no spoilers.
Keep the chat karting related. Some of us have got the VHS videotape in and are recording the race. There we go. Christian Kobe, new fast is that 50.05 for the Irishman, who is running in 6th position. But up at the front, and you can see now, Mason Brooks has tagged on to the lead trio. This is going to be a real test for young Mason. Well, they're all young. Mason is just 8 years old. He's got no one behind him at the moment, close enough to push him. His teammate, Ronnie Carter, is 1 second behind him. So, if things stay as they are for the next 12 minutes, and I'm not for one moment suggesting they are going to stay the same, Mason Brooks will have to somehow unpick a triple lock with Oliver Rowland Motorsport on it. He's going to have to try and get past 3 teammates. Now, getting past the first one isn't going to be too much of a problem. But then when he's in the middle of that pack, that Oliver Rowland swarm, then the fun of games will begin. Austin Newstead up at the 6th position, John.
I know, and now his Fusion Motorsport teammate Ronnie Carter's dropped down to 7th. So we've got a couple of people now in between himself and someone who might actually want to help him. The driver behind him now, Christian Kobe, another Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart. So he's absolutely surrounded by ORM karts, isn't he?
Yeah, yes, indeed. But, this is where we say Austin Newstead, you could see, an alliance born temporarily between Brooks and Newstead. But I think, last year it was all Fusion drivers and then maybe 1 or 2 ORM drivers up at the front. This year, situation has been reversed.
Indeed, yeah. ORM seemingly dominating in this final so far, but they're all staying relatively close together, even though the gap has formed between the top 4 and the 2 behind. Really, these gaps only really maybe half a second to a second between these couple of packs. Not a huge amount of gaps, and they can't get back together. And of course, if these front 4 start battling, it's going to allow for a lot of drivers to close in and get involved with the battling as well. But still, over 10 minutes left to go in this race. No, also, of course, with the slipstreaming, 10 minutes left to go. The tactics really come into play. But as you said earlier, these kids are really young, 7, 8, 9 years of age. Like, it's really going to take it out of them. A 15-minute plus 1 lap final.
Well, you're
they're used to it now, and they're athletes. I'm sure they'll be fine.
The kids are fine. It's you and I who are the ones that would struggle 50 minutes. Well, some of us have struggled after about 3 minutes. You'll be all right, John. But there we go. Christian Kobe. Fast up. Now watch when Kobe closes and catches Brooks. Kobe is going to try and pass Brooks straight away. Kobe coming into this next corner. He's been aggressive all day on the brakes. Watch Christian Kobe go for a move as soon as he comes. Brooks anticipates it and makes the move on, or tries to make the move on Gibson, side by side. Here comes Austin Newstead. Now Brooks has got a friend. He's got the Alliance. The BMR Fusion Alliance, temporary alliance. Now, it could start happening now because, the only way that Newstead and Brooks are going to make their way up past this trio of ORM cars is by working together. There's a perfect example. Brooks opens the door, Newstead stays on his rear bumper and helps him through.
Indeed, yeah. They are working together. I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd be correct, but yeah, forming an alliance as they now have 2 Ollie Ronan Motorsports in front, 2 Ollie Ronan Motorsports behind, and those 2 behind are still battling. Austin Gibson getting back through there on Christian Kobe, but it's still Christian has the fastest lap at the back of this train. And look, we've sort of split into 2 by 2 now, as all drivers are going to now start working together, try and close back up that group of 6 once again. As to be fair, I say that, the 2 behind are still going side by side.
And you saw Marv there, just sort of saying, so work, push, stay in a line, stay in a line.
Nope.
Oh, Kobe and
Austin Gibson,
yeah. Now they're going to race their way out of a chance of victory. Unless they start working together now, they're going to race their way out of a chance of victory. They've got and they're battling. Kobe now being repassed by Austin Gibson, but look at the gap that's developed between the top 4 and then 5th and 6th. Behind the top 6. Carter is 7th, Harry Williams is 8th, Alfie Davidson 9th, Oliver Warner rounds out the top 10. Had Charlie Clough, Henry Clark, Joshua Cook, Matteo Garcia, Freddie Wood, Daniel Ferguson, Jonty Restrick and Jacob Nairn.
There's a great battle forming between Warner, Clark and Cook, and Garcia's right there in behind. But this battle suddenly kicking off in the lead. Has that been a change to the lead? No, it hasn't. George House does get back in ahead. But as you said, they've closed back up once more into a group of 4. And I don't think it's going to be too long until we see Gibson and Kobe join as well.
At the start of this lap, Brooks and Newstead were 0.3 of a second behind the top 2. That one brief side-by-side moment between the 2 ORM drivers, and Brooks and Newstead are now right with them.
Exactly, yeah. The slightest little mistake or a little bit of battling just helps the drivers close in, because, of course, they are so close on pace. All drivers either in the high 49s or the low 50s on 1 lap pace, and they have indeed closed back in. Interesting to see how this one's going to play out, because, of course, is it Patterson who's taken the lead now? It's changed on our timing. We'll see when they come through the next shot. It is. And it is a move to the inside as well for 2nd place. Mason Brooks goes for it. Through follows Austin Newstead. So now they've split the 2 Ollie Ronan Motorsport drivers. But Colby Patterson had already overtaken. He's now our leader of the race.
Yep. And so for the first time, Colby Patterson has the race lead. Now, in Colby's British karting career to date so far, he's had 2 2nd places and a 3rd place finish. He was in another classic Lanagos. He was doing Micromax as well. He got on the podium there. He had a couple of podiums in Bambinos. His best result of the season in this class was a top 10 finish, a 10th place finish at Lanagos. New race leader, Mason Brooks. And Newstead goes with him.
Well, the squabbling commences, and this is the first time in the race we haven't had an Ollie Ronan Motorsport 1-2.
Yes, so now the ORM team, now the teammates have to work together. So and they're side by side, and it's Howes now back in front of Patterson, with Kobe and Gibson way behind. So that alliance, the Fusion BMR alliance, which has worked perfectly for Austin Newstead. Don't forget, Austin Newstead started this race 12th. Mason Brooks started this race 5th. And now, alliance over.
Yes.
Game on.
Ooh.
And already, but look at that. Now that has put Brooks back under pressure. So Newstead has the lead. Austin Newstead. He's got 4 career British Championship wins. They all came in his title-winning Bambino season, which was back in 2021.
Oh, there might be Matteo Garcia's dropping down the order, and I can see some marshals running over to a driver who's off.
Ah, yes, there is a driver in the tyres. I can see a driver up and out of the car.
Good.
And running away.
It is Matteo Garcia.
Oh, so the Mexican wonder kid there, Matteo, walking away, and that yellow flag's out. You can see the kart off at the side of the circuit, and he's been into the tyres and bounced back out, but he is okay. So Mexico... you can see that the tyres are being dislodged, but Matteo Garcia is absolutely fine. I know his mum and dad are here in the paddock, but he's got lots and lots of fans back home, so better luck next time for Matteo Garcia.
Never nice to see someone crash out of the final, but yeah, glad to see that he's all okay, and we'll see him out for the next round soon enough. Oh, there's a move to the inside. Colby Patterson takes away 3rd place from Mason Brooks. And I just want to say, in case Christian Kobe and Austin Gibson get involved in this battle again, I've noticed Christian Kobe does have a 5-second penalty already in this race.
Oh, right, okay, well spotted. Now, with 4 minutes to go, let's see if we can bring up the live championship standings just while we are before we get too involved in the final. So Austin Gibson, he's extended his championship lead over George House. Mason Brooks has dropped back. Mason Brooks is currently fourth, or will be in a bad set of heats, so he's dropped back to fourth in the championship. Austin Newstead has made his way up to third, but at the moment, Austin Gibson, as things stand, with Gibson sixth and George House second, Gibson leads by 21 points in the championship. But of the top five in the championship are currently running they're all running in the top six. In fact, they're the top five. There's Mateo Garcia. Great, very, very stylish crash helmet design there, watching the leaders go past. And
it's always the worst thing when you're out of a race and you can't get back to the pit, so you have to stand there and watch your fellow competitors continue to race.
Yes.
It's the worst feeling.
So, Austin Newstead, George House. George House has never won a race at the British Championship. He's never stood on the podium. He's got a best career result of fourth in the season opener at PFI, but with less than 3 minutes to go, he now leads the Water Swift restricted final. Newstead looking for his first win since the end of 2021, whilst Patterson in third position is looking also for his first career win.
I think Cafe Curve, I'm pretty sure early on in the lap, Colby Patterson went for a move for third place, and maybe something happened between him and Mason Brooks. Mason Brooks has dropped off ever so slightly now, down into sixth place. Christian Kobe has got through. But they were having a good little battle earlier on in this one. It was all kicking off in behind them at this corner that they're now going into once more. And it's sort of formed out. They've got the two front runners, a little bit of a gap to the 24 of Colby Patterson, and then another further gap to the three carts of Mason Brooks, Austin Gibson, and then Christian Kobe there in fourth, fifth, and sixth.
So Newstead sits and waits. Now side by side, Brooks trying to attack again. So of course Brooks is sixth on the road, but in reality he's fifth with Christian Kobe's 5-second penalty. Behind the leaders, Harry Williams, Alfie Davidson, Ronnie Carter are 7th, 8th and 9th. Charlie Clough rounds out the top 10 ahead of Joshua Cook. Then it is Oliver Warner, Daniel Ferguson, Freddie Wood, Jonty Restrick, Henry Clark, Jacob Nain, the last carts running. Austin Newstead just biding his time. He spent virtually the entire race pushing somebody along, slipstreaming with somebody. But now, with 1 minute 15 seconds plus a lap to go, he is going to have to. Now, there's been a problem here. You said Oliver Warner has dropped right back to 13th position, so the Argenti Motorsport kart is not having a great run of things in this race, but it's still House, Newstead, Patterson, Gibson. Here's Mason Brooks in fifth position, trying to, he still hasn't given up on pushing there, but we've got a two-kart breakaway. Patterson in third position. You can see Colby Patterson just checking over his shoulder, trying, well, he can't help but fall back into the clutches. So Brooks and Gibson, the drivers running 1 and 2 in the championship. Well, they were running 1 and 2 coming into today. Brooks has slipped back to third. They're now working together to try and close in on Colby Patterson. Well, they were working together. Now it's Brooks who takes the race lead. That's one of the race lead. Takes the position. Shut up, Henry. What am I talking about? There's the race lead, and there has been a change in the race lead.
That has changed. Austin Newstead is through, up into the lead past George House, and I think that will mean he's up 11 positions if the live timing is right in this final. That is absolutely ridiculous. As the time hits 0, we are going to see that final lap board as they come across the start-finish line, and it looks like it's going to be a two-horse battle towards the end of this race. George House trying it around the outside into the first corner, has to sit in behind once more, and they're going to have that long run down to the Stratford hairpin. See if he can do anything under the brakes here. Getting a good exit. He's George House in behind, but was it good enough to pull alongside? No. Makes some defensive move, but he dives down at the last moment. Austin Newstead thought he had that covered off, but George House was still there and dived to the apex. But the up and under from Austin Newstead now sees him alongside as they go into the S's, and he's got it. Austin Newstead retakes the lead.
Very, very smart driving there from Austin Newstead. He gave George House enough room going into the corner. Now it's House's turn. Newstead's got to hold it. Could this be first win since 2021 for BMR Restarts Austin Newstead? Yes, it is. Newstead wins, House second, Patterson third. It's a first Water Swift restricted victory for BMR Restart. It's a career best result for George House. And it's another podium for Colby Patterson. And that's 3 rounds of the new Water Swift restricted class. 3 different winners, 3 different teams. Looking very rosy indeed, John.
Yeah, indeed. That shows you how interesting the championship when you're getting all these different winners from all these different teams. Super competitive. And I mean, we can see that from that final alone with how much the lead or even the top 6 was chopping and changing throughout that one. A very different race to the first final we saw, but still fantastic battling.
So again, ignore the graphics on your screen. So the winner, Austin Newstead. Second, George House. Third, Colby Patterson. Austin Gibson maintains his championship lead, finishing 4th. With Alfie Davidson rounding out the top 5 out of Harry Williams, Ronnie Carter, Charlie Clough. Christian Colby eventually finishes 9th with Joshua Cook 10th. Now, on the last lap, there's a problem for Mason Brooks, who falls all the way back to 11th. Then it was Freddie Wood, followed by Daniel Ferguson, Oliver Warner, Henry Clark, Jonty Restrick, and Jacob Nairn. As you can see there, the official in the orange are looking at them. There's Ben Moore, one of our scrutineering team, just looking over to make sure that the nose cones are, no one's got a dropped nose cone bracket. But that will help Austin Newstead with the 3rd position in the championship. Unofficially, George House is second, 23 points behind Austin Gibson.
I was just going to say, it was possibly a kerfuffle at the end there between Christian Colby and Mason Brooks because they both dropped down the order, and I saw right at the end there as they crossed the line, it came up saying that Christian Colby was under investigation. So
Okay. So
maybe something to do with those two.
Well, there's Mason Brooks just taking his gloves out, throws them down into the seat of the number. They're parked next to each other. There's Mason's dad, pat on the head. All right, son, don't worry, it's better next time. You've got Herman's watching back home, so... takes the crash helmet off, heaves a sigh of relief. But you know what? That's all that matters. You know, at the end of the day, kiss from dad, and there's... that's all that matters. It's again, kid sport. But Lucy Derrick is going to be speaking to Austin Newstead, George House, and Colby Patterson very shortly down in the pits. We watch the drivers that didn't finish on the podium get out of their karts. Here we go. Lucy, take it away.
Brilliant, thank you guys. What an interesting race that was. I'm joined with P1, Austin Newstead. How was that for you, mate?
Absolutely brilliant. It was probably one of the hardest races I've ever had. I had a incident in the pre-final, not too good. So I had to start from finish pre-final 12th, so I had to start 12th in the final. So it was really hard.
Well, that was a brilliant result for you then. Did that go how you expected? Could you have you couldn't have hoped for anything better than that, really, could you?
No. Honestly, all I really wanted to get was top 4, but to come away with P1, it's just amazing.
Yeah, that's really helped you close the gap in the championship, hasn't it? Do you reckon you can hold still and close that gap even more at the next round?
Yeah, obviously it's not just about one round, it's all about the championship points. So hopefully I can get close and finish the championship on P1.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
I'd like to thank my dad, Ben BMR, for the team, Marvellous Marv for mechanicking, and Tom Gricey for the engines.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So I think somewhere we will have George House. Thank you very much, buddy. I think you might be needed for scrutineering now.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Hello, George. How was that?
It was very hard. It was a good race. I'm proud for getting second.
Yeah, it was a brilliant effort from you. So was that the result you were looking for? Could you have hoped for anything more than that? Were you looking for P1?
Yeah, I was looking for P1. I tried to put a move on him in the last lap, but it didn't work. Well, it did work, but then he got the exit.
Yeah, that happens sometimes, doesn't it? That's racing. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
Yeah, my dad, my mum and my brother for all watching me, everyone on the telly that's watching me, and Eddie, my mechanic, and all of our
Brilliant. Thank you very much, mate. It was lovely to chat to you. And I believe somewhere we might have 3rd place, Colby Patterson. Hi, buddy. Hi. So, can you tell me about your race? Was there any highlights for you out there?
Well, the one highlight was I
was fast, but not fast enough, clearly. When they dropped me, yeah, things went wrong a little bit when people started to gain, but I'd hold my own, and yeah, third is a great position.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race. So it looked like it was going to be a really good result for the team then, but BMR kind of snuck their way in there a bit, didn't they?
Yeah. Towards the end, Newstead came through. It was got to the point where, oh geez, here it goes. Next. Nice. I have to go in, otherwise I'm not going to finish in the podium. So I did, and this is how I ended up.
Well, brilliant. You guys worked really hard as a team out there, especially at the beginning, so that's really good. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
I'd like to thank my family for coming and supporting me every weekend, ORM for the amazing support and for being the greatest tent I ever know, and Grice for the brilliant engines.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I think we're going to go back up to the comms box now for Water Swift Inter.
Thank you, Lucy. Without further ado, the next race is upon us. The next race, race 26, it's Water Swift Unrestricted. Finals up next.
Yes, indeed. Great to hear from some of the drivers there. Colby Patterson.
Greatest tent I've ever known.
Greatest tent I've ever known. What a lovely little chap. Right, Archie Lovett is on pole for this one. Then alongside him is Will Green. Then it's Yala Sayer and Jesse Phillips on row number 2. Then George Edgar and and someone else will be there on 6th position.
Archie Lovett, Max Endicott are next, followed by Jesse Phillips, Will Green, Finley Lyons, Sukmani Kira, Kanish Rao 8th, then Nat Johnson, Harley Musk, Max Ewell, Ethan Woodward. On row number, it's Aaron Richardson, George Clark, George Edgar, Jensen Ackerman, Teddy J. Porter, Jacob Bashler, and Ian Nayer. The final rows on the grid, that is going to be Noah Curtis, Archie Owen, Harrison Rogers, Luca Narroway, Rashid Halal, and Knight Measures. Here we go then. Into Wilkins. Oh, the field being slowed down very, very much. Out of Wilkins, they come to the line, and it's a false start. It's a false start. And there's one driver right at the back there that was slowing down. No, on the foreground there, that's Alan Bryant. Good to see Alan back in the thing, and he's telling the drivers, you got one more chance, or she'll go to the back. Okay, Alan, you tell him. Yeovil's finest, Alan Bryant, giving the drivers the finger poke of doom.
No one wants to see the finger poke of doom.
No.
Scary stuff.
On the live chat, Derek Clemens, well done, Austin Newstead. Austin Newstead again, once again, for the final time. To remind everybody, keep it respectful, and I appreciate everybody who takes time to make a comment. All the fans of karting, those fans of being keyboard warriors, not a fan, you can disappear. Here we go then. Night Measures there at the back. Second time of asking. It is Jarlath Sayer and Archie Lovett, Max Endicott and Jesse Phillips on row number 2. This looks good. And we come to the line. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing. Oh, Archie Lovett made a very good start. Hope it wasn't too good as they come around turn number 2. They're 3 wide, they're 4 wide, and yet they all managed to get through safely and cleanly.
Yeah, George Edgar was there involved in the 3/4 wide. Oh, a little bit of rubbing on the exit there around the left-hand kink. They get down to the Stratford hairpin, all facing in the right direction. A couple of drivers out there on that big curb on the exit. Got to watch out for those, as we said earlier. They're pretty big compared to these karts. They definitely want to keep off of them. As you see one driving into it, and they crash off into the barriers, off into the banking.
It was the 15 of Nat Johnson, the 75. That is the entry of Max Ewell from Optima Performance. And, well, they're okay. They've dragged a bit of grass onto the circuit, as they both managed to continue on the way. There is a move. That's one of the Jamie Green racing karts.
We've got the 18 off as well. The 18 had pulled over to the side of the road. Didn't quite see it. That was Noah Curtis.
Oh dear. So, well, BMR, The karting giveth and karting taketh away.
Indeed.
One lap after BMR celebrate victory, one of their drivers out of the race. Rashid Hilal up to 20th position. One of our 2 drivers from Bahrain.
The second place battles starting to get interesting. However, I've been super impressed. Archie Lovett already starting to build a gap in this one, and we know how difficult it is in these slightly slower powered karts. As there's a move for second, finally goes for it as Jarle Seyer. We saw him all over the back of Max Endecott's car earlier on in this lap, and finally gets the move done for second place. Max does squeeze back in third place, but he's got Jesse Phillips right behind him. Jesse Phillips trying down the inside, and more drivers following through as well. I think that was Finley Lyons as well, trying to squeeze his way through, and they're still going side by side as they head through the left-hander there of Pit Ben, now heading down towards Stratford, and it's all started to kick off as there's another move down the inside from the 54. That's Will Green making moves. So Will Green ahead of Finley Lyons there. Jesse Phillips just ahead of them.
Indeed, he is. Lovett still leads. Somebody returns to the pit. Another driver coming back into the pits to retire, but the leaders down Hanger Straight. And the top 3 in danger of breaking away. The 2 Fusion drivers, Seyer and Phillips, closing in second position. So a quick glance. Jesse Phillips, he hasn't won a race this year. He's got 2 wins to his name in his career. Finished 6th at the season opener and 3rd at Glenagorse. He's got 7 podiums to his career, and that's what helped him get to the 2022 IAME Cadet British title. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. Into Stratford corner, Endicott opens the door, makes a move, and picking up 2 places there. That was the green helmet. That is the number 91 of Finley Lyons.
Will Green got shuffled back there, didn't he? He's trying to go down the inside there into the S's and does grab it through that Bruno chicane. So taking back 1 position he lost, but I think he lost 4 in that initial overtake out of Stratford hairpin. So trying to get those positions back, as that's a late move to the inside, but he gets it done. Really, really nice move there from Max Endicott, and following him through as well was Canesh Grau.
Yeah, and again, Endicott, he's a privateer driver now. He's got some, there's the number 18 car back out and running.
Good to see.
That is Noah Curtis. So he's been into the pits. Obviously, the problem has been solved. The mechanic has solved the problem, and he has gone back out. There is a repair lane here at Shenington that allows that to happen. He is... Well, do you know what? He hasn't got a full lap down as Noah Curtis. Good work there from the mechanic. Or has he gone a lap down? Yeah, I think he has gone a lap down. No, he hasn't. He's a long way behind. That is fantastic work from the BMR team, because if there happens to be a Battenberg flag or a pace kart situation, well, Battenberg flag is a pace kart situation, then he'll still be at the back, but he'll be right at the back and right behind the tail enders. So here's your top 3. Lovett, Phillips, Jarle Seyer. Archie Lovett, kart number 88. 1 win. He won the opening round. Oh no, he won the most recent round at Glenagorse. The opening round this year went to George Edgar for Fusion Motorsport at PFI. Then it was ORM. So ORM and Fusion tied 1 apiece this year in this class. But it's now Fusion 1-2 as Phillips takes the race lead. Oh, and that's Harley Musk in kart number 21. Having a spin and getting going. That will drop Harley to the back of the pack.
Indeed, it's all kicked off, hasn't it, in this gaggle? Archie Lovett had a good, decent lead, didn't he, at one point? Maybe even close to a second. He pulled out by himself after the first couple of laps, but
teamwork makes the dream work, though.
Quickly reeled him in, haven't they? And now done that overtake. And as you say, teamwork makes the dream work. They've both managed to follow each other through, get past, and now once again Jesse Phillips has that rear gunner in Jarle Seyer. And to remind the viewers at home as well, make sure you're subscribed to the Motorsport UK YouTube channel to catch an interview I did with Jesse Phillips yesterday. It was a really, really nice little interview. As Finley Lyons gets a 5-second penalty.
I don't know what that was for, but he is currently 8th on the track, is Finley, for first time out this year for Fusion Motorsport. And Finley Lyons, sadly, he's not going to get his 3rd career British Championship podium in this race. There's Canesh Grau in 4th position, Max Endicott in 5th, and 6th position, Will Green. Will Green got the first podium of his career in the opening round at PFI, but he's a little bit off that at the moment. 6th, all on his own in 7th position is George Edgar. George won the equivalent of this event, which was the IAME Cadet Final back in 2022 here. Oh, Harley Musk getting a 5-second penalty.
He recently dropped to the back of the order
Yes,
as well.
so
Harley.
he obviously was involved in an incident.
Yes.
Spun and was given a penalty for the pleasure. But now, outside the top 10, George Clark runs 11th. Teddy J. Porter is 12th. Archie Owen, any Welsh driver in the field, is up into 13th position. Aryan Naya, good drive from Aryan Naya, up 5 places to 14th. Harrison Rogers having a good run as well. He's gained 7 places. In fact, just looking there, he is Archie Owens up 8 places, Harrison Rogers up 7 places, Jacob Basher is 16th, and Knight Measures up 8 places to 17th. Then you've got Luca Narroway, Sukmani Kira, she has dropped to 19th, so not a great day for Sukmani at the moment. Rashid Hilal is 20th. They'll make that 21st because Jensen Ackerman has just gone through with Nat Johnson, Noah Curtis, and Harley Musk, the remaining runners.
Just as you mentioned, Night Measures getting up 8 positions, he immediately got a warning flag.
Oh, I mean, he's obviously been trying his hardest.
Exactly, yeah, pushing up through the order.
Just a warning. That was something. Just a warning. Maybe there was a bit of driving that the marshals or the race directors thought was not penalty worthy, but on the cusp of aggressiveness that is acceptable.
Yes.
How should we say that?
There's a move to the inside.
Finley Lines. Now, he will know, because as you come across the line, you'll see, just above our camera position, there is a big digital display board that obviously the images you see on your screen when it comes to penalties, mechanical flags, things like that, that is communicated to the drivers. Not the fastest laps, that's for us, the viewers, but it is, any in-race decisions or a 5-second penalty or a mechanical flag, the drivers do see that.
That was so impressive from Finley Lyons around the final corner there. Overtook Ethan Woodward into the final corner, then got a good enough exit to get Aaron Richardson into the first corner. Fantastic racing from Finley Lyons, and he's now leading that group of 3, pressing on towards the front. There are your leaders coming through the shot. Battling still continuing throughout. Here is Finley Lyons leading those 3 down into Wilkins. And yeah, the 2 behind of Aaron Richardson and Ethan Woodward just sitting behind as well. Working together now to push forward. It's Finley Lyons seemingly the fastest of the 3.
Yes, indeed. Through Park Bend into Cafe Corner. Out of Cafe Corner through Pitts Bend, down Stratford, straight to Stratford Hairpin. The top 3. Well, Lovett has not been dropped. Archie Lovett sitting with Phillips and Jarlath Sayer. The only driver in this lead trio that hasn't won a final is Sayer in kart number 49. Ethan Woodward getting a 5-second penalty in kart number 83 for Fusion Motorsport. Ethan is currently 10th on the road, so that will be a penalty for Ethan. But so how many? No, that is going to be 3 or 4 drivers. We got Finley Lyons has had a penalty. Ethan Woodward's had a penalty. Harley Musk's had a penalty, but he's already down towards the back. So the likes of Archie Owen, who is up for the Croc promotion, number 14 of Archie Owen, is already up 10 places to 11th, and he's got the 2 drivers directly in front of him, Woodward and Lyons, have both got penalties, so that puts him into 9th. Great drive.
Yeah, he's sitting well, isn't he, there? Ready to pick up the pieces from other people's mistakes, but of course he's going to want to press on anyway. He's only about 9/10 behind Finley Lyons, so although it's nice to be able to take one because of a penalty, it's also much nicer to take them on circuit under your own steam.
Yep, take them anyway, get him. So the
Exactly.
the Glantaff Comprehensive School pupil, Archie Owen, looking for his first career top 10 in the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Field getting quite spread out now behind the top 3. Anyway, you can see, karts flooding across the start-finish line. Harrison Rogers has slipped back to 17th place, and Knight Measures up into 16th position now. So Knight Measures having a really good run from the back of the field. Jesse Phillips, head down, just keeps pushing on. And these 3 have got a huge gap. They've got a nearly 3-second gap on the 4th place driver, Kanish Grau. Kanish Grau in kart number 22. He has finished 4th or 5th or 6th so many times. The podium has evaded him so far, but he is working. It looks like it's going to evade him once again if things stay as they are. 4.5 minutes to go. Last year's reigning British champion Jesse Phillips continues to lead, but only by a whisker over Jarlath Sayer. Not the surprise of the season, but certainly, for me, one of the standout drivers of the season. He was mid-pack at best last year. He's jumped on board with Fusion. He's now right up at the front this year.
I've been really impressed by these front three, despite them being some of our younger drivers in the paddock. The heads-up driving from Phillips, Sayer and Lovett to work together throughout this one and just not cause that fight, despite Archie Lovett being in a different team from Jesse Phillips and Jarla Sayer. So great working together as well, and a big shout-out to all our marshals in orange out on circuit. There you see some of the officials and marshals watching on from the sidelines and making sure our race meetings are as safe as they can possibly be. But the racing has been fantastic, and we were saying earlier, a really, really good run through the pack from, well, mine and Henry's probably favourite name in the paddock, Night Measures. Clearly was a bit fired up for being fired off in the pre-final. He's doing a great job throughout this one. Here we look back to another little battle. There are battles going on throughout the field. I think this might be Harley Musk and Noah Curtis, who were battling over 23rd place there after both having some difficulties earlier on in the race, still having a great little battle. And yes, it is the 21 and the 18, so it doesn't matter. You never give up in racing. Even though you're down at the back, the race hasn't quite gone how you wanted it to go. You can still have a brilliant battle throughout. With just less than 3 minutes now to go on the clock, we look back to our leaders and our drivers near the front of the field. And there is Max Endicott still just behind Will Green, but sort of in a bit of no man's land, these two. But on to another lap go the leaders. Still Jesse Phillips leading, but Archie Lovett has got through on Jarla Sayer.
Yes, so, this is now important time for Archie Lovett. I don't think they're going to be able to drop Jarla Sayer, although he's going to try. So I don't think you're going to see Archie Lovett in the number 88 Oliver Roller Motorsport Kart. I don't think you're going to see him make a move straight away on Jesse Phillips. He's going to give it, but he's got about a minute, maybe a lap and a half, to maybe put a little bit of daylight. Now, at this stage of the race, they're not going to build a massive gap. All Archie Lovett wants is enough of a gap so that he can maybe swing out extra wide coming into a corner to get the undercut without Jarlath being close enough to stuff his nose at the inside and spoil the move. So Lovett will try just to get, all he needs is about 6 or 7 kart lengths. That's all Archie Lovett needs to sort of set himself up to make one attack where he doesn't have to worry about what's going on behind him. He can make one attack where he can swing wide going into a corner and not run the risk of losing a position. As I say that though, Phillips defends, and Phillips starts defending, and that scuppers Archie Lovett's plans completely.
Indeed, just got forced to go out wide there. Didn't he take that slightly wider line, and through dived Jarla Sayer, saw that inside line opening and said, yeah, thank you very much, I'll take that. Back into second place they go. Just less than a minute and a half left to go on the clock then, and once again the Fusion Motorsport karts at the front of the field working together once more.
Yes, indeed. Out of Wilkins on to what will be lap number 18. Phillips, Sayer, Lovett. It's as you were for the whole race. Here comes Lovett back up the inside of Sayer, going into cafe corner, surprised him up the inside, job done. Into P2 once again. Phillips though now has a couple of kart lengths advantage, and Sayer will try the crossover move. Lovett's got to be very tactical. He's got to sort of attack with one mind and then defend with the other.
You see the point forward there from Jarla Sayer. I think that was to Jesse Phillips in the lead, who was looking back at the time.
Yeah. So you go. And looking over the shoulder. So why do the drivers look over the shoulder? There's no rear view mirrors on these karts, you may have noticed. But again, it's so important where you've got to position yourself,
to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some rear view cameras in the helmets at some point in the near future.
That'd be technology. That'd be good. The race directors and the stewards would love that idea.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Not. Here we go. 10 seconds remaining. The 26, Jesse Phillips. The 88, Archie Lovett. The 49, Jarla Sayer. Sayer is trying to go around the outside. No, it's not going to work for him. And he loses momentum. Again, that's just a little bit of inexperience showing there.
Indeed, tried it there. Goes down the inside. Bit of contact between the two of them. Not quite. Robin is racing at the end of the day, but they were squabbling there over the curb on the exit of the S's. But once again, it feeds back into what it was before. So an attempt for the lead from Archie Lovett sees him lose the position to Jarla Sayer once more. It's still Jesse Phillips who's leading the race as we head on to the final lap. Lovett's there. He's got a good exit. Switches back to the outside. So does Jesse Phillips. So down the inside tries Jarla Sayer. He might take it. They're going to be somewhere. They make contact. Nearly off goes Jarla Sayer. He catches that really nicely. But what a great exit from Archie Lovett. He's going to be alongside now as they go through pit bend. Just is squeezed out to the exit by Jesse Phillips. So now it's Jesse Phillips Phillips in the lead. Round the outside tries Jarla Sayer, and Archie Lovett holds on to second place, but only just.
Half a lap from home. Phillips, Lovett and Sayer. Through Brutus, there's a move up the inside. Lovett, he runs them both wide. Sayer's going to capitalise. Archie Lovett dove it in very deep and just couldn't get on the apex. Phillips was on the outside. He had nowhere to go. He had to slow down. Jarlath, Sayer, the seas parted, and he is about to become a new winner in the Wera Tools British Karting Championship. A first career win for Jarlath Sayer. Archie Lovett, he had to go for it, and he just drove a little too deep going into Bruno chicane. Phillips was on the outside anyway. He had nowhere to go, and he still comes home in third position. Kanishk Rao finishes fourth, just off the podium again for Kanishk Rao. George Edgar comes home in fifth position. Then it is Will Green in sixth, Max Endicott in seventh, Aaron Richardson eighth before his he hasn't got a penalty, eighth. Ethan Woodward and Finney Lines ninth and 10th on the road, but they have got 5-second in-race penalties. Archie Owen will then take ninth position. Teddy J. Porter will get a top 10 as well. Ian Nair and George Clark were home next. I've got to say, George Clark, top 14 finish. That, I think, is the best in the British Championship for the new team, Oracle Motorsport. Then we have Jacob Bashler, Night Measures, Sukmani Kira, Harrison Rogers, Archie. That's again. There's a problem there. Archie Lovett didn't finish 19th. He finished on the podium. So Luca Narroway in 19th. Then Nat Johnson, Jensen Ackerman, Rashid Hilal. Well, welcome to the UK, Rashid. Rashid takes 22nd position finish. Harley Musk, Noah Curtis. Sadly, Max Ewell failed to finish. There's a look at the pit lane area. You can see Paul Klassen in the black shirt there, the technical commissioner for the championship. He looking over the karts. But Lucy Derrick will be down with our top three finishers. A brand new race winner, Jarlath Sayer, is about to speak to Lucy Derrick.
Brilliant, thanks guys. What a last lap that was. We're joined by Jarlath Sayer. How was that last lap? What happened?
Amazing. Jesse and Archie, they had a little collision in the chicane, and I just came out, got the exit and took the lead.
Well, that was unexpected. Were you expecting anything for that last lap, or were you just hoping to stay where you were?
I didn't really mind, because I knew I was being the top three. Just as long as I got in one of them positions, I'll be happy.
Yeah, so am I right in thinking you started on pole?
Yeah.
Yeah? So you were kind of hoping to do that. With the extended length of the final, were you kind of looking at changing your strategy, or were you just hoping to get out as far ahead as you could?
I mean, I wanted to have a good start. I didn't drive as well at the end, but still stayed there, so really happy.
Well, congratulations, buddy. That was a brilliant race for you. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
I'd like to thank my mechanic Reggie, my mum, my dad, Fusion, Jack, Neil, Dan and Apex Hydration.
Brilliant. Well, it was lovely to chat to you. Good job. I believe somewhere we're looking for Archie Lovett, P2. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
What happened on that last lap from your point of view?
Jarlath tried to go on the inside of Jesse and then they rubbed wheels, so I tried to get overtake Jesse and then rub wheels with me. So he defended, and then on the chicane I got on the inside of him, rubbed wheels with him, and then Jarlath just got the outside.
Well, it was definitely an interesting last lap to watch. So you're running P2 in the championship going into this weekend. That's given you some points ahead of Jesse Phillips, who finished third, I believe. So are you kind of looking at the championship? What have you got in store for the rest of the races this year?
Just try win them all. That's fine.
That's all you can hope for, really, isn't it? Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
Grice, the whole of ORM, and my dad for mechanicking me, and Harry Platten for driver coaching me.
Brilliant. Well, great race, buddy. It was lovely to chat to you. We're looking for Jesse Phillips. What happened there, mate? Last lap, you kind of looked promising for you, didn't it? Are you disappointed, or are you feeling good because you went into this race leading the championship?
Well, obviously it's not the result that we were hoping for, but
In the end, we came away with the top 3. It's good points for the championship. I'm a bit disappointed with myself. Left a little bit of a gap through the chicane. We collided, which gave Sayer the run through out of the chicane and got the win. So I'm really happy for him.
It's brilliant. You did a brilliant job, and it's racing. Everyone learns from it, don't they? So, was there any highlights for you in that race? Because you led quite a lot of it.
Well, yeah, I think I drove really well personally. I think I led well. I thought I kept my pace up throughout the whole race. And I thought for the second to last lap, I thought I defended quite well. And then I just needed to know for the next lap that he was going to go for even more moves. So that's a mistake on my side.
Brilliant. It was lovely to chat to you. Do you have anyone you want to thank at all?
Well, the whole of Fusion, Jake, my mechanic, Shocks for the waft, and yeah, my mum and dad for coming up to watch me.
Perfect. It was lovely to chat to you. I think we're going to go back to the comms box now for KZ2 final.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Oh, great to hear from all of the drivers and yeah, see how happy our top 3 were to be on the podium. That was a fantastic race, but we're going to change the karts ever so slightly into this next final. As of course, as Lucy says, we've got the KZ2s coming up next.
Yeah, we do indeed. Just one little last thing to mention: the Water Swift Unrestricted. Jesse Phillips leading the championship on 555 points. Archie Lovett second on 528, and Jala Sayer, he uses that win to get up into P3 of the championship, just 1 point behind Archie Lovett. But you're right, it's time for a change. Lots of changes, gear changes, KZ2 final coming up very shortly. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. 16 drivers, a 1,200-metre circuit, a 3x2 starting lineup. It is going to be... ignore that on the screen, that is not correct. It is James Glenister, Miles Murphy and Morgan Porter on row number 1. On row number 2, it'll be Charlie Turner, the defending champion, and Tom Adams. Row 3 will be Josh Price, Charlie Cole and Dan McEwen. On row 4, it'll be Nat Thomas and Ashley Lewis. Row 5, Lee Ward and the driver that led the championship coming into this weekend, Ella Stevens, with last round winner Ryan Green on the outside. Row number 6 will be Sam Ward and Hannah Lang, and Derek Morgan will start on row number 7. So what do? You get the fastest karts here, and instead of putting them 2 wide on the grid, you put them 3 wide. That's the way we like it. Now there is Sam Ward,
not looking too healthy.
He retired from the pre-final, and he is, not looking too clever at the start of this with a Rush Performance kart. At the moment, coming into this race, Morgan Porter has taken the championship lead. So Morgan Porter, 468 points. Tom Adams, 466. Ella Stevens, 464. Charlie Turner, 460. Miles Murphy, 459. Dan McEwen, 450. 18 points cover the top 6 drivers in the championship. James Glenister is 8th, but on dropped scores, and I'll have to go double check what the drop score situation in terms of this. This is a 4-round championship, John. Only one more round after this one. It's at Rowra in Cumbria. So this final is extremely important. This could make or break a Drivers' Championship challenge. I'm not saying anyone's going to be eliminated from the championship of those top 6 if they have a retirement here, but it just means they are effectively with looking to a mountain to climb. There we go. There's the front 3. Porter, Glenister, Murphy and Porter. Glenister on the left, Murphy in the centre, and Porter on the outside. Your championship leader, Morgan Porter. So Ella Stevens, who's led the championship to the halfway point of the season, now she has been the pursued, now she has to be the pursuer.
Indeed, let's see what she can do from down there in the middle of the pack. Maybe somewhere she's not so used to being from earlier results in the season. But I'm so excited. I always am for KZ2s. The engine notes rise. They look for the lights. And we wait for them to go racing. And here they go. The number 7 tries to chop across immediately and does so. So Miles Murphy steals away the lead already through the first couple of corners. They're all keeping it in this right direction as we funnel through the left-hander, and they've all made it through a big slide in the background there as they now shoot past the usual hairpin that we're used to, all the way down to the end at Brian's hairpin. Let's see who makes it through. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, Charlie Turner's on the grass going up runway straight. You just saw him very briefly. The kart's snaking sideways. He managed to hold on to it. So it's Miles Murphy. The driver works with Demon Tweaks and designs the crash helmets for multiple current Formula One IndyCar drivers in GP2 and GP3. And if you watch the paddock show, if he wins a race, if he wins a final, he's got to give his crash helmet to Luke at Moore Racing.
Morgan Porter's nicked second place there. Round Cafe. He's gone down the inside of James Glenister.
Well, to Tom Moore and the owner at Moore Racing. It's a Moore Racing 1-2 at the moment. Glenister is third, and that's Josh Price. Wow, Josh Price in the third Moore Racing kart is up into fourth position. So the Moore Racing team, they haven't come to play. They've come to win today.
For a 1-2-3.
Yeah, they are indeed. Said by Sam Moore.
Look how squirrely Miles Murphy is. I mean, a lot of the drivers are through that flat-out right-hander because it is still flat out in these, but you are absolutely on the edge of grip in these KZ2s. Look at this battle going into the first corner. Tries it down the inside, does Charlie Cole. Just couldn't quite find the gap.
Yeah, Tom Adams giving Charlie Cole short shrift there. Now, Murphy, Porter, Glenister, then Price. I've got to say, it gives me great, great pleasure to see Josh Price driving so well. Was a champion in direct drive karts, moved to car racing, made it all the way to the British Touring Car Championship. There's a move, oh my word. I know, collective wincing in the commentary box. Went to the British Touring Car Championship, didn't get a fair crack of the whip. I think felt a bit jaded. Has come back to his original love karting, and he's had ups and downs, but he's really showing, the talent that he has finally in his return to karting. But Morgan Porter, the 2020 Senior Rotax British karting champion, is now beginning to say, oh, hi Miles, remember me? I sit next to you in the Moors Racing tent, and now I'm alongside you, and now I'm in the lead. Oh, and he's squirrely under braking. He misses the apex, and too wide side by side, but he gets the power down. Murphy checking over his shoulder, and he just stays second. Morgan Porter stays in the lead, but look who's come to play. James Glenister and Josh Price. Top four are clear with Adams, Cole, Turner, Lewis, McEwen and Morgan next. Then it's Ward, Stevens, Ella Stevens down to 12th with Ryan Green, Nat Thomas and Hannah Lang up next.
Yeah, Morgan Porter was just able to get that car in a straight line before Miles Murphy wasn't he? Out of Brian's corner. And that's often the case with these. You can see here, someone makes a mistake, you try and get it up there inside, but to get the power down, if you've still got a little bit of steering lock on, it just wants to spin on you. So getting it in a straight line is imperative to get those good exits and get those moves done. But it was a great move to take the lead from Morgan Porter, and he's already starting to build a gap now.
Yeah, you can see the drivers changing gears. You can see with their right hand, and they're changing gears through the Bruno chicane. And now, you say they're getting squirrely under braking. Sometimes it's because they've got one hand on the steering wheel.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? I remember we were chatting, I think it was on the paddock show at GYG about that, about doing almost sort of 60-70% of the lap with one hand on the steering wheel because you're just constantly changing gear up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yes.
To race like that is insane. I mean, I've done one go in a senior Rotax and my arms were dead and I was using both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So how they're doing all this racing with one hand? Astonishing, honestly astonishing.
So in the pre-final, we saw the number 4 kart, Morgan Porter. Oh, there's a move. It's now okay. Moore Racing, take a picture. It's a Moore Racing 1, 2, 3. Morgan Porter, Miles Murphy, and Josh Price. Hold your breath. 10.5 minutes. 10.5 minutes. James Glenister and Charlie Cole, the lap record holder here in KZ2 at Shenington, set that lap record in May this year.
Yes.
He's looking really, really strong as well. Looking at Charlie, he's got 1 second place finish. That came at Rissington last year. And that's it. So Morgan Porter fast lap of the race. In the pre-final, we saw Morgan sort of back out of it a little bit. He sort of, I said, saving tyres because Morgan Porter was on course to win a Gladys course, ran out of tyres. So he sort of sacrificed the win almost a little bit. Finished third. He said, that's still a front row start, and now maybe that little bit of... And it's all about race management. It's and over the course of a race weekend, you've got 1 set of slick tyres. Morgan Porter, sort of came a cropper on the system in terms of that at Glenagore. So he's now thinking about it. Okay, I'm going to manage the tyres. It's the same for everybody. Everyone's got the same rubber. There's no advantage or disadvantage, really. We've got the same rubber. And of course, he's leading the championship. In fact, now, shall we have a look at the current... We won't have a look. I can tell you that...
You got a quick answer there.
I'm thinking out loud. But shall we? No. In fact, because... And do you know why? Because Josh Price just taken second place. That's why.
He just stole the fastest lap. Now he steals second position. He's clearly, got some pace in that car. Got some pace in himself as Josh Price. And now focusing forward to Morgan Porter. That gap, it looks so massive because they're going so quickly. But it's only 6-7 tenths of a second between the front two. And Josh Price... Don't look behind you, my friend. You've got a lot of karters right there waiting to pick up those positions if you make the slightest mistake.
44.53 seconds for Josh Price. Very impressive indeed. Porter is clear. Now Price sets off after his teammate. I have to say, Miles Murphy was starting to look like a little bit like a cork in the bottle. They are queuing up behind. If Josh Price now begins to pull away, because Porter is gone, Porter has pulled away. If Price now begins to pull away from Miles Murphy, you get the impression that the kart, and he missed the apex going into Bruno chicane there, did number 7 Miles Murphy. He started to look over his shoulder. So as we approach half distance, maybe, just maybe, he needs that sort of, that Morgan Porter style breather. Let the tyres cool ever so slightly, and then, because they are, the tyres are critical. We spoke to Mark Brookman in the paddock show, Hannah Lang's sort of mechanic, the team boss of MK Races, saying the pressures are so critical on these tyres, let them rest, they go through another heat cycle and sort of, then give it another go later on. Now, sorry.
So I was just going to say, when I chatted to Ryan Green in his interview, he was talking about the tyres a lot as well, and also how it depends on how you set up the car. So he keeps the rear axle quite solid, so it means that the rear doesn't slide too much. So he gets a lot of use out of the rear tyres, but then that puts so much pressure on the front tyres that they go off really quickly. So it also can depend on how the drivers have the set up as to which the front of the rears start to go off first.
So I can tell you, Morgan Porter currently leads the championship by 8 points over Tom Adams. 533 points to Porter, 525 for Adams. Miles Murphy up into third of the championship on 519. Ella Stevens has slipped to fourth on 517. Charlie Turner, 516. Dan McEwen, 504. Josh Price now up to seventh on 499. So 34 points separates the top 7 drivers as Hannah Lang brings the number 91 MK Racing kart, that Formula K chassis, into the pits to sadly retire. But it's Porter, 0.6 of a second in front of Price. Murphy holding off Tom Adams for third position.
Saw on the timing on the left-hand side of your screen, Ella Stevens got through on Dan McEwen on that last lap, and Lee Ward through on Derek Morgan as well. So chopping and changing at the lower end of the top 10 also. As you can see, we saw in the last race how much the field spread out over the race. In these KZ2s, barely anything at all. 14 of the 15 karts still within 10 seconds of each other. So all still basically in one big pack. And that means you've got to be thinking not only looking ahead, but also keeping an idea of what's going on behind you as well, which is just so difficult, so complex when already you're having to think about 1,000 things just to drive the kart, let alone actually race it.
Absolutely. Murphy and Adams fighting over third place. And of course, if you get a 5-second penalty, that's a much bigger penalty because the race is so close. There's now a bit further back there, you can see Lee Ward in 11th position. Privateer entry, Lee Ward. Ella Stevens, and I have to say Charlie Cole, his advantage. Yes, John?
You speak of 5-second penalties. The number 7, Miles Murphy, has a 5-second penalty.
Oh, no. Was that possibly a jump start?
Maybe.
He did take the lead going into turn number 1. I can't see anything, so you, eagle-eye John Ratcliffe, has spotted that. It was
near the start of the race, I think, so you might be right.
Yes, a 5-second. Oh, no, the Moore Racing top 3. The podium lockout will have to wait.
So that drops him outside of the top 10.
It'll drop him outside the top 10. Also, it'll drop him out of third place in the championship standings. And, Ian Rogers, Motorsport Timing, they've got Olympic Games style sort of photocell technology and sensors on the karts or in the transponders that to judge a jump start. And obviously, I'm assuming, because there's been no contact, no issues. The racing has been absolutely clean, perfect. All, amongst the leaders that we've been seeing. So it must have been a jump start. But now, Miles Murphy, of course, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place now. The more he defends third place on the road, the bigger the pack behind him gets, the more places he will lose when that 5-second penalty is applied.
Indeed, yeah, it's a really difficult decision to have to make now, and he is under a lot of pressure from Tom Adams being behind him. So he's really got to think about that. That might be a move.
Adams makes the move.
Oh, nearly rubbing on the exit.
Into Brian's bend there. He and now Murphy under pressure. Now here comes Glenister. Glenister committing and then backing out of it at the last minute with Cole in 6th and Turner in 7th. Charlie Turner's championship defence needs a boost. It needs Charlie Turner in the number 1 place car to pick up a few positions. At the moment, a 7th place finish, it's not going to eliminate him from the championship, far from it. It will make things very difficult going to Rowra. So Turner needs to turn up the wick, maybe to 11. That's a Spinal Tap reference, ladies and gentlemen.
Another move.
And Glenister has finally got through. So Glenister, 6 wins to his name in the British Championship, and now Murphy is you get knocked out of your rhythm. You sort of you get a move, you get out of your rhythm, and it's all about rhythm. KZ2 Karting, it's about rhythm every single lap, about rhythm. You get forced offline, or you move offline, you lose position, you get out of that rhythm, and because the pack is so tightly matched, it's easy to lose. Or the back end of that kart is stepping out as well.
Really sliding.
I'm thinking maybe that sort of the setup is going away on that kart a little bit, because the rear end does look quite live. Miles Murphy rear end is looking quite lively, and there is a move, and that was Charlie Cole. Charlie Cole going up the inside and backing out of it, half spin, and Cole will get going again. There is Murphy. Murphy is he's had to hunker down, and he's battened down the hatches, and there is attacks coming from all sides, and Charlie Cole out of the race. It does well. Now Charlie Turner's got to get past Miles Murphy on track. That will put Charlie Turner up into 5th position. But 2 minutes to go. John Morgan Porter, 7/10 of a second in front of his teammate. Now let's have a little look. Here comes Turner on Murphy. Not this time, but here we go. Here's a look at the race leader, John.
Indeed, I noticed as well with Charlie Cole, he was up into 9th place in the championship with the points he was getting from that race, but after getting knocked out there, he's dropped back out of the top 10 of the championship, so gutting for Charlie. Of course, we'll have to wait and see for all that to be confirmed once the race is over. We look back to these battles at the front. Josh Price has been ever so slightly closing in lap on lap. Only a minute and a half left to go in this one. He's not got much chance.
That was Lee Ward. Lick the stamp and send it. Lee Ward all the way from Ireland, the privateer driver. They could probably hear the squealing of the brakes in Ireland. What a move we just caught there from Lee Ward. That will make a highlight reel of the season, I'm sure. Just the sheer velocity of the kart sweeping across the road. Great stuff. And that was for 9th place for Lee Ward.
Does that man have no fear?
That man,
my goodness.
He's got no fear, but he's got very large something else, I'll tell you that. Morgan Porter, the gap back up to 7/10 of a second, 50 seconds to go. It was down to 6/10. I wonder. George Price, I wonder. Is he going to have a little go? Is he going to have a go? It's a more racing 1-2 at the front of this field at the moment. And it looks as though it's going to stay that way. The order of the two drivers is still to be decided. 30 seconds to go.
Miles Murphy's just dropped a couple more places, down into 8th on that last lap. Ella Stevens, however, having a great race, up 6 positions to 6th place now.
And that has put her back into P3 in the championship. Ella Stevens, and it's now Morgan Porter, 533 points. Tom Adams, 526. Tom, again, he's only just turned 18 years old. Ella Stevens, the youngest driver in the class, just 16 years old. She is third on 521 points, and it's Charlie Turner, 518. Miles Murphy, 514.
our clock had ticked to 0, but the gantry clock was on 1 second when Morgan Porter crossed the line.
Yep, not the last lap yet.
Nope, 2 more laps to go then. Morgan Porter was checking his shoulder on the last straight, now checks it again going down toward Bryant's Bend. Just managing that gap back to Josh Price. He's doing a really good job of it, keeping it around 6, 7, 8 tenths of a second. He's doing a really good job, but back behind them is Tom Adams and James Glenister, who are pretty close together. I think James Glenister still with that fastest lap, and now pressuring Tom Adams for that final spot on the podium.
And I'm just going to have a little look. Moore Racing. They've been in the paddock. Tom Moore, the team owner, they've been in the paddock for quite some time. They have never won a race in the modern era of the British Championship.
Wow.
Now we're on. They've had a second place finish, and they've had 2 third place finishes of Moore Racing. We love going into their tent. Tom Moore, Tom's son Luke, he helped us a lot, you know. Did a bit of the paddock show with us last night.
He did.
And there's a driver off the side of the circuit. Is that Derek Morgan? I think we may have gone off. Or is that Ryan Green? We'll have to dip. That could be Ryan Green. But through the Bruno chicane, out onto the Hanger Straight. This could be a little bit of history for the Moore Racing Collective, because Morgan Porter and Josh Price come out of the final corner. The checkered flag waves, a 1-2 finish for Moore Racing, a second career Wera Tools British Championship win for Morgan Porter, and the lead of the championship. James Glenister comes home in 4th position, just behind Tom Adams. So Tom Adams completes the podium, and that will put Tom second in points going into the final round of the season. Glenister 4th, Turner in 5th, Ella Stevens not out of the championship by a long way. She finishes in 6th position. A great driver, Ashley Lewis, in 7th. Miles Murphy drops to 8th, and that'll be even further back when he gets his penalty applied. Lee Ward, privateer driver, top privateer, finishing in 9th place on the road. Dan McEwen is 10th, Derek Morgan in 11th, 12th for Nat Thomas. Ryan Green is 13th. Charlie Cole out of the race, so was Hannah Lang and Sam Ward. But well done to Morgan Porter, Josh Price, and all at Moore Racing.
Yeah, we've had 3 very different finals so far, haven't we? Or 4 very different finals, I should say. But they've all been absolutely fantastic in their own way. Bit sad to see that that's the last time we're going to see the extended circuit here at Shenington for today anyway.
I'm a bit sad. That's the last time I'm going to see KZ2 because I'm not at Rowra. I'm elsewhere that weekend, so it's going to be you and Mr. Jordan holding the fort.
Should be very interesting. I'm very excited to see them again, but yeah. Got it for you, sir. Those KZ2s are just another thing. If you're, as you said earlier, to coming down to watching the Banbury area, if you're ever close to any British Kart Champs karting to watch KZ2s, come down and watch them. They are incredible. But Lucy Derrick is down in the pit lane, ready to speak to our top 3.
Brilliant. What a race. I'm joined by P1, Morgan Porter. How was that for you?
It was intense, definitely a long race around here. It's physical with the hard braking zones, and yeah, no, I won. What can I say?
With that being the penultimate round of your championship, what do you think gave you the edge out there today?
Today, I think the kart was, I think we just toned it in. We struggled a little bit on Friday. That was the only dry running we had, obviously, Saturday being very wet. We just toned it in a little bit Friday, figured where we were this morning in the pre-final, and it was just on fire. The first 6-7 laps, we managed to carve our way through, get that gap and sort of maintain it.
Brilliant. Am I right in thinking it was a P1, P2 for Moore Racing? A great result for the team?
Sure was. It was a shame Miles couldn't hang on. He drove great all weekend and definitely put it to me in the pre-final as well. So it was a shame that he can stay up there with us, but I think he definitely helped the team out in this round.
Yeah, it was definitely a brilliant race. Is there anyone you want to thank at all?
Just mainly want to thank my dad. He's obviously my main sponsor, I would say. And then Tom and Sam Moore. They do a great job here with the engines and everything like that, preparation, kart. Yeah, we just got it down to a T.
Brilliant. It was lovely to chat to you. Great race.
Thank you very much.
Josh Price, P2. Come on down. What a race. So a lot of changing conditions over the weekend. How do you think that affected your race today?
Not a lot really, other than my overalls are a lot drier and my feet aren't wet. But no, it was good. Today's been dry all day, so I think we were looking forward to a wet race rather than a sort of like a dry Sunday. But it's actually played off really well for us. So thanks to all the team and Kart Republic and Glee for engines. But no, it's been a good day for us.
Any highlights from that race for you at all?
To be honest, I can't really remember a lot of it. You know, it's 15 minutes. It's so long when you're in there. Sort of, I can't really remember who overtook who and when it happened. But it's just the overall result is more than enough.
It was all a bit of a rush, wasn't it? And then suddenly you're in P2. So what a result for you. It's brilliant to chat to you.
Thank you.
Cool. Tom Adams, have you got a... There we go. Come on down. Brilliant. P3. How was that?
Yeah, obviously after quali it's a bit of a disappointing result, but P3, good points for the championship. Can't really complain, really. So yeah.
So any highlights for you from that race at all? It was kind of at the start it was kind of a change for the lead for a bit, and then you kind of settled into it.
Yeah, I think I got up to 4th on the first lap. It was everyone sending moves in on each other. So by the time I got into 3rd, I couldn't really. There wasn't enough time, or I didn't really have the pace to be able to catch the front 2 guys.
So penultimate round of the championship, has that kind of affected your standing in the championship, do you think? Where were you standing before you kind of came into this?
Before I came into this, I was 2nd, but drop scores changes everything, so I'm not sure where we will lie for next weekend when the next round at Rara.
All the best for the final round. Is anyone you want to thank?
All of Rush Performance, my family, Alan for mechanicking me, and yeah, everyone for supporting me at home.
Brilliant. Great job out there today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Back to the comms box.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Oh, there is a look at that. We waited all weekend and we have blue, sunny skies overhead. We've got 3 races to go. The first of those races is race number 28. It's the Junior X30 final. Deep breaths. 15 minutes, 34 drivers. It's Macaulay Bishop and Taylor Orridge on row number 1. Zach Green and Lewis Bird on row 2. Hardy Noah Mamasi and Fred Green on row 3.
Row 4 is Freddie Lloyd and Monda Junior Canini. Then it's Harrison Mackie and Jensen Graham rounding out the top 10, followed by Kean Geraghty and Aston Sharp.
Lewis Islin and Kenzo Craigie share row 7. Harry Bartle and Morgan Moore on row 8. Ewan Charman and Cathal Clark are on row number 9.
Row 10, Joseph Smith and Isaac Phelps. Then row 11 is Joey Brown and Thomas Min spearing them behind them, David McIntyre and Riley Cranham.
The rest of the grid. Samuel Woolley and Henry Carter share row 13. Ty Magia from Bahrain and George Quartermain on row 14. Laith Khan and Tristan Powell complete your top 30.
Finalising the grid then is Alexander Savinkov, Flynn McDermott, Mayan Patel and Samuel Branston. So yeah, as you say, 34 drivers on this one. I mean, the first couple of corners are tight at the best of times.
Yes.
So let's see how this goes. But I have full faith in our Junior X30 drivers.
Absolutely.
Very good drivers.
Absolutely. Trevor Graham on the live chat. Come on, Ewan Charman. Here we go to the line. Lights are not out. That gives me more time.
Lovely.
To say, yes, Trevor Graham saying, come on, the Charmander. Ewan Charman. There is the green and yellow green and yellow false start flags. And, yes, it's a short... It's a short rolling lap here at Shenington.
It is.
Because of course, you come out of the pits like a third of the way around the circuit.
Exactly. So, yeah, not much time to get into it. And I don't want to embarrass them, but I do believe it was Mayan Patel. I had a little spin coming out of the pitch. Just a little spin. Just a little cheeky spin.
A little cheeky, incy-wincy rotation.
Ended up on the grass.
It was just really getting those tyres at the temperature.
Exactly.
Henry Jocelyn won the last Junior X30 final here at Shenington for Mick Barrett Racing. Oliver Algieri won in 2021 for Dan Holland Racing, and in 2019, we didn't come here in 2020 for the X30s. It was Caden McQueen and Josh Rowledge taking the wins. Macaulay Bishop has won both rounds of the championship so far this season. Can he make it 3 in a row? We're going to find out. Not just yet, because we've got another false start. A little look at Junior X30. Fusion Motorsport have got... here we go. Fusion Motorsport and Dan Holland Racing are tied with 7 wins apiece in Junior X30 in the modern era of the British Championship. Croc Promotions have 5 wins. Strawberry Racing have 4. 2 wins apiece for Argenti and the Jade Race Team and Mick Barrett Racing. And then KR Sports, Premium Karting, Cato Motorsport and MLC Motorsport have a win apiece. And 1 lone win for a privateer, and that privateer was Rylan Eschberg at PFI last year when he chose the white tyres in the white conditions. And we all know how that happens. Yeah, we've seen it happen already this season.
Yeah, we saw it at GYG, didn't we?
Oh, yes. Here we go then. Third time of asking. They come to the line. Lights are out. Now we're off and racing. Bishop leads him into turn number 1. Orange on the outside was side by side. Now hold your breath. 34 carts go into Cafe Corner. Look at the colour as they come out, all facing the right way. Great stuff. Now the run down towards the next pressure point. Here is Stratford Hairpin. 4 wide in the pack, 5 wide in the back. They're all still facing the right way. Next pressure point is here, the Bruno chicane. Oh dear, that was Mick Barrett Racing Kart spinning the number 12 cart, the number 35 cart. The number 12 is Lewis Islin, the 35 was Isaac Phelps. But you know what, they bounced around a little bit and came out relatively unscathed. I think it may have been Aston Sharp, the number 25 car, who was sideways, and that sort of set up a little bit of a chain reaction.
Yeah, there was with Lewis Islin as well, I think.
Yeah, Lewis Islin was the next one. So they've all carried on. No one's come into pits underneath, so 34 carts still running.
Indeed, yes. Oh, a little bit of elbows out on the exit there. Yeah, sideways, all making, avoiding the incident there and making it through the Bruno chicane. As they continue down the back straight, then of course flat out right-hander there, but it's still Macaulay Bishop who leads. And with that kerfuffling that went on the first lap, it's given Bishop, Green and Orange a really nice little lead already, a second over Freddie Lloyd as we head on to lap number 3. And they're side by side into the first corner move for the 21 to Harrison Mackie. Through he goes on Canini, takes the place away, and they're still battling in there behind on the exit, side by side as they get through to pit bend. And there might be a move for second.
Great move.
Down the inside, or was that a bit of defensive? It was defensive from Orange, so Green went to the outside, but Orange holds on to it then.
Behind the top 3, fast Freddie. Freddie Lloyd is there in 4th position, and he's got 2 Fusion teammates in 5th and 6th, Harrison Mackie and Mondi Jr. Canini. Lewis Bird is up into P7. Hardy Noah Massey for Evolve Motorsport, the Anglo-Canadian driver, is in 8th. Then it's Cian Geraghty and Fred Green rounding out the top 10. Kenzo Craigie is up to 11th, followed by recovering Aston Sharp for McBarrett Racing in 12th. Then it's Morgan Moore, Joey Brown, Thomas Min spearing, Sam Woolley and Henry Carter. George Quartermain has gone from 28th to 18th. Ewan Charman now. Yellow flags on our screen. There is where is the car? You can see drivers. We've got Taylor Orange in the lead. The Battenbergs are out. Now, we haven't seen where the problem is or who is involved in the problem. I can hear a scuffing of a cart coming in to pit lane, maybe, or out on the track. I can hear that someone is dragging a bit of bodywork.
Well, before that happened, Orange has got through on Macaulay Bishop.
Yes, Orange has taken the lead. 12 and a half minutes to go. I'm just going to... Now, what's happened to our line timing? Right, so who has not come round? Jensen Graham has stopped somewhere out on the circuit. I can't see where.
Looks as though it's down on the exit of Wilkins, I believe.
Yes, so the car, I can see that Dan Ashton
he's up and out of the cart.
There. So the driver up and out of the cart walking away.
Yeah.
But I think the cart might be in a dangerous position, and obviously Jensen was obviously maybe in a little bit of discomfort, or just saying, just waiting. They on the safe side. Okay, slow the race down. Now, once the adrenaline sort of subsides and the disappointment wears off, Jensen realises, okay, I'm actually all right. We can get up and out of the cart, and the cart can be moved safely. The clock is still ticking.
Looks like we've gone green. Yes, we have.
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have. So Orange leads us once again. Just less than 11 minutes on the clock, but of course they built a lovely little gap out in the lead, hadn't they, the top 3? Well, that's all closed up because of the Battenberg flag. You were mentioning it as a possibility in the last race. Well, it's happened in this one, and they're already kicking off the battles then. There's the 22 going back to the pit lane, but it's all kicking off at the front already.
Yep, here we go. Orange, Bishop, Green, Lloyd. Oh, Green having a little chew on the rear bumper of Bishop's kart. That unsettles Bishop. Bishop looks one way, Green attacks the other way. And now Macaulay Bishop getting... He's won the first 2 rounds of the season, and a good move. There's fast Freddie up into second place. Hard to believe that Freddie Lloyd, he's got a best finish this year at 5th at Glenagos, never on the British Championship podium yet. And it's number 21 kart, another driver that's never finished on the British Championship podium, Harrison Mackie, that's into second. Freddie Lloyd's third.
Indeed, yeah, we saw Bishop just getting shuffled backwards there as there's a little bit of a mistake.
Hardy Mamasi now begins his assault on Bishop. What I was going to say is they've seen Macaulay Bishop win everything at the start of the year. He's got a big championship lead. So he said he's got a target on his back. That's figurative.
Yes.
Each driver knows, okay, if I pass Bishop and he finishes just behind me, that's no good for the championship. So let's try and get as many karts for myself and Macaulay as we possibly can. So you saw when one goes in, everyone else sort of like up the inside, they sort of hang Macaulay out to dry. And Macaulay now finds himself back in 8th position behind Lewis Bird. Good performance from Lewis Bird. It is Mondi Junior Canini up into 5th position. There he goes, the South African colours on his crash helmet.
We saw Jensen Graham walking his way as well.
Yes, yeah, that's always good to see. Bishop is 8th, Mamasi 9th, Fred Green 10th. Then you've got Kenzo, Craigie, Morgan Moore, Aston Sharp, Thomas Minspeary and Sam Woolley. But game on for the race lead. Now, obviously, in the pre-final, there was that incident on the last corner between Orridge and Mackie. And Mackie, just having a look at the starting lineup. Yeah, Mackie didn't keep the win. He was given a penalty for that, which is why he started this. So Orridge and Mackie, they know each other well, shall we say that? They're well familiar with each other this weekend. But you know, and so Harrison Mackie, he'll be mindful of that, and he's singing to Taylor Orridge, saying, "Okay, come on, push." And this is it. So, end of the last race, drivers not friends. Halfway through this race, drivers must be friends. They've got to work together to push away.
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to forget about previous performances and just work together. This is the only race that matters at this current second. So just working together and pushing forward ahead. It doesn't matter if you're maybe not the best of friends. Working together will benefit both of you.
What Anthony Jordan says, you've got to be frenemies.
Exactly, yes.
Frenemies, friends and enemies. I call it co-opetition. Competition and cooperation. There's the number 63 kart. That is Henry Carter getting it going again. And a kart comes into the pit lane. That, I think, might have been Lewis Islin, who was coming to retire. Now, in the championship at the moment, I can tell you that Macaulay Bishop still leads with 570 points. Fred Green has 527. Taylor Orridge, 511. Lewis Bird, 511.
Change the lead.
Change the lead.
Down the inside goes Harrison Mackie. Immediately fights back this Taylor Orridge. That was a brilliant re-overtake. You could tell Harrison Mackie wasn't expecting that one, was he? Down the inside goes Taylor Orridge. Retakes it. But that tiny bit of gap that they'd built working together immediately closes up once again.
Top 5 nose to tail. Kian Garrity runs 6th with Bishop in 7th. And they're not too far behind. 7 minutes to go. And we've got 3 Fusion Motorsport karts, 1 each from Crop Promotion and Jamie Green Racing heading this race. Harrison Mackie looking aggressive, looking to the inside. Now, at the start of the season, John, Taylor Orridge took his career best finish at PFI the first round. That was a P2. And he is now in P2, but only by a kart length, and he gets it back. Great stuff.
Almost
great stuff.
Carbon copy of the last lap, wasn't it?
Yeah. Orridge, Mackie, fast friends. He looks to the inside on his teammate. And Harrison Mackie gets shuffled back, wheel to wheel, going into the Bruno chicane. And that is Zach Green now up into P3.
Zach Green held his own there nicely, didn't he? Harrison really tried to block him to the inside, but Zach Green said, no, this is my corner. Took it by... just went for it, didn't he, and squeezed it, but they were going for it down into Wilkins there. I thought that was a dive from behind from Canini, possibly.
Yeah,
where are they on the exit? Canini's got them both.
Mondi Jr. moves up into what would be his best ever result so far, 3rd position. And I have to say, Mondi Jr., I've known Mondi for a long, long time. He came to the UK for the first time, I think, for the Formula Kart Stars in 2016, and then that series went away. And he's been back racing off and on in the UK, now based full-time, I think, in the United Kingdom, is Mondi Jr. He still hasn't given me the name of the restaurant that sponsors him, because I've got a table booked. Well, I would have a table booked, but I don't know the name of it. Oh! And Cian Geraghty picks the pieces. Dan Hazelwood's hair goes a little further shade of grey.
He did a great job there, because he put himself in that position earlier on in that by making the overtake earlier on, I think, was it Harrison Mackie? Possibly Zach Green, actually, who he'd made that overtake on. So, it's Freddie Lloyd, 5-second penalty.
Pass Freddie, a 5-second penalty. He's second on the road at the moment. Now, the good news for Freddie is...
Cian Geraghty also has a 5-second penalty.
Oh dear, Cian Geraghty's got a 5-second penalty.
Freddie Lloyd has 2.
Oh my word.
So Freddie Lloyd 2, so Freddie Lloyd a 10-second penalty, and the number 9 of Cian Geraghty a 5-second penalty.
And we don't know what that is for, ladies and gentlemen. One of them obviously may have been out of formation at the start. I don't know, but that changes everything. So the drivers running second and third on the road have got both got penalties. It does mean that Taylor Orridge, well, he can't relax. There's 4 minutes to go. Don't relax, Taylor. But you are in a prime position to take your maiden British Championship victory, race final victory. Harrison Mackie on course for a potential podium finish. So really the battle for second is between the last 4 karts in this group. And lo and behold, who's tagged onto the back of it? Your former race leader and pole position holder, championship leader, Macaulay Bishop in kart number 4. Yeah. So you take Lloyd. Now Lloyd's going to get his head down. Lloyd is going to attack. I was going to say, I can't believe he's not on a podium, and it's not going to happen for him this round either. Cian Geraghty, again, commiserate, he was on the podium for the first time in his career at Glenagorse in the last round. It's not going to be a second career podium for him today. So it's these 4 karts just going through your screen there that are battling for second, third, fourth and fifth position. Harrison Mackie, Zach Green, Mondi Jr. Canini and Macaulay Bishop. They're fighting for what is effectively second position. The Crop Promotions team, Taylor Orridge, he admitted that he had an issue with one of his heat races, and his mechanic calls him a Billy, which is a karting colloquialism for idiot. Yeah, there's Mackie, Nanny June watching at home, youngest grandson, possibly 2.5 minutes away from a first career British Championship podium.
Just got to give a couple of shout-outs as well. I mean, we're looking at Mayan Patel. Had that little spin on the opening lap to warm the tyres.
Yeah, those tyres
Hey, he's gone up 14 places, up into 19th.
And the best placed rookie in the field.
Very, very impressive. Also, a shout-out to Kenzo Craigie as well. Obviously, we saw him in the repechage earlier to get through into the pre-final. Yep. They made up a lot of positions. Now it's made up 4 more in this final to get up into the top 10. So an impressive job from Kenzo as well.
Indeed. So behind the top 7, on the road this is. So on the road, you have Hardy Mamasi in 8th, Fred Green 9th, Kenzo Craigie 10th, Morgan Moore in 11th. Then it's Lewis Bird, Harry Bartle, Riley Cranham, Sam Woolley, Thomas Min Spearing, David McIntyre, Mayan Patel, George Quatermain and Samuel Branston. That's your top 20. Then it's Isaac Phelps, Cathal Clark, Joseph Smith, Laith Khan, Ewan Charman, Flynn McDermott, Ty Magia, 27th on his British debut, Tristan Powell, Aston Sharp, and the last kart still running is Alexander Savinkov. Henry Carter is also out there after a spin. Sadly, we've lost Joey Brown, Lewis Islin and Jensen Graham.
Whoa. Elbows out racing there from the number 9 of Cian Geraghty. I won't say anything further, but he makes it up into second place, and it is all still kicking off behind as well. Zach Green manages to follow through as well, so dropping a couple of positions there is Harrison Mackie follows through too. So who is it that's dropped down there? Was it Cian Geraghty who's dropped out? No, he passed through. So Freddie Lloyd, of course it is.
Back to
so he's now
position.
Down into 5th. Directly in the middle of this pack now.
And there's forwards, says Zach Green. Go. Now, Harris, so at the moment, Zach Green is second in the race. He's third on the road, behind Geraghty on track, in front of Geraghty, once Geraghty has his penalties applied. Mackie, fourth in the road, third in the race. And there goes Mondi Jr. Canini at the inside of his teammate. He is now running in 4th position on the on the final adjusted order. Oh my word, Canini, high wide and handsome, almost off the circuit there. He somehow manages to hold it together. That has cost Mondi Junior Canini a chance at the podium, sadly. 20 seconds to go. Taylor Orridge is within striking distance of the top step of the podium. Cian Geraghty is 2 seconds behind him. His nearest rival that hasn't got a penalty is Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie and Zach Green, second and third. Championship leader Macaulay Bishop, fifth on the road, fourth in the final running order with penalties applied. Here comes Orridge. Oh, there's Green looking at Mackie. But do you want to throw away a potential podium for Fred Green? For Zach Green, rather. Zach Green, top 10 in the British Championship last year, didn't finish on the podium. But Taylor Orridge, number 66 for the Croc promotion team. Last year, they won the championship with Gabriel Stilp, who is on hand giving the team assistance this weekend. And it looks like he could be Taylor Orridge's lucky mascot. 2 corners to go. It's another debut win in fine style for Taylor Orridge. He takes the checkered flag. Junior X30 triumph is his. Cian Geraghty comes home in second on the road, but after a penalty he will be a lot further back. So Harrison Mackie and Zach Green, 2 more first time podium results for Mackie and Green, with Bishop in fourth. Sadly, Freddie Lloyd will also have penalties, so it'll be Mondi Junior Canini in fifth position when all is said and done. Hardy Mamasi is next. There is the smiling Taylor Orridge. Morgan Moore comes home in a very respectable 9th position for the Irishman. Great drive from Morgan. Fred Green, 10th. So that's 2 top 10 finishes for the Jamie Green Motorsport team. Harry Bartle, Kenzo Craigie, Lewis Bird and Sam Woolley are next. Quick check of the final. But again, John, it's, you know, once the penalties took effect, but, you know, the first half of the race was all guns blazing. The second half was a little bit more sedate.
It was, yeah, sort of run into it. Of course, we had that Battenberg flag relatively early on, didn't we, that then closed up the pack once more. And that was sort of, I don't want to say downfall. It certainly wasn't a downfall for Macaulay Bishop, but that was what started the chain reaction that pushed him back into the pack, wasn't it? And as he started to have that negative momentum, he went further and further back. Luckily, he was able to change that, as you were saying, in the middle of the race, and he was able to get back up to the top positions. And I think after those penalties, that could actually put him up onto the podium in the end. So
I think fourth.
Is it fourth?
I think it'll be fourth.
Of course, because Freddie Lloyd is just behind him, isn't he? My apologies.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'll be in fourth place after that. I think Cian Geraghty is going to drop to around 9th place. Freddie Lloyd to around 14th after those penalties. So either way, not the end of the world, I don't think, for Macaulay Bishop, and he had a pretty decent championship lead going into the round anyway.
Yeah, and unofficially 572 points for Bishop. Fred Green, 525. Cian Geraghty, 550 before penalties. Lewis Bird, 513 points. Taylor Orridge, with that win, vaults up into the top 5 of the championship, but Bishop, 2 rounds to go for Macaulay. And again, you know, this is he's racking up the points round after round when, you know, wins, and then when wins aren't possible, he's using his racecraft, his savvy and experience to maximise the points that he can take, and it's working very well for him. So it's always good to see a new race winner, and we got some new faces at the podium, new people for Lucy Derrick to interview. Take it away.
Brilliant, guys. Well, what a race that was. We're still just unsure about the top 3 at the moment, given the in-race penalties. But one person who's definitely secured the win is Taylor Orridge. How was that for you, mate?
It was all right. It was a good race.
Yeah, so was that the result you were kind of looking for? You can't do any better than that, can you?
Yeah, well, we didn't have the best quality group. We were P7, so we had it was all wet yesterday, and we weren't here on Friday, so it was a bit of a struggle.
Did the changing conditions really affect kind of your practice and your performance today, do you think?
Oh, well, when it became dry, we were really quick, and I was looking for it to dry all weekend.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all, someone who's really helped you out this weekend?
Yeah, Croc for the kart, Grice for all the motors, and First Point.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. It was lovely to chat to you.
I'm my dad.
Can never forget Dad. Brilliant. Thank you, buddy. And I believe we're looking for P3. Sorry, just trying to track down our P3 a second. Or not, we've got Harrison Mackie, P2. How was that for you, mate? What a race.
It was all right. Struggled at the start, but once we got going, it was all right.
Yeah, were you happy with your performance overall?
Yeah, I think I could have done better at the start with just keeping the position and keeping the overtakes right, but it is what it is. We'll learn for next time.
About midway through the championship now, are you focusing on kind of the points rather than the wins?
Sort of both. First year, sort of want to get some wins, but obviously if there's championship there, then I'll try and go for championship as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've mentioned the changing conditions this weekend with the rain during practice yesterday. How's that kind of affected your weekend?
It don't affect me too much because I quite like the wet, except for getting wet. But didn't think it would be this good in the dry, but still good performance.
Brilliant. It was lovely to chat to you. Is there anyone you want to thank at all?
No, I just want to thank Fusion Motorsport, my mum, my dad, just everyone that's helped me. Jake Walker mechanicking me for the final, and my brother just because he does such a big help and just love him so much.
Brilliant. Great race.
Thank you.
So P3, I believe we have Zach Green. Come on down, buddy. So how was that for you? Watching that, you made an incredible move for P3 there. Are you happy with your performance today?
I think I could have done a bit better. The pace wasn't quite there in the final, but good championship points, really.
Exactly. So going into this weekend, I believe you were running P2 in the championship. Going into
P20, that was Fred. That was P2.
Oh, right. Okay, I see. So you're are you focusing on the points now? Just
yeah. I mean,
down on them?
yeah. I had bad two rounds, so just trying to get as many points as possible now.
Yeah, brilliant. So you're confident for the rest of the season then?
Yeah, just try my best and see what happens, really.
Brilliant. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
Jamie Green Racing, Events Power, and my mechanic Aaron.
Brilliant. It's lovely to chat to you. Back to the com box now for Junior TKM.
Thank you very much, Lucy. And getting to the bottom of it, yeah, it's always a bit difficult when, you know, the top three drivers on circuit, then you've got the result sheet say one thing because they haven't been applied on the result sheet, so then you've got to try and suss it out and yeah, figure out who finished where. But there we go, your unofficial top three. Obviously Taylor Orridge, Harrison Mackie, Harrison. Thank your brother and everything else. We didn't thank Nanny June. 2 races to go. The next race, Junior TKM. Ooh, this one could be good, but it's going to be good. We know it's going to be good. Leo Robinson and Yehan Calichurn share the front row of the grid. Aidan Mitchell and Patrick Leaf on row 2. Jake Humphrey and Willoughby Steele on row 3.
Row 4, Jack Stewart and Harry Blore. Behind them, Harrison Morrow and Monty Brathwaite round the top 10. Then it's William Bryant and Daniela Sutton there on 11th and 12th.
With Daniel Samir, who had plenty of camera time at the end of the pre-final, yes, starting shotgun on the field in 13th position.
Hopefully he'll be waving from the kart this time.
Yeah. Yes. No, both Tim Wilson Motorsport karts, Daniel Samir and Daniela Sutton back out there repaired after their incident in the pre-final. The lights are not out. That did not look like a good formation.
Not ideal, no.
Like
you were saying, we're both very excited for this final, aren't we? With how good the pre-final was earlier on. I mean, give us extra minutes of that, it's only going to be better because they were battling from lights out, weren't they, last time?
Absolutely, indeed. And I was looking there. So Harrison Morrow, great start, 9th place. That's the best he's done in the British Championship. So he's going really, really well. Really good to see a driver that, you know, takes a... I mean, God, he's a junior driver. He's on the way. He's on the... man's on weights. Man is pumping the iron. And so... if you could have a 24-hour race, you could probably do it one-handed. Deary me.
Can you tell Henry's got a teenage son?
Yeah.
Man's got
a teenage son. Everything's David Goggins. Who's going to carry the boat? As they say. Right. Junior TKM into the tram lines. Is it a go this time? Lights are... oh, not out.
No.
Oh, and there's... somebody going... piggybacking there up the start line. I hope that might be an issue for the nose cone. But yes, I have a teenage son who is not well at the moment, but he is. He's another one who is just like that. Right.
As in he's not well at the moment just because he's your son, or he's ill?
He's had to put a lot in 14 years. He is his dad. But no. He's again. It's fitness. You know, got to have maximum riz. That's what it's all about. What he fails to remember is that I wrote the book on, you're speaking to the doctor of Rizonomics. Here we go. Well done, Colby in Water Swift.
You said someone from the live chat had the quote of the day. That's the quote of the day.
Oh, no, yes. Oh, right. Here we go. Oh dear, that is Patrick Leaf bogging down. Patrick Leaf bogging down. They're not information. Lights are not out. It is the droid. It still says formation, but the right, well, hang on a second. So our screen says formation, but there is no false start. Right, so
we're underway, I believe.
Well, they're not slowing down at all. I'm just looking at the
timer's not
window.
counting down on the
yeah, I'm a little bit. So formation. Oh no, we're go.
Now it is.
We're go. It's good to go. There's a bit of confusion here. I'm constantly confused.
We're definitely underway.
Whatever it is, Jihan Kalachern has the lead of this race with up into second position. Well, it's Aidan Mitchell in that number 14 kart.
Yeah, so really it's not been a good start for Leo Robinson at all. Down 5 places from the pole position. He's now finds himself in 6th place. So it all sort of, everyone got a bit out. It was that Patrick Leaf was in bogs, sort of got everyone out of position, and it all got a bit confusing.
And they're about 4 wide when they crossed the line. But I thought, well, okay, the drivers, we're giving the drivers ample opportunity to start these races properly. I'm thinking that because there's no actual tram lines, the drivers have got so used to following the tram lines that the lack of tram lines is what is getting the drivers all a bit discombobulated.
I like that word.
Yes. Sounds like it rolls in discombobulated. Right,
well,
not discombobulated.
Yeah, someone who isn't discombobulated is Jihan Kalachern.
Balanced is Jihan Kalachern.
He's flying. He's absolutely flying. However, Aidan Mitchell is still all over his rear axle. They've only got a little bit back to Jake Humphrey and Willoughby Steele as well. But as we said in the pre-file, Willoughby Steele has been sort of there and thereabouts, but just not quite able to challenge that top group. Let's see if that's able to change through this final. Can he keep on the back of Jake Humphrey? Because, of course, Jake Humphrey, we saw him start to challenge in that pre-final earlier on. It was great to see him battling up in the front of the order, but interestingly so, of course, 15-minute final once again, just as the other finals that we've seen. Tactics coming into play. Is Aidan Mitchell going to continue to sit behind here and just push Jihan Kalachern forward? It does seem like that.
Yes, indeed. So Mitchell again. This is where he was PFI. He won all the heats on Saturday at PFI. He was just him and his dad this morning. They were just saying, "Look, we're just going to keep it together today." We're quite often very, very fast on Saturday, and then not quite as fast on Sunday. But that is Aidan Mitchell is putting that theory to rest completely now, because he is, staying with Jihan Kalachern, being smart. Now, we saw so many overtakes. We were doing 2 a lap. 2 passes for the lead, a lap in a pre-final. This is smart racing. This is what Leon Frost and Liv Jenkins did last year in this class in junior TKM. They just stuck together and pushed away for the first 14 minutes of the race. And what Leo Robinson and Jake Humphrey in 3rd, Leo Robinson in 4th, and Willoughby Steele in 5th cannot let them do is get away. So they then have to work together. Great start from Jack Stewart up into P6. Monty Brathwaite is 7th. Patrick Leaf is recovering from his poor start in 8th with the new fastest lap of the race. Then it's William Bryant, who was at the bank earlier on, but now he's back on terra firma, and he's in 9th. Then Daniel Samir and Daniela Sutton, the 2 drivers that were involved in an incident in the pre-final. They are 10th and 11th. And Harry Bloor, off colour. Harry Bloor, I'm saying not off colour, that's not right, because he's perfectly healthy, but the kart is off song this weekend. All is not well with that kart. There's something integral, and Harrison Morrow has had a detour.
That was a cheeky dive down the inside on the number 10, so it must have been Leo Robinson. It was indeed, just diving it to the apex there, really, really nicely weighted under the brakes, takes away 3rd place from Jake Humphrey. Clearly Leo of course, didn't have the most ideal of starts, got knocked down the order, but clearly thinking he's a little bit faster, and Jake Humphrey points him forward, said, go on, well, let's work together, because Willoughby Steele is right there and behind them still as well.
Oh, you're saying, yeah. Harrison Morrow H has had a detour off the prepared surface onto the lovely manicured grass here. He's got back onto the prepared surface and is running in 13th position, about 5 seconds behind the rest of the field.
I find there's a lot more grip on the prepared surface.
Yeah, the Shenington Kart Club do a very good job of preparing the surface.
Might as well use it.
You might as well use it. Yeah, why not? Why not? So. But the gap is growing between new third-place driver Leo Robinson and the top two. The gap between first and second is now up to 1.5 seconds. The two Tim Wilson Motorsport karts, Robinson and Humphrey, they've got to work together. They've got to channel their inner water swift and push each other along. Use the draft, use the slipstream. Easier said than done. They're doing a good job of it. Willoughby Steele there, followed by Leaf. There is the number 97 of Bryant. They just got past Jack Stewart, and that's number 12 kart of Monty Brathwaite going past Stewart as well. Let's check the gap. The gap has grown by another 10th. It's just Callaghan and Mitchell just solidly chipping away. A 10th here, a 10th there, and suddenly, oh no, that is the number 15 kart. That is Daniel Samir.
He had a good start as well. He's up a good number of positions.
Yeah, out of the race, sadly. Mechanical issue by the looks of it.
Yeah, pulls over to the infield. Never nice to see. We were hoping we'd see him smiling from the kart this time, but sadly it looks like it's going to be from outside of the kart
yes.
once again for Daniel. So a gutting day for him for sure. Trying to see what that flag was out. The yellow flag, of course. We've got Daniel parked up on the infield there, so I'm sure that will be going in shortly. The Marshal's doing a fantastic job here at Shenington, as always. And let's see as they cross the line again. It had gone up to, actually went down ever so slightly there.
Yep.
Just less than a 10th of a second. The gap shortened between Mitchell and Robinson. However, it's staying around that sort of just under 2 second mark, isn't it? So Callaghan and Mitchell doing everything they can here, working together to press on forward. Still 8.5 minutes left to go, so they can just continue to keep doing what they're doing, extending that lead. Then once we get to sort of a couple of minutes left to go, then it'll be elbows out, and they'll be going for it, battling for the lead.
I'm sure it will be.
Patrick Leaf, though, he's been really impressive now up into 5th place. Still has that fastest lap of the race, and he's definitely closing in on Leo Robinson and Jake Humphrey there. Still about 3.2 seconds off of the lead is Patrick Leaf. So, of course, he bogged down at the start, lost a number of positions, but that car has clearly come back into its own. And we know Patrick is pretty fast as well in that junior TKM car.
The Patrick Leaf's car oiling up at the start there, which is why he didn't get away.
Right,
he will be ruining that oiling up because he has the pace to match the two leaders. He finds himself, as we approach half distance, he finds himself faster than anybody else on track, but 3 seconds behind the first place driver, Ihan Callaghan. Can Ihan make it 3 wins out of 3 in a row, and the only driver in this class to have stood on the top step of a British Championship podium, because none of the other drivers, even in any other class they've raced in, none of them have won a round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. In the speaking of championship, John, at the moment 566 points for Ihan Callaghan, 538 for Aidan Mitchell. They're running 1-2. And down the third, Leo Robinson 536, Willoughby Steele 530, your top 4. So the battle for second in the championship is really, really good, but Callaghan has sort of put his rivals to the sword in the first half of the season.
Well, the battle for second in the championship is also what would be the battle for second on circuit as well. They've just got a couple of seconds in between them, haven't they? So that gap continuing to extend now over 2 seconds between Leo Robinson and Ihan Callaghan in the lead. That should stay around the same. Yeah, almost identical. 2.05 compared to 2.08 on the previous lap. Still 6.5 minutes left to go then, and once again, Callaghan and Mitchell just doing the smart heads-up bit of driving and working together behind them. Robinson and Humphrey still doing the same, but seems to just not be quite working out for them. They just don't quite have that pace to work together and press on forward, but just in behind them, look who's closing in. Patrick Leaf is within 0.6 of a second now of Jake Humphrey. It's going to be critical how quickly he can get past Humphrey and Robinson here if he wants a chance at closing that gap down to Callaghan and Mitchell by the end when they do start fighting.
Yes, we could have definitely a three-way dance for third position. Now, further back, Brathwaite in 7th and Bryant in 8th. They're having a little tussle together, but then the rest of the field is much more spread out than I would have thought based on what we saw in the second heat and the pre-final. You've got Jack Stewart running in 9th and a 7-second gap back to Daniela Sutton in 10th, another 2 seconds back to Harry Bloor in 11th, and then another 6 seconds back to Harrison Moore. Oh, and that was Willoughby Steele trying to generate some artificial excitement by running wide coming out of Stratford Corning and climbing over that sausage curb. And Patrick Leaf has caught the two Tim Wilson Motorsport karts. 2.2 seconds is the gap between Aidan Mitchell in 2nd and the number 6 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart of Leo Robinson in 3rd.
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, absolutely critical for Patrick Leaf to try and get through here as fast as possible, but of course, making sure it's a clean and fair move nonetheless. You don't want to be causing yourself an unnecessary penalty, and then the hopes of the win are completely gone. So let's see what he can do here down into the hairpin. Sits behind once more. Still 4.5 minutes on the clock, so he has got some time to wait for the perfect move here, but it's going to be challenging because there are two of them. So then, of course, once you pass one, you then open up for you having to defend and attack, which, as you said before, is very challenging.
There's two of them, and they're bredren.
Yes, of course.
They are Tim Wilson Motorsport bredren. But Patrick Leaf deciding that discretion might... Well, he had a sort of that was a scouting mission. That was no, says Jake Humphrey. Said, don't pass, push. And Patrick said, well, thank you for that sage advice, but I will do my own thing. If I believe that my chances are improved by pushing you, then I will continue to push you. If not, then I will pass. But it is push, not pass at the moment.
Indeed. He seems to be sticking to that for now anyway, pushing them forward. However, that gap, as we've said, throughout the race between Mitchell and Robinson has just been slowly but surely increasing. Again, Calichurn and Mitchell nearly doing identical times throughout this race.
Oh, here's another little scouting mission. That's the outside. Sort of a mere sort of investigation. Now Leaf has got a run. Now Leaf will look to... well... Jake Humphrey sort of giving us, what are you doing? I'm overtaking you. I would like to finish on the podium. Jake Humphrey's got some tactics in mind, but Patrick Leaf maybe not reading from the same tactical book as Jake Humphrey. Jake Humphrey's tactics involve him staying ahead of Patrick Leaf's, and Patrick Leaf's tactics involve him passing. But at this point, 2.3 seconds down on the race leaders. All Patrick Leaf is thinking is that, okay, if Yehan Calichurn and Aidan Mitchell wipe each other out, I want to be the first person to capitalise. Simple as that.
Exactly, yeah, you want to be in the best position for when it starts to kick off, and it might just be starting. It might just be starting. We haven't kept much of an eye on Calichurn and Mitchell for a while because they've been working together so well, but there was maybe a little bit of a thought of a move there at least.
Yeah.
Defending.
Yes.
There we go.
I thought, did we just see Yehan take a slightly tighter line down the front straight? Aidan Mitchell saying, no, I'm not going to overtake you yet. Yehan's like, I know I've trusted you for the last 10 minutes, and you, Aidan, you've been good as your word. However, 2 minutes to go, can I trust you? How much longer can I trust you?
Now I'm interested to see if that gap does fall, because obviously they have started to sort of slightly battle, a bit of defending from Yehan, but also Patrick Leaf's been getting through on Jake Humphrey, now trying to get through on Leo Robinson as well. So will that gap close ever so slightly?
By 2 tenths.
I thought it was more like half a tenth, was it not?
Yeah, it was 2.39, and now it's down to 2.6. Oh, half in that sector. Ah, yeah, the scoring pile on the left-hand side of your screen, that adjusts itself every sector, not every lap.
Yes.
So it was a tenth in that sector, 2 tenths overall. And Yehan, I think, has decided, thanks for all the support, Aidan, but I no longer believe you when you say you're not going to pass me. And Aidan's saying, no, still push. And Yehan's going, not quite sure, but we're into the final minute 15 plus a lap. Aidan Mitchell, he's never finished on the podium, has Aidan Mitchell. He wants that podium, but he wants a win even better, I'm sure.
Definitely. That's what every driver wants, especially in the final, to take the win on the road. would be absolutely fantastic for Aidan Mitchell, but we'll have to keep an eye on them as they head down into the Stratford hairpin.
And you can see Leo Robinson now within 2 seconds.
He's got a good exit.
Oh yeah, yeah. So Jake Humphrey's been dropped. It's now Robinson and Leaf dueling for third. They're closing in on this battle.
Is it fast enough? Though?
Yeah, they're going to close fast enough. They could run out of time. They might get to this battle, but it might be a little bit too late as Kalichern begins to defend. 30 seconds plus a lap to go. Next time round, they'll see the last lap board. It's 2 to go in Junior TKM.
This is going to be really exciting here. You can see Jehan just changing his lines ever so slightly to cover off a potential move from Aidan Mitchell. Again, down into the hairpin. Moves to the outside, does Aidan. Trying the up and under, possibly on the exit, but goes a little bit
he runs
deep.
away, makes a mistake. I don't believe
He does make
it.
a mistake, and now he's dropped a good few tenths of a second off of the leader. This could really help Leo Robinson and Patrick Leaf behind us. Now they're in Aidan Mitchell's slipstream. So this could be an opportunity for Leaf and Robinson behind to snatch second place away from Mitchell. This could also be an opportunity for Jehan to clear off on this final lap. Now, I do want to mention just quickly, Daniela Sutton, sadly, has got a 5-second penalty in this race. She might drop below Harrison Morrow when they get to the flag. As there's the 11 of Harry Blore, who's pulled off to the side of the circuit as we head on to the last lap.
Yeah, what Aidan Mitchell tried to do, he tried to go wide and then undercut Kalichern coming out of Stratford Corner. But Kalichern parked it on the apex, and Mitchell had no choice but to then sort of make a steering adjustment, and he now has to defend from Leo Robinson. Could this be 3 podiums in a row for Leo Robinson? Could it be a first for Patrick Leaf? But Jehan Kalichern, double E plate holder. Oh, and it's 3 wide. Leo Robinson, and Mitchell's dropped down to 4th. I don't believe it. And that is Leaf up into P2.
What a final lap. Leaf has just nicked it away, hasn't he? But trying around the outside is Leo Robinson. I don't think he's quite going to have the exit. It is going to be Jehan Kalichern who will take the win here in the Junior TKM final. And it is Patrick Leaf who holds it over the line. Leo Robinson rounding out the podium.
3 in a row for Klassen Motorsport and Jehan Kalichern. Patrick Leaf comes home in second. Leo Robinson in third. Aidan Mitchell just misses out on a maiden podium again. He was half a lap away, and he comes home in 4th position. Jake Humphrey finishes in 5th. Willoughby Steele is 6th. 7th for William Bryant. Monty Brathwaite 8th. Jack Stewart 9th. Daniela Sutton, the penalty will keep her in 10th, ahead of Harrison Morrow in 11th. And then Harry Blore and Daniel Samir. Yes, John?
We weren't able to keep an eye on it through the race because the battle at the front was so interesting to watch. But Willoughby Steele, William Bryant and Monty Brathwaite across the line, just over a 10th of a second between them. They were nearly 3 wide as they came across the line. So that was a fantastic battle as well.
Yes, absolutely dramatic there right at the end. It came down the Bruno chicane. They were 3 wide coming out of the Bruno chicane. Mitchell went into the Bruno chicane second, came out in 4th. Leaf and Robinson all involved. That is 3 podiums in a row now for Leo Robinson. He had a 2nd at PFI, a 3rd at Glenagorse. Unofficially in the championship, Jehan Kalichern holds a 30-point lead over Robinson. He came into the weekend leading by 20 points. He leaves it leading by 30 with 2 rounds to go. As we can see, we've got 1 race to go, but before we get to that race, for the penultimate time today, we can go down to our race-winning interviews with Lucy Derrick.
Thank you. What a brilliant race that was from Jehan Kalichern. P1. So you went up from P2 to P1 pretty quickly. How was that race for you?
I mean, it was a very close battle between me and Aidan. Then I defended and everyone pretty much caught up. And then I went and finished the race.
With the changing conditions of yesterday in practice, do you reckon that's affected your weekend at all, or do you reckon it's benefited you?
I think probably affected a little bit because it's a different type of driving style, but I got used to it pretty quick, so it was okay.
Brilliant. And leading the championship, this is really good for those championship points. Are you feeling confident going into the rest of the season?
Yeah, I'm confident. I mean, I've done it for 3 rounds. I can do it for 2.
Brilliant. It was a great race today. Is there anyone you want to thank at all?
Klassen Motorsport, David Ashley, my mum and dad, Joe Fowler and David Story.
Brilliant. Great race. It was nice to chat to you. So P2, we're looking for Aidan Mitchell. That's all right. Do you want to come on down then? Seems a bit of confusion here over P2.
Yeah.
What? Did you have a good race?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just confused. I thought Patrick got second.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I think he got, because I got loaded out the way on the last lap, I got third.
Oh, okay. That might be my mistake then. It was nice to chat to you. Sorry, that was my mistake. Haven't checked the results since they were published. So, good race?
Not bad, yeah. Apart from the awful start, knew we had the pace, worked with Leo and we got right up to the front pack, so yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you guys worked really well together. It was brilliant. It was really interesting to watch. Are you happy with your performance overall then from...
Minus the start, yeah. Very good, yeah.
Brilliant. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at all?
Chris and Archie Strong and my mum and dad.
Brilliant. Good job today. So we're looking for P3 now. There we go. Deja vu!
Yep.
Good race?
Yeah, I mean, me and Yihan broke away and we had a pretty good lead, and then I went a bit wide, and then Leo and Patrick joined the fight. But yeah, there was a bit of contact and I lost out to second, but still first British Champs podium, so yeah, it's pretty
brilliant. Well, congratulations. With the finals being so long, does that change your strategy at all?
Yeah, I mean, people try and be a bit more push away from people because it's a long race and you don't want to be battling whole 15 minutes because it'll be a struggle.
Yeah, you and Calichon really worked together to kind of extend that gap behind you. So you are sitting P2 in the championship behind him. Are you confident that you can maybe hop him into P1?
Yeah, well, we got the pace too, and we've been good recently, so try and take the fight to Yihan and we'll see how it goes.
Brilliant. It was lovely to talk to you. Is there anyone you want to thank at all?
Yeah, thank Precision Racing, my parents, Haynes Watts, MB Electric Vehicles, and my grandparents for watching nearly every race.
Brilliant. So back to the comms box now for our final race, TKM Extreme.
Yes, indeed. One more race to go. The finals have been absolutely quality this afternoon. Of course, we see one TKM race, and we're jumping straight into another. We've had Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. You reckon it's going to be just as good, Henry?
I think that the TKM Extreme, have we saved the best for last? I think, do you know what, we may well have done, because, you know, the grid is slightly mixed up. We're going to give you the grid, the full starting lineup shortly, but, you know, again, there's going to be 17 drivers. Amongst the 17, you know, 4 former race winners, 2 champions, both Chris Whitton, the reigning champion, Alfie Garford, a former junior champion. You know, Chris Whitton could, I mean, Chris Whitton and Macaulay Bishop came into today tied for second on the all-time modern era wins list with 9. Bishop didn't win his race, so Whitton could get sole second place back with a win here, but it's going to be much easier said than done, considering that Chris starts from the 4th row of the grid. However, also there was penalties for Michael Cornell earlier on. Championship leader Charlie King will start from 4th place, but you know, he's being, you know, I had a chat with, I think that Kong is Charlie King's life coach and mentor and spiritual sort of spiritual shaman is the word for
I didn't realise that Kong was King's. That's amazing.
Kong is King's mentor and life coach. But here we go for the final time today. Let's go to the grid. It's TKM Extreme up next. Once more into the breach we go. It is time to gird our loins and prepare for battle with Alfie Garford and Joe Cheek on the front row, Kai Springfield and Charlie King on row 2, Liv Jakins and Harvey Roth on row 3.
Row 4 is Chris Whitton, your championship leader. Alongside him is Luke Jarman. Then it's Ashton Cox and Oliver Bowen, rounding out the top 10. And behind them on row 6, Cian Bennett and Lee Whittingham.
Row number 7, Andrew Platt and Jessica Fitch-Hall. Then Spencer Lane and Aaron Lask, who both retired from the pre-final. And Michael Cornell, penalty after the pre-final. He starts shotgun on the field. Now, I spoke to Aaron Lask, who had a mechanical failure. He said, oh, now, what is Joe Cheek doing? What? He's gone out a little bit fast. He's now got to wait for everybody else to close in. And pole sitter Alfie Garford is just going at his own pace. And Alfie Garford's a little bit slow to get at the speed. This is a slow rolling lap, it has to be said. And Joe Cheek is saying, I don't want to slow down too much and oil up. Come on, Alfie, get with the program. They come into the start line. Lights are out. We're off and racing once again at Shenington. Garford leads the TKM Extreme field into Cafe Corner, and we're all round cleanly.
Well, they were 3 wide in the middle of the corner there. I wasn't sure if they were all going to make it around cleanly, but they do. Brilliant start from our TKM Extreme field, and a brilliant start, as you say, from Alfie Garford. Takes the lead early on here from that pole position, and already starting to try and push on ahead. The number 1, though, in the middle of the pack, is that Chris Whitten getting involved in some battling down into the Bruno chicane. They all make it through nonetheless, though, and it's already kicking off here. Of course, a 15-minute final, our last one of the day. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yes, it's a good, clean start from our pole sitter, Alfie Garford. Across the line, the Wera Tools sponsored driver, Kai Springfield, looking for a career best finish. A second place finish would do that. Whitten and there's a driver in the air. 4 wheels lift off. That was number 18. That was Luke Jarman taking flight. He's obviously decided he's looked at the gliders next door. I think I fancy a bit of that. And not in your go-kart, son, not in your go-kart. Now, we didn't come here in 2020. But 2019, James Pashley won both finals as a privateer. Pashley won again in 21 as a privateer, and Chris Whitten won as a privateer last year. So that's 4 finals in 2019, 2021, 2022, and privateers have won them all. And do you know what? We've got privateers running 1 and 2 at the moment, Garford and Springfield. Roth, King, Jenkins, Bennett, and Lee Whittingham has already gained 5 places. He's up to 7th. The top 6 are breaking clear, with championship leader Charlie King still there in 4th place. But at the moment, can tell you that Alfie Garford has taken the lead of the championship. 540 points, 3 points in front of Charlie King, with Lee Whittingham 3rd on 516, Chris Whitten 4th on 498. Long way to go, though.
Indeed, yeah. I assume that the other person involved in that incident with Luke Jarman must have been Joe Cheek, dropped down 14 places, and now is a good couple of seconds off the back of Jessica Fitch Hall. So not sure if he was involved in that or something else. Either way, started this race has not gone well for Joe Cheek. Really in complete opposite to how it was in the pre-final. He had such a great race.
Yep, down. He's dropped from, and he's not exactly. He's actually not in touch with the main pack either. So Luke Jarman and Joe Cheek at the back of the field in 17th and 16th place. Michael Cornell has gone from 17th to 11th. You can see him, but here's the main sort of chasing group. That is Aaron Lask, who's gone off like a scalded cat. He is the lead driver in this group of karts. You're looking at 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. That was Lask, Lane, Whittingham, Bowen and Cornell. Whitten, who I think was involved in that Jarman incident as well, he is down, is the number 1 plate kart, you can see, down in 12th place. But it's Alfie Garford with those, once again, wearing those lovely Wera T-shirts that he and his dad Simon have been modelling.
Definitely my favourite I've ever seen, I think.
One of, yes. I mean, my OSB Motorsport one from 1999 was spectacular, but anyway, I digress. Alfie Garford doing the business on the track. Springfield is 0.2 of a second behind him in P2. They've got a half-second advantage over Roth in 3rd, and then another 0.3 back to King in 4th. Behind King is a 1.2 second gap back to Kean Bennett and Liv Jenkins, who dispute 5th position, and then behind Jenkins a 1.9 second gap back to Spencer Lane in 7th.
Yeah, we saw Aaron Last pointing forward after he'd made a little overtake. Actually, it was on Spencer Lane, but Spencer Lane has re-overtaken him for 7th. Both Spencer and Aaron both having a great race.
And that's what every driver does. They overtake, and then they tap their helmets to say,
let's work together.
And now follow me.
And then he got re-overtaken.
Yeah, and they say, well, I was, but then Spencer said, well, I was quite happy to lead you. Why didn't you think and follow me? and then they argue about it, and then they battle,
Yes.
and then the people
And
they were
they
trying
waste
to
all their
catch
time.
pull away.
Yeah.
But we've got to get it's game on at the front. It's a 3-card battle for the race lead. Garford in the 88, Springfield in 97, and Roth the Outplate champion.
Yeah, and Charlie King's really not that far off either, is he? So any sort of battling between these three, he's going to be right on them, on the carts with them as well, getting involved with the battle nearer the end of this race. Of course, the top three doing the smart thing at the moment, not battling, but this is the first time we've seen Harvey Roth close onto the back of these front two. He checks over his shoulder, sees that maybe he doesn't have too much gap between himself and Charlie King, so maybe he might be the aggressor to start off this battle initially and say, okay, well, I want to be involved in this train to push forward, but I don't want to be at the back of it.
Yeah, and so Charlie King, again, he's now lost the championship lead. Whether he's aware of this or not, but again, he led coming into today, and you saw him being a little bit cautious. It's almost
he had
changed.
a good exit.
Now he's sort of like that. So he's got to go back to what he was doing. What got him to this point? Change for second place. There goes Kai Springfield. There goes Harvey Roth in front of Kai Springfield. So Charlie's got to remember what got him to the championship lead. Well, combination of speed, cleverness, and aggression. So this morning we saw the aggression dip, and as a result, the speed also dipped a little bit. Now he's got to get his head down. It's a learning experience. First time that Charlie has led a British championship in terms of overall picture. Now he has to start, really kind of, remembering, okay, whether I lead the championship or I'm second in the championship, I've got to drive the same way. I mean, his life guru, Colin, would have told him this, but maybe got lost in translation. But Harvey Roth, side by side for the race lead. Harvey, he's won 3 rounds of the British Championship, 2 at Wilton Mill and 1 at PFI. Has he? Let's have a little look. The old plate holder, yeah.
He's got a good exit. Down the inside he goes, takes the lead of the race, going to try and follow through. Is the 97 of Kai Springfield. They're still going to be side by side on exit, but no. Has to feed back into third, so Alfie Garford down to second.
So 2 privateers sandwiched by 1 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart and 1 Klassen Motorsport kart. Oof. Then the gap is 2.1 seconds back to Kian Bennett in the number 44. Kian for the Rob Saw racing team, and Kai Springfield fights back to take second position. Garford, former race leader, now finds himself under attack from championship leader Charlie King. And could that be Garford off the podium? Not yet. 8 minutes to go, John.
That defensive move was how he lost his position for the lead, though, earlier on. Could it mean why he loses out the third as well? No, Charlie King not quite getting a good exit, a good enough exit, I should say, off of Cafe Corner to make that move work down into the Stratford hairpin. Sits behind in fourth for now once more. They're all settling into it once again, so maybe we'll see it settle down again, work together for a little bit longer, and then maybe someone becomes the aggressor again and it all kicks off. But it's still Harvey Roth on the O plate with that fastest lap of the race, a 45.47. The other drivers aren't particularly far off, though. Kai Springfield behind, a 45.50, 300ths of a second slower on that fastest lap. So still working together nicely. And they've not got that far, you were saying, back to Kian Bennett and Liv Jenkins right there with him as well. So if this battle kicks off, still got 7 minutes to go, we could very much see this become from a 4-way battle to a 6-way battle, maybe even more. Look at that pack behind.
You've got so you've got Kian Bennett and Liv Jenkins running in tandem in 5th and 6th, and then Witten is now back to 7th, and between Witten in 7th and Lee Whittingham in 13th place, there are 2.1 seconds. So that is Witten, Lask, Cornell, Bowen, Cox, Lane and Whittingham covered by 2 seconds. Lee Whittingham in the number 10 kart. Again, I have to stress to the viewers at home, coming up in the next week or so on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, we're running a feature called Lee Whittingham Racing for Heather, and I would advise you all to check it out in the next week or so on Motorsport UK YouTube channel. But it looks as though Lee Whittingham, he's dropped about 9/10 of a second off the back of Spencer Lane, which tells me that maybe all is not well with the wagon.
No, indeed.
The Whittingham wagon is not rolling as well as Lee would like it to.
No, he was really fast yesterday, wasn't he? He took
in
the
the
win,
wet.
didn't he? Yeah, in the wet conditions. But again, coming into the dry today, he's just not been quite there, has he, Lee? He's been there and thereabouts, but just not quite at the position where he definitely would want to be, up near the sharp end of the grid.
A few minutes ago, whilst Alfie Garford was leading, I told you Alfie Garford had taken the championship lead. Now that Alfie Garford has dropped back to 3rd position, Charlie King has the championship lead back. with 537 points, just 2 points in front of Garford. So King stays in 4th, and Garford stays in 3rd. King will maintain the championship lead. If King stays 4th and Garford moves up to 2nd, I believe it's a tie for the championship lead, or 1 point advantage to King. There is the number 70 kart of Joe Cheek. So after that poor start, he's picking them off one at a time. There's Jessica Fitch Hall in kart number 14, the Rob Saw Racing driver, and she is chasing Andrew Platt. Andrew Platt, in turn, is trying to hunt down Luke Jarman, with Joe Cheek in 14th position. So all 17 drivers that started this race are still running. Haspy on the live chat saying Roth taking them all with the O plate. That is, well, potentially true. He's got 4.5 minutes to go, and he's got Kai Springfield, Alfie Garford, and Charlie King sitting right on his rear bumper.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time for this to change. Of course, we saw earlier on, only needs one move, maybe one little mistake, and it all kicks off, and suddenly the positions are chopping and changing once more. But like you were saying, with Jarman, Platt and Fitchall, great to see as well. It doesn't matter where you are, up and down the field, the driver's still getting a really good battle. So fantastic to see between Jarman, Platt and Fitchall there over 15th, 16th and 17th. And Joe Cheek, now that bridge between themselves and Lee Whittingham in 13th. Joe in a bit of no man's land after that crash, but clearly hasn't lost any pace out there, has Joe, as he closes in on Lee Whittingham for 13th place. But we continue to watch these three at the front. They've gapped Charlie King by somewhat now, about 0.6 of a second between Garford and King. So King just hasn't quite been able to hold on to the back. Of course, he was gifted the chance of being involved in that battle by the battling going on ahead of him. However, after that sort of calmed down and they've all stuck nose to tail for the last number of laps, he's now just dropped off ever so slightly.
Yeah, Alfie Garford, his only British Championship win was as a junior last year. He came back to junior TKM last year, so he hasn't won in seniors. Kai Springfield finished 2nd at Kimbolton in 2021, and then 3rd in the opening round. His last podium was a year ago at this circuit for Kai Springfield. So this would equal, if things finished as they are, this would equal Springfield's career best. I'm looking at, actually, looking at, hard to believe that Alfie Garford hasn't finished on the podium of a TKM Extreme final. He's in his first full season as a senior, and 3 rounds in, he is not on the British Championship podium in this class. He does, however, have the championship within striking distance, and Alfie Garford won the 2021 Junior British title without winning a final. Now it's game on. 2.5 minutes to go. Roth begins to defend. Garford swings out to try and look underneath Kai Springfield. Does he make the move stick? Not quite, going into the Bruno chicane. This is going to give Charlie King maybe one more chance to get back onto the podium. But it's Roth, Springfield and Garford, 1, 2, 3, with a slight gap back to King, and then a 4-second gap back to Bennett and Whitton, who has passed. Liv Jenkins has dropped back to 8th place. Chris Whitton up into P6 after dropping to about 14th place earlier on.
Indeed, yeah, still lots of chopping and changing going on. Michael Cornell overtaking Liv Jenkins there for 8th place on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. It's definitely not over yet as we head into the last couple of minutes of this race. Big bit of defensive move.
Oh, yeah, that was
a little bit of rubbing.
Rubbin's racing, son. Garford. Now look at Charlie King communicating with Garford. Garford was sort of coming across to take the race line. He realised at the last minute that Kai Springfield already put his go-kart on there. Now Harvey Roth giving us a... Why are we shouting? You don't need to be an international translator to understand those hand gestures, and I'm not quite sure what precipitated that, because it looked as though Roth and Springfield were minding their own business. And now, I think what Kai Springfield is saying is that he thinks that Harvey Roth is beginning to defend too early.
Yes.
And that has now brought everyone into play. But Harvey Ross saying, well, look, it's a 15-minute race. I've waited the final 2 minutes. Now I'm going to park it on the white line and defend.
It's understandable. Wants to hold on to the lead of the race. You're going to do everything.
Understandable, yeah.
Place your
Harvey in the
car.
championship is 6th at the moment. So, yes, and it is. We're going to defend for all we're worth. Look at King there now in 4th position, right with them. And King's going to take a wide line into Wilkins. He's going to get a great run, is Charlie King. The problem is there's 3 karts in his way, slowing him down.
Yeah, not ideal. He had a great exit, didn't he? But all he could do was bump the back of Alfie Garford ahead. Nowhere else he could go. There was literally no other track for him to place the car. He's got a great exit out of Cafe as well. Drives around the outside there of Pit Ben, not able to do anything. And again, Harvey Roth is going to be defensive into Stratford Hairpin. They all stay as they are, but timer is about to tick to 0. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. This could all still change.
It could indeed. Cian Bennett runs 5th. Lask is 6th, Witten 7th, followed by Cornell, Jakins, Bowen, Cox, Lane, Whittingham, Cheek, Jarman, Fitchhall and Platt. But all eyes are on the top 4. Harvey Roth, Tim Wilson Motorsport, Kai Springfield and Alfie Garford as privateers, with Charlie King for Classen Motorsport in 4th position. Last lap at Shenington for the TKM Extremes into Park Bend, around Cafe Corner, underneath us in the commentary box one more time. John, take them down to the last half a lap.
What a brilliant battle this has been all race. To the outside goes the number 6 of Charlie King. He's tried that at seemingly every corner for the last 2 minutes. It's just not quite worked. He's been able to get a good exit, but not been able to use it. Harvey Roth still holding on to the lead then, and Kai Springfield continuing to pressure. We saw those angry hand gestures earlier on in the race, but it hasn't accounted for anything. The 97 of Kai Springfield hasn't been able to find a way past. There's only really one more opportunity here, down into Wilkins. They're going to be heavy on the brakes, and Harvey Roth still holds that inside line. He's got a good exit. It looks like it is going to be Harvey Roth, and he moves to the outside. It's going to be side by side across the line, and just Harvey Roth gets it. 0.07 across the line, with Kai Springfield in 2nd and Alfie Garford rounding out the podium.
Win number 4 for Harvey Roth, matching his career best finish for Kai Springfield, and a first TKM Extreme Wera Tools British Championship podium for the Wera Tools sponsored driver Alfie Garford. Championship leader Charlie King finishes 4th and holds on to the championship lead by just 2 points. The 4 dropped scores. A great recovery for Chris Witten in 5th, and Aaron Lask, who said we've been no higher than 14th all weekend. Maybe it'll all come good for the final, and it did. In 6th position, with Cian Bennett, the leading Rob Saw Racing driver, home in 7th. Michael Cornell in 8th, followed by Oliver Bowen and Liv Jakins rounding out your top 10. Ashton Cox, Spencer Lane, Lee Whittingham and Joe Cheek, the top 14 finishers, and everybody made it home after 21 laps. Luke Jarman, Andrew Platt and Jessica Fitch Hall. Well, Tim Wilson Motorsport have broken a British Championship record here. They become the first non-privateer driver, non-privateer entry to win a final in TKM Extreme at Shenington. As the sun shines and the Union flag flutters in the breeze, you drive to Shenington through the Cotswolds and around the lovely bit of countryside. For the final time today, we will hand over to Lucy Derrick, who will have our race winner, Harvey Roth, with her down in the pits.
You guys, what a brilliantly close race that was, especially between the top 3. And I have P1 here, Harvey Roth. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was a really good race. We started in 6th, so to get up the places early was really good for us. And then we were chasing down the 2 leaders. They had a bit of a gap for us for a while, but we managed to close it, pick them both off, and then just fight out the front by ourselves.
Brilliant. Was there any specific highlights for you?
I don't know, defending for about 4 laps from about a kart train of about 6 people was pretty tough, but we managed to pull it off, which I'm happy about. It's good championship points.
Yeah, it looked like a difficult task to keep them off your back. Yeah, as you say, it's a brilliant championship point. Should put you in a brilliant position to fight for the rest of the championship. Are you feeling good going into the rest of the year?
Yeah, I mean, Wilton Mill is probably my best track. I've won there 2 years in a row now, so I'll try and make it 3 to score some even more points. And we've never been to Rowra, but I'm pretty confident we'll pick it up nicely and score some good points there and hopefully take home the win.
Brilliant. It's lovely to talk to you. Is there anyone you want to thank at all?
Yeah, big thank you to Tim Wilson, first off, Will Thomas for helping me all weekend, being supportive, my dad for being perfect on the spanners yet again, my sponsor M2 Computing, and all my friends and family that are watching and supporting me.
Brilliant. Lovely to chat to you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Great race from the all the top three. So now we've got Kai Springfield, P2. What a race!
Yeah.
Are you impressed with your performance or not so much?
I mean, like, I knew, I was setting fastest laps earlier in the day. I knew I had the pace to be somewhere in there, but this track's so hard. It's like the lap speed's only just a little part of it. Had a good start, to be honest. Broke away against Garford. So I was thinking I'll push him as much as I can. Roth then took the lead. I thought I'll push him as far as I can, thinking I can do all I can to try and get us separated from the rest of the pack. And luckily managed to hold it on with 2 minutes to go, so came second. Yeah.
Brilliant. So are you looking at the championship now, kind of looking at the points rather than making big lunges, or?
All the time I've been doing it, I think this year I'm not even looking at it now. I'm just going to concentrate on each round as it comes, not get too hung up on the points. But I'm trying to. It's like for that race, I was thinking I'm quite happy with second on the championship perspective, and just hopefully puts me up the table a little bit.
Brilliant. Well, what a race! Glad you enjoyed it so much.
Yes.
So we're now looking for Alfie Garford. Here you are. Come on down. P3. Did you enjoy that race? How was it for you?
It was long, tiring, enjoyable as it always is. It was a good race, but kind of lacking a bit of pace towards the end. So just tried to stick in the fight and try and hopefully pick up a few more positions. But third's still a good finish, ready for the rest of the championship.
Cool. As you say, it's a long race. Does that change your strategy at all going into it?
Tyre pressures and stuff, and trying not to let the kart slow down towards the end. Maybe we could have done a bit of a better job at that, but still third place is a very good result.
Yeah, it's a mega result. So any highlights specifically for you throughout that race?
It's a long race,
remember, isn't it? Yeah.
Start was good. I had a few laps at the front in my own air, and then the pack started to catch up, but it's been a good day today for us.
Yeah. Looked like a difficult start. Is there anyone you want to thank at all?
I'd like to thank Wera Tools, supporting us, helping my dad with sponsorship and getting us out here racing. Next Space dash cams, they help us out this year for entries to the British Championships, and Motorbase British Touring Car team, they help us out a lot with me learning different aspects of racing.
Brilliant. It's been lovely to talk to you. Congratulations on the P3. Well, that's it from me today, so I'm going to head you back to the comms box.
Thank you very much, Lucy, and well done. I think it was that role was thrust upon her at the very last minute. So well done. Thank you very much for helping there and doing a great job, John Ratcliffe. It's been another storming day here at Shenington, but without the stormy weather that we had yesterday.
Indeed, yeah, slightly wet yesterday. I think our cameramen are going to be very happy that we ended up doing the stream on today instead. But the racing, nonetheless, was absolutely fantastic throughout the. Of course, we started with the repechage, had a couple of heats, all the pre-finals and the finals. Racing across the board was fantastic. It was an honour to be in the commentary with you today to commentate over some such fantastic racing.
Yes, indeed. So we're next. Well, for a lot of the drivers and for you watching on Alpha Live, we're going to be 2 weeks the Motorsport UK Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix. That'll be the first weekend in August. Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship will be at Lark Hall in Scotland. We've got event 6th and 7th, August 20th and August the 27th at the Summerley Raceway in Scotland. Will the sun still be shining like it's been here at Shenington today? We'll find out. Thank you very much to all the staff here at the circuit, from everyone at Alpha Live and Motorsport UK. This has been an Alpha Live production of the 5th round of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. See you next time.